Warning, 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 warning.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called KEMET, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught KEMET. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out, because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tab.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per-M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it,
that's
man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is
let
why
me-
you upset.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. You got the wrong Hebrew once again, man. You keep making it seem like you talking about I showed you cartoons. But let me tell you something. I don't be showing you cartoons, bro. I don't know who you talking to. The ancient Hebrews and Killah Priest, he knows this well. The ancient Hebrews didn't acknowledge making graven images of themselves, but the other nations made images of us. But let's go into which we was talking about Atlantis and all this. Now look, y'all,
images.
you see the
5 minutes later.
All right.
His question now it's my time. Yes, I've answered the question, and now here's my time. Okay, so Mighty Hebrew, my good brother, I'm just gonna quote some things that you said in your last time period, in your last round or time frame. You said Hebrews do not make images. Did he say that, Killah Priest? Hebrews do not make images
Of themselves.
Of and I'm talking about the prophets and the messiahs and the people of power. They don't make images, okay? So therefore, I should not be able to go to a Hebrew website and find images, okay? Now, if everybody can see the screen, Annie also said, I don't make cartoons. I'm quoting him directly. I don't make cartoons, Tehuti. I don't know where you got that from. Did he say that? I don't make cartoons. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, Mighty Hebrew, my good brother. Is this your website? Oh yeah, am I sharing? Sorry.
I can't see.
Okay, just to verify, because this could be an imitator. It could be somebody that's imitating you. But I just want to know, just yes or no, is this your website?
I can't see. I got two websites.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for.
There's no.
It says,
cartoons on none of my-
welcome to the Mighty Hebrew University School of Advanced Esoteric Theology.
Can Mighty Hebrew see the screen?
I shared it. He should be able to.
Is that your?
Okay, I know what you talking about. No, I can't. I know what you talking about.
I'm just asking, is this your website? Just yes or no is fine.
Yes, it is. But that don't have nothing to do with.
Is this your website, my brother? I'm just curious.
It
I
is.
want to make sure that nobody's imitating you. Is this your website?
That's my website.
Okay, on this website, as the crowd can see, there are two things that I brought up. I showed cartoons, and I said the Hebrews make cartoons and images of themselves today. Why do we find none of ancient times? Mighty Hebrew said, I don't make cartoons. You got the wrong one. I don't know where you got the idea from. I don't know where you got that idea from that I make cartoons. I am on Mighty Hebrew's website, and on his website is a clear cartoon of a black man as a Hebrew, as a Hebrew chemist. So Mighty Hebrew, as a Hebrew, you're making images and as a Hebrew, you're making cartoons. So let's just clarify that. So now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees with cartoons, now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees that as a Hebrew you can make images, I can move on. Thank you very much, Mighty Hebrew. This may be a 2-on-1. I think it's Mighty Hebrew and myself versus Mighty Hebrew. So thank you for helping me, and thank you for that website to verify that you do make cartoons. So let's move on now, please. Okay, good. So back to so back to real images. We're going to go back to images of real African people with artifacts that state their clear teachings. This is Mehi Pere, 1400 BC, the tomb of Mehi Pere, a brother with twisted hair and locks. Twisted hair, as you can see. This is his tomb. This is his body. Here's his belief system that was found inside of his tomb. He believes in the cows of Asar and the cows of Osiris and the bulls of Asar. This is his Book of the Dead, which shows that he believed in the Book of the Dead. Here is his Meduneter that he wrote. Here is him, drawn by his scribes. This is the papyrus that dates back 1400 BC. Here are the artifacts that were found in his tomb, demonstrating his belief system with the Shabti, with the symbols of Osiris. Here is more images of himself that they found. This is what I'm talking about. Finding artifacts from people that say that they are Hebrews. King David, Solomon, Joshua, Joseph, Job, any of the people with these kind of artifacts. These are drawings from the people, not this Mighty Hebrew. Somebody's not coming up, but not this. This right here. I know it's not coming up, but yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up, but there it is. Here we go. Mighty Hebrew, your artist is awesome. I like him. I mean, I've never seen anybody look like this before, but we're going to take this as a strong, powerful black man. He's a chemist. I don't know if this is inky. I don't know if Abraham had chemistry tools, or I'm not sure which prophet this actually represents, but he looks cool, handsome man, cool. But I just wanted to establish in my last 2 seconds that yes, Mighty Hebrew, you have images and you show cartoons. Peace and love. Show the ancient ones, please. I love you. Peace.
We're gonna move right.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
Damn, We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat KEMET.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Peace, everyone. Greetings. Can I be heard? Press a 9. If you can hear me, press a 9. You can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Check, 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 mic check. Check, 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 mic check. Let me fix this. Press a 9. Let me check the room and see if there's 9s happening. Check the room and see. Okay, we got 9s. We have 9s. Wonderful. Everybody can hear. Excellent. Wonderful. Beautiful. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, let me adjust and adjust. Let me move this back. One moment. Let me move this around. Okay, move this here. Back. And back. There we go. Perfect. This should be good right here. Let's see how this is. Excellent. Much better. All right. Peace, everybody. Peace and love. Welcome to another Tehuti pod class. Let me go ahead and see who's in the room, and we're going to get right started. I already see some great support and some great questions sent in already. Shout out to Anu, Uncle Joss and Neb, to the everlasting enduring SABA Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, Hotep, to the glorious moderators, and to the chat. That's his voice right there. Shout out to Anu. Peace and blessings to you. Shout out to, who's this? Anu's mate, Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, Netter Tehuti, Tua for your time. Hotep to the moderators and chat. Peace to you. Peace to a lot of the people. Some people here I see were in a sonnet a couple days ago when I was there. Shout out to you. Dashe, long time no see, brother. Peace. Greetings. HERU says the opening was funny. Yes, I had to bring back that classic opening for those who didn't get a chance to see. Shout out to you, HERU, also known as Beged. Leisure, I love the beautiful positive energy. That's all that's here in the Tehuti pod class. I know it's strange for a lot of people to see nothing but praise and happy energy, and that's exactly what is only here. Peace, power, and prosperity. Greetings, Master Heka, teacher SABA Tehuti. Peace to the goddess, maybe goddesses, and much love to the chat. Come join us in the Atef voice. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Solid Rock who says, Hawk Champ. I think the HOK champ is Napa. That's what that's what's declared. Napa is the House of Consciousness champion. I'm just a visitor. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock. Rashu, peace to you. Peace to everybody in the room. Katashi was going really hype in the Sonetta room. Kitasi was super excited. Shout out to you. Good energy. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excelente. We got the wonderful Nema. Beautiful, pure heart woman says, Hotep to the best SABA and netters with a black heart. Shout out to everybody. I see everybody's in the room. A lot of people in the room today. We're going to get right started. It's going to be good. Harass did for ye culture. Harass did for ye culture. Shout out to you. Wonderful. This is beautiful. Let's go ahead and get started. Who's here? I see the Rocketeers and what do they call the Rocketeers and the and the Craftsmen are here. I see the Rocketeers and the Craftsmen are here. The Danny Salinas. Peace to the gods. Lord Tehuti, salute. Shout out to you. Let's get started, everybody. We're going to start with the affirmation. It may be a little scary tonight. I started to see a couple questions in, but keep sending in your supporting questions. Let's go ahead and start off properly with the affirmation. It's beautiful that we got to do it. I got to do a whole class on the affirmation on Sonetta. That was wonderful. Tua, great Saba, and the great supporters. Tua to you. We got Askari, the warrior, the soldier in the building. Love and respect to you and the pod class, brother warrior. Peace to you. Peace to you. Let's go ahead and start off with the affirmation and start this with the right proper frequency. Is everybody ready? Let's get started. Let me put that on the screen. This is the affirmation that I did the whole show on a few days ago on Sonetta. Did the whole show on that. Go back and check that out. And we're going to start with the affirmation. This is how I start everything that I do that is of importance. Is everyone ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Anki en ma'at un en es nintet aset en ma'at min habapet en ma'at har en hu kiui per ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation that is worldwide. It is the affirmation that has made the news, and it's affirmation that is affecting a lot of people's lives. Starting off with positive frequency. Let me go ahead and start. Everybody ready again? If you can hear me, press A9. Always got to do a mic check because every once in a while people say, no sound, no sound. So we're always checking mics, make sure the sound and visuals. Press a 9 if you can hear me, and here we go. Let's get started, everybody. I see some 9s popping up. Shout out to Master K, shout out to Jody, shout out to everybody. Shout out to this brother here. Where'd he go? Disappeared. I'm doing the one with the long name. Disappeared. I don't think they're showing this in real time. There he is. Shout out to Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. I think I saw him in the Sonetta. I'm not sure. There was 2 brothers with these similar names to that, but shout out to you, good brother Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. Okay, everybody ready? Ahati, thanks for the Saba online. Your entertaining helped. Jeez. Oh, okay. Oh, from the Lions Den days. Yes. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. It's about 98 degrees in this cavern that I am in. I live in where I live is to imitate a tropical environment because I have animals from all over the world. Speaking of which, on the hat is Neith. She's going to be part of the class today, part of the breakdowns. People always wonder why I have the spider on my hat, even though I've done classes on it. But there's something special. A question was sent in. I see it. And so it's going to let me divulge something that I've never divulged before, especially on the pod class. That is Neith, all the way from South Africa, as they call it, Zimbabwe. She is a rear-horned spider. She's a unicorn spider. Supposed to be very aggressive, very defensive, hot venomous bite, very fast. They're supposed to be non-holdable, and you're supposed to just leave it in its tank and leave it alone. You're not supposed to interact with this type of spider at all. One of the most non-friendly spiders in the world, they say. Hey, that's all the way from South Africa, as they call it, South Africa. All the way from India is Naga Tiger, and that is Naga with Thai, 2 words actually, which is Thai, which is the fire, like who they're calling Queen Thai, the symbol of the fire, the energy source in man, the fire. And then Kur. Kur is a word that means under something. And so the 2 words put together, that's the word in Netter Kurt, the underworld of the Netter. Netter Kurt and Netter Gur. Those 2 together makes, all the way from India, Naga Tiger. Hey, Naga Tiger, here you go. Say peace to the crowd here. All the way from India. People on their YouTube channels, they teach about the Naga. They teach about the Naga. On the Tuti Pod class, you're actually going to see one. Naga Tiger. He's so long he doesn't get to the end. I don't know where the end of him is, but Naga Tiger. Peace Tiger. And all the way from India. Say peace to the crowd. Peace to the crowd. I know you're going to eat well tomorrow. You're going to eat lovely tomorrow. Look at that beautiful, look at the beauty. Look at the beauty that nature makes. That we have to buy clothes that looks like this, right, everybody? We have to we have to purchase clothes to look this good. Huh? You have to purchase clothes to look like this. This has to be a Versace Gucci shirt, snakeskin, $300 to $2,000 jacket. Naga Tiger just was born with it. Nature is gorgeous. Nature is gorgeous. Okay, Naga Tiger, let's go. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Podcast. My name is Tuti. I'm an Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for decades and decades and decades. I think that's it. We can add another decade. We can add another one. I've been a teacher for decades and decades and decades and decades. Been teaching for hundreds of thousands of people at a time. Before there was an internet, before there was YouTube, before there was Wikipedia, before there was all these fun things that allowed anybody to be a scholar and a genius, these lookup things that we have now. Before all of that, I was a teacher, teaching hundreds and thousands of people live all over North America, Canada, and this part of America. When I was quite young, I realized that I always wanted to be around my animals more than people. So I was around animals a lot, and I used to leave my house and be around in the ponds, in the fields, and in the rivers, swimming with the beavers and the serpents, and out there with deers and elk and all type of interesting creatures out there. Beavers out there in the wild, turtles, and I would stay with them. learning from them and calming myself, because in order to be around these animals, you have to be very, very calm. I learned that from them. So being that way, it made me start questioning the religion that was around me. At the time, it was Seventh-day Adventism. That's what was mainly around me at the time. And I always asked about the superior of man. I never understood the superior of man when I see this earth in destruction, and I see people smoking crack and doing heroin and serial killers and rapists and things that I don't see animals doing. And I always questioned, how does that make us superior? How are we superior? But I can't find a serial killer beaver. I can't find a serial killer giraffe. I'm trying to look for the serial killer zebra, and I can't seem to find the zebra that's out there killing other zebras for the pleasure of cutting them up and pinning them on the walls like people do. I can't seem to find those animals that are doing that. I think the animals are based on biological imperative, and they do what they need to do to survive. And they don't try to. I don't find animals committing suicide. I've never seen a snake kill itself because it was depressed. So I was wondering, how are we superior? But that's what their God was telling us in the Bible. So I questioned it, and I started asking questions and started teaching people, studying information and waking up, because my mother had told me that she had felt my presence and saw me come into her when she was in labor, and when she saw the energy come in as a spiral, at the point that it came in, that's when she went into labor. So she acknowledged that the energy existed that was me prior to coming into the physical. And so I was very interested in that type of information, even younger, before she told me that. So I started taking books and information and going to parties and setting them up and screaming over Busta Rhymes and screaming over Big Daddy Kane and just trying to teach everybody that I could possibly to break them out of the matrix. I called myself the Word. At the time, my name was KLM at the time, which was the Word, because I believe that everything can be changed through sound vibration ever since I was a younger man. And so I call myself the Word. And from that point, I just started teaching random people. My mother did not like that. I was bringing into the house, so thus started the very first Tehuti debate. And this is what separated me from a lot of individuals, was that today I found the debate world is about ego. It's about who can win and who can yell at each other and who can scream and insult each other. My first debate was set up as a wager to be able to live in my mother's house. So in order for me to continue living in my mother's house with this system that I'm teaching, which went against her Christianity, a wager was bet that I debate the pastor of her church. I was maybe 18. I can't remember. I don't keep my age. So I know it was around that time. But if I lose the debate, then I was thrown out onto the streets. I could not live with my mother anymore if I lost the debate. If I win the debate, then I get to live at home. This immediately set off my neurons and merged my neurological makeup to combine debating with biological imperative. Not forgetting a win so that I could have an ego, not forgetting a win so I could say I'm a champion. Not that, but I had to know this information and teach it, or I would be thrown out on the streets. So that caused a neurological change in my brain that didn't happen for others. And it was a biological imperative combined with knowledge, which didn't happen for the others that you see debating. That means debate or win a debate or be homeless. Not win a debate and come back next week. Win a debate or be on the streets. So we launched our debate, and the judge was my mother. One judge. The judge was my mother. So all stacks and odds were against me. Into the debates, a few hours in, my mother threw him out of the house. Right? He was tossed out of the house for the embarrassment. My mother had to throw him out and say she can't believe this 18-year-old boy is destroying this 47-year-old pastor. You have to go. She kicked him out of the house. Biological imperative told me I have somewhere to live now because I know the knowledge. Not because I'm looking for a belt or a champion, not because I'm trying to get clouts or views. I have somewhere to sleep now because I knew my knowledge well. That is what transformed and kept my brain into what you don't see others as, because their brain doesn't link with knowledge and survival. So he put out a restraining order against me, and I was no longer allowed on church properties anymore, notarized on the door from the court that I, Tehuti, have a restraining order, and I'm not allowed around the church properties. One time when I went into the church, I was lifted up in the air by I don't know what they're called, the deacons, lifted up in the air and thrown out into the streets. I am not allowed on church property. So this was a very serious thing for me. Anyways, as I went on, I ended up joining an organization that was breaking down people's religion. I liked it. I excelled in that organization to the very top, to the point where the teacher, the leader of the whole organization, made a world announcement to the whole world in the organization and put on a tape, on a DVD to sell, that everybody who wants to learn how to teach, they need to come to me, because I had this interesting style of teaching, which I'm about to do in this Tehuti pod class. So he told the entire group, if you want to learn how to teach, go to him. Simultaneously, the others in the group had a very strong dislike and jealousy for me. So they said that I can't teach the way that I teach. So imagine that. Imagine the leader of the organization saying, if anybody on this planet that follows me wants to learn how to teach, go to him to learn, while the students are saying, we're going to kick you out of the organization if you continue to teach the way that you're teaching. Biological imperative set off again. I'm about to be thrown out again because of what I'm teaching. So my whole life has been about live and learn this knowledge and have it in you, or you'll be homeless. That's what my life is based on. Always constantly threatened for the knowledge. So at any rate, they came to my door with torches lit to burn my property that had anything to do that wasn't written by the master teacher. So they came to burn it with a torch. I went to talk to the master teacher about this. He said it wasn't safe anymore for me to be around. And he told me that the direction that I'm moving in is not the speed of the organization, that he cannot change the speed in which he's teaching them to accommodate the speed in which I'm moving. That's what he told me. He said, it's not safe for you around here anymore. It's not safe. I can't change for you to move the whole group and basically lose followers. I can't do that for your speed. And then he told the whole organization that a student gets to a point where he goes past his teacher. He outgrows his teacher. And he told me to ask one of my snake style questions, and I did. And he put himself in a crucifixion, and that was my sign that I've outgrown the group. At the same time, simultaneously, while the brothers were telling me not to teach the way I was teaching and not to take outside information, at that same time, when I would go to the classes, the teacher would ask me what I was teaching in a class so that he could teach it. And he told the audience, don't be mad that I'm taking the knowledge. Don't be mad. He said, you all take my knowledge, right? So he asked me what I was teaching so that he could add it to his teachings. And I said, absolutely. So I outgrew that. I was never meant to be in an organization as such. It was a school. And everything that I join and enter, I enter it and excel, boom, to the top. And then there's always jealousy to remove me, because I'm never meant to be in anything that is not pure. So I always, everything I enter, excel to the top. So I ended up leaving that organization and actually going back to them after I learned business and economics from a very dangerous hitman. Or did I say that? From a very dangerous Italian man who taught me secrets and told me that I'm not to share them, or he's going to put cement shoes on me. He gave me a lot of information on how to make money off the books, but still have connection to all the corporations that actually have all the products, but to make it outside of their control. And so I took that information, learned it, and I took it back to the organization, started teaching them how to make money outside of the grid. they learned it. A lot of people I took from homelessness, I taught them that and started teaching real estate, opening up LLCs and businesses. And anyways, the people in the organization, including the master teacher's sister, ended up robbing me of a great deal, which plummeted me back down to the bottom because I was robbed of a considerable amount of money. In real estate, you need money to pay for the properties that are in hard money loan and in escrow, and there's so much happening. So anyways, I plummeted to the bottom financially from the group again. No hard feelings to the entire group, but just those I knew not to trust. So then I ended up taking the money that I had left and investing it with money that I had before into learning from magical masters. And that was my whole goal in life, was to learn from whoever the masters were. I had a feeling that the business was going to plummet because things were getting shaky. So I had already taken thousands of dollars and sought out the teachers of David Blaine, David Copperfield, Chris Angel, and started learning from their teachers, paying thousands of dollars. Because I said, one day I'm going to have nothing. What if I have nothing? I should be able to go to Walmart and just buy a $3 deck of cards and walk the streets and make $100 and have the deck of cards at the end of the day. I see David Blaine doing it, so I can do it as well. Maybe I'll have a coin. I just need 2 coins. And I learned that and started doing that, making a living off of performing magic, hypnosis, and other types of things of such, and bringing my animals out there with me. They were a part of the show. And I introduced something brand new to California, Santa Monica, which was having, they called the Snakes on the Pier for the first time in Santa Monica's history. At any rate, while I was out there, I actually met the sister in the room named Shannon. She came out there, and her family was taking pictures of the snakes, and also Hati Ma'at came out there, and he saw me, and he was a Hebrew Israelite. I started breaking down knowledge to him, and I gained a trust in him and told him, you know what, you get personal classes with me. I will teach you. He was carrying my suitcases and my bags around, carrying my whatever I had. He would be the one that carried around up hills, down hills, across the streets, down the beaches, whatever it was, so that I could relax and just teach him. He was an extremely loyal student. And I told him, because of this, you earn my trust, and I will teach you like no other. I will just teach you every day. Come see me. And I invited him to my house and started teaching him. That led to what you're seeing here today. I was teaching online in a place called Pal Talk, but you couldn't see my voice. You couldn't see my face. You can only hear my voice. I ended up coming off of that, and then Hati one day said, hey, I'm on YouTube, and I see a lot of teachers, and no. They are not in any comparison to you. Everybody really needs to see you back out there. Come on back. And I said, no. I said, I'll only come on if there's a program there where I can have my face in a square and talk to people, but I'm not interested in doing the whole movement over again. I have very little trust for people. I'm happy with my goddesses, my women, and the spiders, and I'm fine. I'll just teach you and teach. And so he came back and he said, I found that program. He said, I found people that are doing the program. They're called the Lions Den, and they're actually doing they actually want to interview you, and they have little boxes like you were talking about. And I said, oh, wonderful, excellent, okay, I'll go do an interview. When I did an interview there and ended up in a debate, they challenged me, set me up to lose, and set up a debate, and I ended up beating the champion there. His name was Judah Nazareth. I ended up beating everybody they sent to me because I didn't know about this debating thing where you could actually pull up screens and do research and put pictures in the screen. And I was like, oh, this is very easy for me. I'm debating people without all of this, beating pastors since I was 18 years old. Now I can actually show on the screen archaeology and show the whole world things, and it's not just me standing in front of 1,000 people with one book and just talking. I can actually show things on a screen. I said I'll just teach classes, and I taught, and I kept winning until the Lions Den started calling me the guide. They didn't just call me the champion in the Lions Den. They put flyers out about me, said Tehuti, the guide, and they started calling me that, the only Kemetic champion to ever be over a Hebrew league in history, I believe. that I've ever seen. So, anyways, from there, I went on to Kill a Priest, podcast. Went on to Sonnetter, beat people there. Went on to Kill a Priest. Wanted to interview me, or did an interview with me, and he was completely impressed and loved me to the point where the day after my first day, I believe he gave me the entire show to run. I never seen that happen before. I didn't even know there was such a thing called the Kill a Priest podcast. I just knew him as a rapper who was like there's Wu-Tang, and then there's a whole bunch of others, and he was one of my favorites in the others, like the I don't know how to separate it, but you know, there's the RZA, the Jizzas, and the Raekwons and all that, and then there was like Kill a Priest, and he was separate and to me superior to all of them, but not really them, you know. Killer Bees, Capadon, and all these different people, but he was my favorite of them when I was years and years ago. So I went on the show and ended up teaching each Mondays, and that brings us here to this channel right here, to this show. So I was having one-on-ones with people for anywhere from $50 to $200 for a one-on-one. They were very appreciative, understanding the quality of what I bring to them, changing people's lives. But it was too much time. It was too many hours a day. So I said on the Kill a Priest show, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I have a channel which has tens of thousands of views, but it's mainly for documentaries and magic that I've done, a couple debates on there that I've done. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a section called the Pod Class, and I created that word by taking pod from podcast and say, well, I do a class, so let's call it the Pod Class, and you all can come for free. But we're going to create something brand new to the world that has never existed, and that is, I'm going to come to class with you, and I'm going to be quiet. And the only way that I'm going to speak is if you put forth signs of reciprocity. Meaning that I don't control the show. I don't bring the topic to the show. You either pre-send the question right before the show or send it live in the show. And I will actually teach and design a mini documentary answer with over 15 different sources, videos, neon colored letters, and everything beautiful, while breaking the matrix for you, which is different from teaching. Teaching is different from breaking the matrix. You shall see when I start to teach. Two different things, breaking the matrix and teaching. There's a lot of teachers out there that aren't breaking the matrix within you. So you will send Cash App. So I invented this idea where you won't do super chats. You'll actually send Cash Apps, because I found out that you can actually type in the Cash App. And you can actually type in the PayPal. So you can actually send in questions and support that will keep this movement going. People were very, it was very low at first. It was low at first because nobody understood truly what was going on. So people were sending in $5, $10 at first. And I was entertaining it because I said, you know, they don't really know what, let me give them a taste, you know. I know you drive a Honda and it's good. And I tell you, the Honda is $30,000. There's another car over here. It's about $300,000. It's called a Bentley. It's a little different. It drives too, but you're used to buying that for $20,000. Go ahead and take this for $20,000. Take it on a ride, and when you get in it and realize, wait, this Lamborghini is not my Toyota Corolla, then they realize, oh wait, how much is this Lamborghini really worth? And then the donations started getting higher and higher. So the way that it works is, I'm actually going to put it down on the bottom. I'm sure most people here actually know how it works. So it is a PayPal and Cash App system. And one moment, hold on, let me see. One moment, please. One second. Okay, 1 second. So I realized that you can actually send in PayPals and Cash Apps and type a question at the bottom. So for example, here's E-Manifesto. Now what he's doing is something different. He's not just sending $80 for a question. He's actually supporting what's called the MetaNetter class. For those who don't know what the MetaNetter class is, and for those who want to see the Cash App and the PayPal big screen, that is it right there. PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT Amun. And he's supporting the MetaNetter Mondays. MetaNetter Mondays, let me see if I have that here on screen. Okay. MetaNetter Mondays, I have to get that back on the screen here. I'll get it up in a minute. But anyways, MetaNetter Mondays are every Monday at 1:30. There's a MetaNetter class, and it's anything over $20 you get to participate, or you can get it actually sent to you if you miss the class. So that is the Cash App, and he sent for 4 of those, and that's why those were $80. So we have, for example, somebody sent a Cash App of Owen Hythe, who's in the room right now as a Scary. And he sent a Cash App of $27.72 for support. And then we have the PayPals, amazing breakdowns, $22. People are probably wondering that are new, like, wow, why are people giving so much? Because of the quality. You'll understand. You may be one of those people once you understand the what it is that I'm actually answering here. So, for example, here is Owen Hythe again, who asked a question about the Nicene Council. The Nicene Council is something that you can research online. But why would a man send me $43.72? Because everybody can attest to, when I answered about the Nicene Council, it shattered people's psyche. It's a completely different answer than what you can get from online. Yet, everything is completely researchable. We have monsters like Owen, who is Annie. $111. Break down how the portal of life. Oh, this was a crazy one. This was the portal for light and conscious ETs. He sent $111.72. I don't want people to get intimidated to think that they have to send that much. No, there's regular donations of $20, $10, $15. It's all support, and everything is appreciated. I'm just changing the value of knowledge. That is Robert E., who sent $20 for wanting to know about a question about Jesus and the family. So that is how we do the Tehuti podcast. We're about to get right started. One moment, please. Okay, we are back. And so we're about to start right now with the Tehuti pod class. Everybody, get your Cash Apps, PayPals ready to support. We're gonna actually show the very first question that was sent in, the first donations and questions that were sent in. I'm seeing a lot of support that has been sent in. So, for example, who's the first supporter today in the Tehuti pod class? It is who is this? Oh, that is Sherry Cobb. No, that's for MetaNetter Monday. That's for MetaNetter Monday. So no, not that one. That's not for this. Oh my goodness. Ooh, I'm gonna wait for the team to come up for see this monster support. But here we go. So here we go. We're gonna go for starting right off with the monster support. A man who we haven't seen in a long time. I was always asking about him. I was a little worried. I was like, this brother donates every single class. Why haven't I seen him in a while? He could even send an email, or he can come into the chat. But I haven't seen the brother in a long time. So this brother here, let me go ahead and put him on the screen. And we're going to give him some big noise. And let me go ahead and put this on the screen here. The first donation, this is actually the second one. The first one's actually bigger than this. This is the first donation of the Tehuti pod class that I am showing to the room. And let me go ahead and put that on the screen right now. Let's give this man a big round of applause. And this is none other than the awesome, fabulous man himself, Vortex Ninja, who comes in with one of the very first supports of today's class, $50 already starting off the class, everybody. Shout out to you. Let me drop a bomb for him. Thank you so much. We're actually starting off big. This is awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and give you a big round of applause. Vortex Ninja, nice to have you back. Whatever happened, glad that you are safe. Peace and love to you, my good brother Vortex Ninja. You are a great, consistent supporter. You have been supporting ever since you came by. You've been supporting, and I appreciate you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and put this as the first. You're definitely up there for this month's top supporters. You're as usual. You're always, when it comes to the consistent supporters and the top supporters, you are always in the list, which I'm going to be showing next week. I'm going to be showing a list of the top supporters of July, and then I'll show it again at the end of the month. Let me go ahead and save this. Thank you so much, Vortex Ninja. You are fabulous. Appreciate you, my good brother. Vortex Ninja. Thank you so much. You are excellent. And I'm glad that you are safe out there. That's the main thing I was concerned with that you're getting the knowledge. I just hope that you're safe out there with the knowledge and everything that's going on. Okay, and I'll do one more donator, then I'm going to get into the next donation question. And we have the brother T-Bull, who actually sent me, this was actually a few days ago, he sent me this for supports, and he purchased the Melanin Dark Consciousness book. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. T-Bull. Thank you very much, T-Bull, for book and the teaching also. Let me see if that's in the room. That's showing on in the room here. Not yet. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you very much, T-Bull. You are awesome. Appreciate you. So there's $10 for the PDF book, Melanin Dark Consciousness. Thank you so much, my good brother, for supporting and eat of that knowledge as you deserve to. This is a brother that actually, I had relationships with this brother. He actually provides me with certain hip-hop material. And he didn't know that at the time the person he was watching on Sonnetter blowing him away was actually me. And when I was talking about snakes, he thought it was, I said something about brother, and he thought that was my brother. And I was like, no, that's actually me. And he found out that I'm actually the one he was watching on Sonnetter all this time, or at least those times there. So shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And he also sent in another $10. So he sent in ebook. One was called ebook, one was support, and this is the other one right here. So in total, it is $20 that he sent in. And there he is on the screen again. Shout out to you, T-Bull, again. Appreciate your support. You're always supporting. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. Okay, everybody, we're going to stop right there. We're going to get into the first donation question of the Tehuti pod class. Let me check the room, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see me clear. I'm going to shrink this down. I'm going to go ahead and shrink this down at the bottom so you know where to Cash App, where to PayPal, and how to support. I'm going to have as a little running screen at the bottom. Not that one, the small one. There it is right there. Boom, so there it is at the bottom, PayPal, at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amu. And you can send in your support to the Tehuti pod class. I already see some great support has been sent. We're going to get into the very first question of the Tehuti pod class. If you all are ready, like I said, press a 9. I'm going to check the chat, see if you all can hear me. And remember,
your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And here we go, everybody. Ready? Let me check the room to see the 9s. Okay, now I got Tiger. We're gonna put you all the way from India. We're gonna put you away for just a moment. I'm gonna answer this question. I need my hands to answer. You're nice and warm. Nice and warm. Everybody say peace to Naga Tiger. He's about to step out. Look at the beautifulness of him. How long is he keeps on going and going and going and going and going? Okay. All right, Naga Tiger, we're going to put you right here for a minute. And I got to get into answering this question. And Neith, you can stay on the hat. Not a problem. Okay, Naga Tiger, we're going to put you over here for just a moment. Hold on. Okay, everybody, I see the nines. I see the nines. We're about to get ready. This is about to be good. I see the nines coming in. The nines are coming in. Naga Tiger, you go in there and stay chill and relax. For just a moment. I'll get with you in just a minute when the team comes in. Okay, everybody, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We're about to get into it. I want everybody to know. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit. I want everybody to know that your questions control the class. You ask a question, you send it in, and you get a mini documentary. Let me go ahead and fix this. And let me ask if a brother named XA is in the room. Is a brother named XA in the room today? Is XA in the room today? I have a big announcement about the good brother XA. He is a part of the family, and I have a great announcement about him. Let me go ahead and fix this. That's clear. Is XA in the room? XA, are you here? When XA comes in the room, people tell me. I have a big surprise. Not a surprise. I had a surprise for him. There he is. Brother XA is a part of the family. As soon as I take this break, after I answer this beautiful question, XA is going to come to the screen with the team. And I'm going to tell everybody what special day this is for Mr. XA and what special thing we did as a family for the good brother XA, also called Ka. I did a whole class on him also. Okay, everybody, you ready? You can hear me. Let me go ahead and get some agua and start the Tehuti pod class. First question that was sent in. Let's go see what that question is. What is that question sent in? Let me go and see here. The first question, let me pull it up. And everybody's wondering about the Killah priest coming up and what's this voodoo thing, what's happening. It's going to be a beautiful class today. Beautiful, beautiful class. Let's see what this first question is. First question is, the first question is the brother, a brother, he's actually asked me to keep him anonymous. That's another thing too. If you send in a donation into Cash App and PayPal and you want it to just be anonymous, you can write in there, keep name anonymous. And when you do that, when you put keep name anonymous, I'll just show the Cash App donation and I won't say your name. This particular brother has requested that. So let me go ahead and get the name out. So let me see something here. This is it. Okay, that's that. This one doesn't have a donation. Okay, this is it. I scratched it out. Okay, everybody, let me go ahead and put this in the room. This was a large support donation. It was actually from multiple things. This was last week and I couldn't get to it because we ran out of time, but I'm going to get to it right now. And he sent multiple donations for questions and books. And this should be the last part of what he what I'm answering. Let me see if I can get him right here. Where is he? Boom. Open up that screen right there. And then put this over here. Let's see if it shows. There it is right there. Okay, boom. Here we go. All right, everybody, I'm about to show it right now. Let me do a screen share and show this big donation. What is it in Chrome? Is it in Chrome? Question number. There it is. Boom. And everybody, look at this. $180 that was sent in right before last week's class. I couldn't get a chance to get to it, or 2 classes ago I didn't get it. I just saw it. I couldn't get a chance to get to it. Then when I finally could get to it, I didn't get a chance to answer it. Were the Kemetans the first to practice circumcision? And 2, to boys and girls? If so, why is it necessary today? And he also sent for the ebooks that I have, which he received, and then he sent in a question about raising a young black boy in America. I told him that we'll set up a one-on-one for that, because that's a personal thing that I couldn't answer without gathering a lot of information. Everybody particular is raised up under different circumstances. People are on different levels of understanding. One boy is not the same as another. The parents are not the same. So a question like that, I could end up answering a question like that and answer it for the wrong boy. Wrong answer it, and the parent says, that was an awesome answer to it, but none of those things you said apply to this particular boy. So I always like to answer factually. So we're going to do a one-on-one or something to that effect, so I can direct the answer particularly to him, his family, particularly to the young man, and answer like that. But this answer here, this question here about circumcision, beautiful question, everybody. 2 questions actually. Where were the Kemetans the first to do circumcision? And was it to boys and girls? What an interesting question. Boys and girls. I think this is 4 questions. So one question is, were the Kemetans the first to do circumcision? That's question number 1. 2 question is, was it to boys and girls? That's another question. The other question is, why? And the other question is it necessary today? So that's 1, 2, 3, I think 4 or so questions right in that one question. $180. Let me give this brother some big noise again, even though we've already given him big noise, but he's going to get big noise again. Okay, let me give him some big noise. So first of all, let me give him his horns. Let me give him a big round of applause. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. Let me give him a big round of applause. Thank you, good brother. And this brother's doing some big, excellent things. He wants to be anonymous until he can tell me and the moderators what he wants to talk to us about. But he's doing some very, very big, world-changing things. Shout out to this brother. $180. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. And let me drop a bomb for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you so much. Okay, everybody, are you ready? Are you ready? We're going to get into the first answer of the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it. We're all clear. You can hear me fine, see me good, and we're going to get into it. Here we go. What is this circumcision thing? Where did it come from? Let's go. Ready? Here we are. Boom, boom, and boom. I should be sharing screen in just a moment. See right there. Here we go. Can everybody see that? Let me go back and see if everybody can see it. Yes, you should be able to see it. Here we go. Boom. What is circumcision? Circumcision, what is it? Everybody seems to know what it is. Most people in the room are circumcised, actually. Do they even know why? Where did it come from? Who was the first to bring it? Is it a good thing? Is it bad? But circumcision, what is it? What is its purpose? And who brought this concept to the world? Should it be done to men and women? Again, you will find out all of the above and more only here at the Tehuti Pod class. Let us begin. When we think of circumcision class, when we think of circumcision as a religious or customary practice, what religion or people immediately come to mind? Let me check the room. What people come to mind immediately? What religious people come to mind right off the bat as soon as we say circumcision as a religious or customary practice? Who immediately comes to mind? Go ahead and just type it in the room. What religious group, what organization, who actually comes right to mind? There we go. We have Shannon sounds like I'm in a temple. Maybe. Oh, we got the Jewish. Haras says, this is a great question. Yes, it is a great question. Jewish, Jews, right? Why is that? Why not Chinese? Why not Barbadians? Why not Seventh Adventists? Why not Jehovah's Witnesses? But the Jews, see everybody put the same answer? Jewish, Jews, Jews, Jew, Jewish, Jew. Everybody comes to the same exact answer, right? Why is that though? Why is it? Abraham, right? Which, there we go. Abraham, the father of the Jews. See how it works? So why is this happening? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, where you will find out why. Because that is a psyops. And Tehuti's here to break psyopses and matrices and free your mind to the truth. You got it right, everybody. The Jews and Genesis, Abraham, there they are. The Jews and Jesus and Abraham. That's who comes to mind. Actually, the Bible verse that comes to mind, the beginning of circumcision, if you ask anybody in this room, please give me the first writings of circumcision. Where have you heard of circumcision written before? It will have to be Genesis 17:10. This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin. And it shall be the sign of the covenant between me and you. Genesis 17:10. Okay, does everybody see that? Genesis 17:10. That's where we get it from, right? One moment, hold on.
You can do this whole for us.
Okay. Genesis 17:10. Okay. And there they are. There's the Jews, as we're taught they look like, as they taught they exist. And there is Abraham and all the stories that we got. There it is. Okay. So, boom, yes. As they said in the podcast, I have a very smart chat. Abraham and the Jews as a covenant that would physically separate their appearance from the rest of the world, who God never told about circumcision. Thus, only Abraham's seed during his time were the only ones on the planet that were circumcised to distinguish them from the world. That's how the story works. There are several errors within this narrative. Well, first, look at who it attributes circumcision to. What is missing here? What's missing here? Let's go and see. Look at they attribute circumcision to. Abraham, right here. When you look him up in Wikipedia, there is Abraham. Let's look at the information. What is missing here, everybody? You see I have it in green because we're going to get into the psyops and the matrix. Here's Abraham. What's missing here? He has a spouse. He has another spouse. He has another spouse. Europeans like to call this concubine word. I keep asking them, what's the Hebrew word for concubine? What is, he had 3 wives, 3 mates, according to the story. I never heard Abraham say anything about concubine. I don't know what in the world that's supposed to be. But so here we have his mates. We have something is missing here, everybody. You know what's missing here? Something very, very, very vital. Yes, a date. When scrolled down historically about this Abraham who invented or who came up with or who was given the circumcision, historically it says in the early middle 20th century, leading archaeologists such as William E. Albright and G. Ernest Wright, and biblical scholars such as Albright and John Bright believe that the patriarchs and matriarchs were either real individuals or believable composites of people who lived in patriarchal age, 2nd millennium BC. But in the 1970s, new arguments concerning Israel's past and the biblical text challenged these views. These arguments can be found in Thomas L. Thomas' Historicity of the Patriarchal Narratives in 1974 and John Van Setter's Abraham in History and Tradition, 1975. Thomas, a literary scholar, based his argument on archaeology and ancient texts. His thesis centered on the lack of compelling evidence that the patriarchs lived in the second millennium BC, and noted how certain biblical texts reflected first millennium conditions and concerns. Van Serters examined a patriarchal story that argued that their names, social milieu, and messages strongly suggest that they were Iron Age people. That they were not second millennium BC, but they were actually of the Iron Age. They were Iron Age creations. The Iron Age. What time period is that, everybody? Let's go to Encyclopedia Britannica and let's see what the Iron Age is. Iron Age, final technological and cultural stage in the Stone Age, Bronze, Iron Age sequence, the date of the full Iron Age in which this metal was for the most part replaced bronze and implements weapons in varied geographical beginnings in the Middle East, Southeastern Europe, about 1200 BC, but in China not until about 600 BC. This makes perfect sense because 1200 BC would be around the time of the Canaanites, from where these stories and names are actually from, the Canaanites. The biblical writers tried to write themselves in 2000 BC, but there was nobody running around calling themselves any of these names at that time. But there were Canaanites in 1200 BC. And so here we are with this Abraham story. 1200 BC, yet other parts of encyclopedia say Abraham is 2000 BC. Abraham flourished early second millennium BC. You see? So they can't figure out when Abraham was. Look at this. Abraham, 2000 BC. They don't know. They don't know what date Abraham is because they can't find any information on Abraham. This is the first red flag. There is no factual historical account, nor date, nor ancient record of the very man that was supposed to have introduced circumcision to the world to mark their culture, and that they were this quote-unquote seed of God. Notice the words. I want everybody to memorize the words that I have in quotations. So they wanted the world to mark their culture, that they were the quote-unquote seed of God, the chosen people, nonetheless, which were ever fictitious date we accept, just to play along. The fact is, there should be no other people following a quote-unquote culture that are circumcised on the earth before 1200 BC or 2000 BC, where the symbol of circumcision represents that they are the seed of God. That according to the Bible, Hebrews and Christians would be impossible, right? It'd be impossible for anybody to have any type of cultural circumcision when God ordained this to separate his seed from the rest of the world. That according to the Bible, Hebrews and Christians, that would be impossible. A culture, there's no culture before Abraham that used quote unquote circumcision to mark that they were a distinguished people of God, and circumcision marked that they are the seed, the chosen seed. So there should be nobody before Abraham that not only circumcised themselves, but the circumcision actually marked that they were a distinguished people of God and that they were the chosen people. There should be no culture because Abraham was to mark that. This is the pyramid text. It dates 2400 BC. This is what they call the pyramid text, what they call it. It is the matter of R, what they call the pyramid text. But here's the pyramid text. Nonetheless, it dates 2400 BC. Okay? 2400 BC. These people which they followed a culture called Ma'at. Guess how you spell that culture? Are you ready? Here is the culture that those people who had the pyramid text 2400 BC, here's how you spell the name of their culture. Meti, Meteti, Ma'at, testifier to the truth, true witnesses, agreement with the truth. Look how you spell it. Does anybody see anything interesting in the spelling there? I'll let you look at it for just a few moments. These are the writings that are in the pyramid text, as they call them, the pyramid text, the HERU, what they call the coffin text. This word Ma'at and Meti and Meterti. Anybody see anything interesting about this word? Let me go into the room and see if you saw it. Let me interact with you. Anything interesting about the about how that word was spelled? Did you see anything interesting at all? Anything stood out? Let me close some of these windows here. Close this window here. I don't want any kind of interference. NASA, can you send me that? NASA, new tab, close that one out. Anybody saw anything interesting about the spelling at all? Anything interesting about the spelling of the word Ma'at? There's a penis. Okay, we're getting somewhere. There's a penis. Okay. As I've said, a big wood, but there's a penis in the spelling of these particular people's culture. That means the images that they're showing you are symbols that represent their culture, because the images are used to make the word that is the name of their culture. Let's go back and see this word Ma'at and Met. Let's go and take a look at it and see. This is all the way back 2000 BC, 2400 BC. This is going far back. Let's take a look at that word again, and let's break the matrix. Are you ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Oh, there's a penis there. Boom. A circumcised penis is the first symbol that represents the culture of a people over 400 years before an Abraham that we can't find. Let me bring you closer to the actual temple wall so you can see it in stone with detail. That it is unmistakably a circumcised penis that spells the word Ma'at. There it is right there. Get a good look. That is the letter. That is the M, and it's mit. It is a circumcised penis that spells the name of a culture. They, which is we, also acknowledge that we were the seed of God. So remember, the children of Israel are called the children of God. They're the seed of God from Adam, created directly from God. The chosen people, the chosen seed, the holy people. They are marked separate from the rest of the world because they are circumcised. And that is their individual, distinct culture that distinguishes them from the rest of the world. But in 2400 BC, the followers of Ma'at acknowledged that they were the seed of God. Guess how you spell that? Seed of God. Here it is again. Met. The same word. Look at that. Met. Seed. Offspring. Descendancy. You see the erect penis? You see the circumcised penis? Metut neter. The emission of God. What is the emission? The sperm. The seed. The seed of God. The metut neter. Metut het. Generations of men and women. There's the word for the seed of God. There's the Met. And boom. Sorry, Abraham. We can't find you. And you're 400 to 1200 years late to your claim. We already existed. And not only taught the world circumcision, it was directly connected to the Kemetic story. The circumcision wasn't just something random, like the brother said. What was the purpose of circumcision? There was plenty, but it was a part of the theme of Kemet, the Kemetic story. Jews and Hebrews have no biblical definition of why they got circumcised. It was just a covenant between them and God. But what does it actually mean in the writings? What does it mean in their culture? They don't have any ancient writings to even read about it, but the circumcision is actually a part of the story in Mahat. Here we go. So, what is the symbolism, origin, and physical benefits that the followers of Ma'at people along the Nile, the first doctors, the first surgeons, you see, you can't have let me get into the room for a second. I want everybody to think. Let's break the matrix right here. Hebrews, old Christians, or whatever name you have, you can't have circumcision without a surgeon, can you? I don't know. I guess you could. Well, in 2000 BC, you're circumcising. There's no anesthetics. There's nothing to clean up. Nothing to no desanitizer. Nothing. You just would take a rock and just start chopping the penis and let it there to get infected. And he's just walking around. Was there any Hebrew doctors? Had to be, because you can't just be cutting and chopping into people's skin. You don't have any medical information. You don't have any way to disinfect. You are using your dirty hands. Where are you washing your hands? What tools are you using? What are you putting on the skin afterwards? Just chop it with a stone and let them just bleed and just wrap it up with what? What are you wrapping it up with? Have you invented paper yet? Have you invented cloth? Is there any archaeology of any ancient Hebrew cloth? Any ancient Hebrew medication? Any ancient Hebrew medicine? Any ancient Hebrew antiseptics? Any ancient Hebrew disinfectants? Is there anything that has been found in history? Because you just tell the story, we just invented circumcision. Yeah. No. There has to be surgeons, doctors. It has to be a clean process. Did you get infected? How did you clean it after? Just with the river from the Nile? Any doctors? And you see, the psyops is to introduce you to the religious aspect without the cultural civilization aspect of reality. When you get into religion, you forget that reality exists. That means you think it's a world of just God talking to people. Meanwhile, when your child gets sick, you have to take him to the doctor. That's reality. No matter what religion you believe in, everybody here has either gone to the doctor or has taken their child to the doctor. Everybody here in the medicine cabinet, what's inside of your medicine cabinet, people? Is it just herbs? Herbs that you picked from outside? What's in your medicine cabinet? Is there any people that put together how do you make toothpaste? What's the procedures? What do you need to do? Would you just get paste and stick it together and put it in a tube? Civilization and technology has to be able to make these things. If you can't make these things, the religion comes and just assumes that all these things already exist. No. If you take two naked people and put them in a forest, they don't have a pen. They don't invent a pen either. Take two babies and put them out in the forest and fold your hands. And when you die, your son's going to fold his hands. And when he dies, his son's going to fold his hand. And when he dies, his son's going to fold his hand. And when he dies, and I bet 200 years will pass by and not a pen will be invented. I bet they won't invent paper. If you just take two naked babies and put them out in the wilderness and let them evolve on their own without access to any society, I bet they don't start saying, let's make some ink and they're gonna ink and make some paper. No. It takes how many years did Homo sapiens exist on this planet before we had the first pen? Even if we say paper developed in Egypt 5,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, but how long has Homo sapiens been walking the planet? 350,000 years. So it takes from 350,000 years till 4,000 years ago to make a pen. Hebrews, how did you do that? You haven't been here that long. Where'd you get the sanitizer? We have hand sanitizer now, so we feel comfortable. We have medicine and things to clean us and alcohol and disinfectant now. Did the caveman have that? Did the Australopithecine bishopi have that? Did the Heidelberg man have that? Did the Bascot man have that of 11,000 years ago? No. It takes hundreds of thousands of years without any help from above. Just man on the planet, 350,000 years has to go by before you can invent rubbing alcohol before you can invent, because there's no record of it until recently. So how did the Hebrews have it? Where is it? No, they did not have it. I want everybody to think about that, because people claim the Hebrews were writing, doing all this stuff. Where did the pen come from? Where did the invention of clothes come from? Ancient primitive man of 350,000 years ago were not wearing tassels and pants. Where did that come from? Let's get back to it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Let's get into reality and how actual civilization develops with true reality, not biblical reality. All right, so here we go. So we had doctors, surgeons we brought to the world, and how brilliant we were. If we look closely at the erection, which is resurrection, of the Neter Asar, the father of the holy child, we see that by the penis being circumcised, it clearly separates the pyramidion shape of the head, distinguishable from the shaft. Here's our reason. So when you look and you see the story of Asar, what do we see? We see that the penis head is actually separated from the shaft through circumcision, creates this visualization of separation. It's not just one hood going over the whole penis, but the separation actually imitates the pyramidion shape, the top of the wheat head shape. Can you see it, everybody? Can you see it? And here it is right here. This is Asar. You can see the top of his penis. This is a specific shape that represented something in our culture. It was the Aku shape, or what the Greeks call the pyramidion shape, which had to be separate from the shape of the shaft. It had to look like a triangle. This is an actual word that we had in our culture. The word was ka. It was a sloping Aku of ascended rebirth, and ben, which equals son, which comes from the rebirth of you having sex. That which comes from the erected penis. So here we go, everybody. Here is the ka, the side of the step pyramid. You see the word ka? That's the ka. It means to erect. It means to rise up. It means to exalt. It means to go up, like an erection, like going up steps. You see the steps right there? That's the shape of the triangle. Here's the word ka again. What does it mean? Exalted, to rise up. It's an erection. It's resurrection. It is ka. It is the shape of a pyramidion that is very necessary in the culture of Ma'at because it represents the Asar story. Here's our reasoning. Here's our circumcision. It makes sense to us. It's a part of our story. Hebrew Israelites, what does it mean to you? What does it mean to you? Remember, this is 2400 BC. Abraham's, even if there was an Abraham, he's not even born yet. We already have an established culture where the circumcision is actually a part of an actual Meduneta word with a story that ties back to the erection and resurrection of Asar. It is the Ben. This is the Ben stone. And the reason why it's called stone is because it represents the erection, hard as stone or hard as wood or rock, or the min, something that's stabilized, that they call the obelisk. The obelisk, really the Ben. And it was another word for a stone, but a particular stone, a stone that's shaped in what they call pyramidion shape, which is the top of the penis, which causes erection and then resurrection when you have a child. Guess what the Bible Quran word for son is? They stole it right there. There it is, Ben. So now we have the Ben, which was the pyramidion, the top of the penis head. And it was a word that's associated with son, a son having a child. And then the Hebrew word for son is Ben and Nun. And look at that, everybody. That's the top of the penis head of Asar right there, which forms the pyramidion shape, but a sloping one. Can you see how it slopes more there? Notice there's nothing on the other side of it. I want everybody to look closely, please. There's nothing the Kemetians do. There's not an accident. Your penis is round on all sides, isn't it, gentlemen? Gentlemen, when you look at your circumcised penis, isn't it round or going around on all sides? The penis head is like a mushroom. It goes around on all sides. It's not straight right here and then a slope right here. Look how the Kemetians drew Asar's penis. It's purposely sloped in an angle and forms a pyramid top a little ways away from this end. And then this bottom is flat as if this is on the ground. This is the slope of the ka. The same word right here, this ka, it's a slope. And it represents ascension, going up. That is the shape of the top of Asar's penis head.
which has to be distinguished from the rest of it to make it look like a pyramid. And circumcision is what causes that look. Have you ever looked close at the apron? The apron that the pharaohs, the Par-ee, wear over the phallus? Right now what I'm doing is I'm answering questions that people have in their mind in the pod class that they're asking to themselves and never even sent it in. What's the apron? Why do the Kemetans wear an apron? According to your Kemetic teacher. According to your channel, why do the Kemetans wear an apron? What was the apron? Let me actually, before I show it, let me go into the room and interact with everybody. So, according to the room and the Kemetic channels, because I know that I'm not the first so-called Kemetic teacher on the planet. So everybody in this room must be following some other person on YouTube or some other book. What's the apron represent according to the Kemetic priest that you follow? Because I know there is priests out here, right? We have Kemetic priests today. So the Kemetic priests, the Kemetic priests and the pharaohs wore this type of apron. Please type in the room what your Kemetic teacher taught you, whether it's Dr. Ben, whether it's Dr. Clark, whether it's Jabari, whether it's whoever it may be. What did they teach you the apron was? And where can we find it in the papyrus? Anybody know? Because I know I didn't come here to this planet with this knowledge, right? It must be, if Kemetic knowledge has been here since the 60s, and everybody's been in Kemet, we all see King Tut, and all the pharaohs have this big apron on. Has anybody ever asked since 1960 till July 14th, 2023? Has anybody ever asked, what is the apron? Why are these men wearing an apron? And what was the answer that your Kemetic teacher gave you? Go. Anybody? No. No, they don't. But don't worry, there's Kemetic priests out here. So here we go. Let me go ahead. So if you want to find out, you can go to the Kemetic priests. But it seems like from 1960 till now, nobody's ever taught why these men are wearing an apron and why the Kemetic priests of today are not. You see, it's cool. Let me tell you something, everybody. It's cool to wear an ankh. It looks cool. It's pretty. Cool to wear a nice chain with a Nefertiti piece. It's even cool to wear a little neck piece. It's cool to have a shirt. But the Kemetic priests, why are you not wearing an apron? That's the dress code of them. If you're the Kemetic priest, you should be wearing the apron, right? Or did they just wear it? They only held an ankh. They only had an ankh chain. And the wives had ankh earrings and they had a particular dress code to be a priest, right? That's a Kemetic priest. Let's break this matrix. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Let's break the matrix and let's get rid of the false nonsense that's out there and get rid into the knowledge, the true knowledge. Everybody's seen King Tut. There is literally no person in this room who has not seen an image or heard of King Tut. And almost every time you see his full body, he has this big dress on. Do you notice the dress? And it's always over the phallus. Look at the shape of the dress. And yes, our science is copied daily by architects of the matrix, such as George Washington, now wearing the apron with the compass and the square, representing what? Imhotep, the first geometrist, the first one of geometry, the first one to know how to build a pyramid, as they say. Imhotep, what did he build? According to them, the first step pyramid. So he's the first builder of the pyramid according to European common knowledge. So there is George Washington. And the pyramid steps, how many are there? 7. So of course the George Washington, he has to put on the pyramid, the apron with the eye on the top, the eye with the letter G in the middle of the compass and the square, which would be used to build something. And A, B, C, D, E, F, 7 steps, 7th letter, G, of course, because the pharaohs, the Par-ee, and the priests wore the pyramid over their waist. That today they're calling an apron. It's not an apron. They didn't use it for food to drop on. It's not an apron. That doesn't look like an apron to me. But they call this an apron, and it represents geometry, and they actually put a G in the center of it. Let's get into it. The penis was the pyramid shape, and that's why you see the pyramid shape directly over the penis. directly over, hiding that part. He's naked everywhere. But right over here, there's a pyramid pointing upwards right over his phallus, which is also in the shape of a pyramid or an aku, to match Osiris in the erection resurrection theme. So what is our word for circumcision for a circumcised phallus? In the Mednetter, let me take you to the dictionary of Middle Egyptian, and specifically the Gardner's classification and its corresponding, the ancient Egyptian dictionary, Wallace E. Budge, and here is the concise dictionary of of Middle Egyptian, Raymond O. Faulkner, and here we are. And look at this, it is hen, penis, hen, henin. You see that it is penis. To plow something, to break the ground, the earth, the woman, to plow inside of her, to plant your seed. The henu, the hen, henu, the plows. Let me come into the room and tell you all what you've never been told. The penis is the thing that erects and represents the ka, which we looked at the word ka, and ka means to exalt. It means to go upwards, to erect, which is the same thing that a star's penis does, the same thing a man's penis has to do to create a child. It has to erect. The symbol of erection or up is this right here. It's the ka, and it's also the aku, ascending upwards. The circumcised penis, what is it called? What's that word that everybody's been saying in class that I never told everybody what it meant? What's that word everybody's been saying in class before they say my name? They say something ahati, something great SABA. What's the word everybody's been saying? What's the word everybody's been saying? They say it's praise, right? What's that word everybody says? They say hailed. What's the word they're saying? Type it in the room, everybody. You all say it every single pod class. You say it every time somebody, here it is, henu. Henu. Did anybody ever tell you what this meant? Anybody? The whole class is saying it, and they say it's praise. Why? Because the macrocosm principle of the understanding of what praise is. When you see the Christians praising and they're raising their hand to Jesus and they're going like this, praise to the Father, praise to, and they have to have their hands in the ka symbol, because ka means to erect. It means to rise, to resurrect. That is the part that goes into the next realm, resurrects into the next realm in the afterlife, and it's called the ka. And it represents the erected Asar, or the resurrected, the re-erected HERU, because he's re-erected. Asar was the erected, and then HERU resurrected or re-erected from the word res. So re-erected. Henu, Henu, Henu Tehuti. Henu, Henu. That is the name for the circumcised penis, which the Kemetians always integrated sexuality into spirituality. It is the religious people of today that separate it. It is the Christian people of today. It is the Muslim people. It is the Jews that separate spirituality, as they call it, from biological imperative sexuality, but not the people along the Nile, not the followers of Ma'at. So that's the same word. Henu, Henu, praise, is the same word for penis. Because to praise somebody is to exalt them, put them on a higher level, to exalt them up, to raise them up, to put them higher. Praise, like you're raising them, like you're pushing them up, which is what a penis does. So that's the same word for praise, is the same word for penis, resurrected penis. There's your first time learning that word on the Tutti Pod class. Let's go, everybody. Are you ready? Let us continue. And here we are. Here we are. That's right. Annie, etc. Everybody actually put Henu. And Nema, Henu. That's right. Which is penis. Are you ready? Here we go, everybody. Welcome back to the presentation section, and here we are. HERU, to plow. The penis plows and lays the seed. It is phallus, circumcised penis, is the HERU, the henin, which is the same as the plow. Integrated with the farmer, integrated with fertility, and integrated with the penis of Osiris. Circumcised, though, please. When we go to the temple of Sobek, we see there is the seed of life sperm coming out just like the plow that digs into the ground. The phallus does the same. So when we go to the temple of Sobek and come Umbo, what do we see? We see the same symbols for seed that are with the plow, and the same dots that are underneath the word Ta for the earth are the dots that are coming out of the penis, because it is the HERU, fertility. That's actually HERU right there. You see it? Thus resulting in the definition of Sobek. Sobek, what does it mean? To make pregnant. Because the woman has had the HERU. She's been made pregnant. That's actually what Sobek means. To make pregnant. That's what the penis actually does. It doesn't mean a pregnant woman. It means to make pregnant. Did you know that one of the most important standards of the people who built KEMET was cleanliness, and that the body was a temple, and that this is the major benefits of circumcision? Thus, before you enter a woman's body and Sobek, make her pregnant, you must follow the other principles of Sobek. Guess what else Sobek means? So Sobek is the impregnator, which is on the wall symbolized. The impregnator is the ejaculating penis, erected penis, and it is the clean penis that's Sobek that makes a person pregnant. And what else does Sobek mean? So Sobek is the impregnator, but to get a woman pregnant, you have to follow the other principle, which is what? To be clean before you enter her, because she is the temple. So guess what else the Kemetine said Sobek means? It means to clean. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. The same symbol for impregnating somebody is the same word Sobek for clean, because when you are clean and healthy, they call that today wholesome. I have a wholesome diet. I don't want to go eat junk foods. Where do you want to go to? Whole foods. Whole is where the word healthy, wealth, and all those words are the same word. Health, whole, wholesome. It means that 360 degrees of you is in harmony. You're eating a wholesome food. Let's go to whole foods. Whole developed the same word, well. You are not sick, you are well. You are healthy, you are whole. So let's go to the wellness center. All the same word for whole. So what does Sobek mean? It means clean and a whole body. The whole body. Not a part of you that is damaged, not a part of you that is filthy. You must be clean, your whole body. And of course, including the most important part that has to go up into a woman, exalted, erection. You see, no matter what direction you have, what position you have sex with a woman, they always say you're going up in her. What do you mean by up? What if she's laying down? Am I still going up? Well, if she's laying down like this and I'm laying down and we're having sex, am I not just going horizontally? I'm not going up. I'm going horizontally, right? If we're in a doggy style position, I'm going horizontally. So why do they keep saying that I'm going up in her? I went up in her. What if she sits on top of me? I'm going up. But what if she's at the bottom? Am I still going up if I'm pumping downwards? Because up was symbolic of the exalted resurrected penis, the ka, to go up into something, because the penis is what's going up. It has to resurrect upwards before it can go into anything. It has to stand up, the resurrected penis, into the temple, which is the woman, the holy temple, the temple with the hole. That's actually what it is. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. So Sobek is the complete body, and it is the cleansed body. Boom, the benefits of circumcision to recreate that holy environment to produce the holy child, not defile the woman's temple, the woman's body, not to defile that. Did you know one of the Neterts in KEMET of fertility, one of the Neterts, the female goddesses, that Ramesses worshipped? Did you know there's something about her? So one of the female deities that Ramesses worshipped, right here. Here she is right here. Ramesses worshiping. Do you know what her name is? This is called the Stella of Kadesh. 1292, 1186 BC. Now located in Museo Egizio. This is one of the fertility deities right here. Does anybody know what her name is? Guess what her name is? Her name is Kodesh. Now Kodesh, the fertility netert of Ramesses that Ramesses worshipped. I just taught you that you had to be sobek, clean, circumcised before you enter into the holy place. Guess what the ancient word for holy is, everybody? This is the netert Kadesh. This is her right here that Ramesses is worshiping. Guess what the ancient word for holy is? An old word. Uh-oh. Kadesh. Kadesh, everybody. 6944. Here it is. A thing that's hallowed and holied. Because what is hallowed and holied is from the word hollow, which is the watery canal of the vagina. That's where holy comes from. It comes from Kadesh, the vagina deity, the fertility deity that we see Ramesses worshiping over here, called Kadesh. There they are giving praise. Not a problem. In full regalia, and this is Kodesh. Kodesh is an old word that became the word for holy. And guess what it is in Hebrew, though? Because in ancient times, to be holy was to have sex, was to be fertile. So guess what the Hebrews did? Guess what the Christians did? They made a new definition for Kodesh. It means whore. Now Kadesh is whore, but Kadesh is holy. The holiness, the sanctuary, the woman's vagina. Boom, Kodesh. Now let us continue. Has modern day science finally found out the benefits of circumcision? Because we've been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. But what does modern day science say about it? What are they just finding out now? Well, we go to Mayo Clinic. Under the circumcision section, it says, easier hygiene. Circumcision makes it simpler to wash the penis. However, boys with uncircumcised penises can be taught to wash regularly beneath the foreskin, decreasing risk of urinary tract infections. The risk of urinary tract infections in males is low, but these infections are more common in uncircumcised males. Severe infections early in life can lead to kidney problems later. Imagine this. The ancient ones are circumcising. They're the first doctors preventing kidney problems. You know what happens to you if you have a kidney problem? It's called death. Yes, that's right. It's called death. So when you have a kidney problem and you don't get it fixed, it's called death. Imagine that being sobek, clean, and being henu, praised, raised, exalted in circumcision, could actually prevent your death. Here's our reason, ancient Hebrews. Here's what we knew. Here's what we can show in the language. Can you show the same? That there's any scientific reason, any reason other than this is a covenant between me and you to separate you and distinguish you from all the people. Forget about those other people that are on the planet 1,200 years before you who are already circumcising, who uses the word circumcision, the letters of circumcision to define their a spiritual culture, and the actual word is a word that means the seed, the holy seed of God. Forget about them. They don't exist, Abraham. You are going to get circumcised, and it's going to symbolize that you're the holy seed, and you're distinguished from everybody on the planet Earth. And Abraham's like, but God, what about the people over here in KEMET? They already have it in their language for thousands of years, and it already means the way of life, and it already means cleanliness, and it already means the seed of God. Forget about them, Abraham. It doesn't matter. They don't exist in the future. Nobody will know. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to say they're evil. That's what we'll do. We're going to say they're evil. Those are pagans, and nobody will go read their books because those are the evil people. Don't worry, Abraham. We got it all planned out. Those are the evil pagans, and nobody's going to go read the Purim HERU because when you bring up the Purim HERU, they're going to say it's a dead language. And just know that circumcision came from the Jews. But circumcision actually prevents death. It decreases risk of sexually transmitted infections. You can transmit sexual infections through an uncircumcised penis. Men may have a lower risk of certain sexually transmitted infections, including HIV. Still safe sexual practices remain essential. What else does it do? What else does circumcision help? Prevention of penile problems. Occasionally, the foreskin in an uncircumcised penis can be difficult or impossible to retract. Phimosis. This can lead to inflammation of the foreskin head or the penis, causing penile problems. Decreased risk of penile cancer. Although cancer of the penis is rare, it's less common in circumcised men. In addition, cervical cancer is less common in the female sexual partners of circumcised men. Imagine that, ladies. Imagine that. Imagine your partner being circumcised can actually lessen the risk of you getting cervical cancer because he's uncircumcised. Does this sound like Sobek? Does this sound like the word clean and a wholesome body? It does to me. Well, let's go to WebMD because we have circumcision decisions weighing the risks and benefits. Male circumcision reduces HIV, cervical cancer, syphilis, chlamydia. Man, it is time to reconsider the merits. If there was ever a chief safe one-dose vaccine that gave your newborn boy significant lifelong protection against AIDS and other sexually transmitted disease, as well as protection against cancer, various annoying infections, would you get it from him? Well, there is one. It's called neonatal circumcision. In studies published in the past decade, the removal of the foreskin provided a 50% reduction in HIV transmission, a threefold reduction in human papillomavirus, HPV infections, and female partners of circumcised men. HPV can cause cervical cancer and lower rates of syphilis and chlamydia. Wow, all this from a circumcised penis, which causes sterility. All this from an uncircumcised penis, which causes sterility and is a main sexual transmitted disease among teenagers. Circumcised infants were also roughly 10 times less likely to suffer UTI, urinary tract infections, and fevers. Circumcision can stop fevers, everybody. Oh my. Sounds like Sobek to me. Sounds like a wholesome body. Sounds like a wholesome body. I don't know what it is to the Hebrews. They can't give any Hebrew literature that's breaking down a word that actually benefits from the meaning of circumcision. It's just separate you from the whole world, and that's it. Yep. Associate them, and circumcision virtually eliminates serious penile cancer, which invade about 1 in 100,000 circumcised men. The evidence from Africa of circumcision potential role in AIDS prevention led to the New York Health Department in April to begin considering outreach programs to promote circumcision among gay adult men and drug addicts. Circumcision is doing a lot, would you say? Henu, Henu, Henu to the ancient people of the Nile Valley. Henu to the ancient people of Ma'at, which are us. Henu to you all for seeing and knowing this and passing this on to us, while the silly atheists mock you and call you spooky and insult you while they're walking around with circumcised penises because of you. Henu to you, Hail Ma'at. What is the what is the Medu word for pure hygiene? What is it? Here it is right here, everybody. It is Eb, Uib, Eb. It's also Eb, it's Ub, it's Wab. It's those are different pronunciations. Pure, purify oneself, to bathe, to cleanse, purification. Note where the pure symbol is positioned, everybody, right above the legs. Remember what I taught you earlier? The triangle, distinguished shape of the circumcised phallus head is the ascending ka, the biological imperative of the fertile man. Did you notice exactly where the apron is positioned? Right over the phallus. Let's go back to the word for wab, pure. See that symbol right there? And it's right, it goes right above the leg. You see that? Why is it like that? Why is the word for pure something looks like some liquid or something with a head on it or some water pouring or different ways you can look at it, but it's going right above, it's actually touching right above where the leg starts. And the word sobek, to make pregnant, is also the word for cleanse and cleanliness. Right above where the leg starts, well, let's go right above where the leg starts, and what do we get? We get where the beginning of what they're calling the apron is, which is the pyramidian symbol right above the legs covering the phallus, which is to be kept clean, which is circumcised, which is sobek, to make a woman pregnant and to be clean, so you don't pass these viruses around and have penile problems. You are a clean man. It is right above the phallus. Let me take you to the temple of Apti and show you the circumcised phallus of men, and look close at the symbol coming through the sperm. Remember this symbol here means to clean, and I say it's coming right above the leg where the so-called private part of man is, private part of woman is. Now let's go to the temple of Apti. In the temple of Apti and Karnak, see the netert men ejaculating. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? What is that? Here's a sperm coming out. What is this? What is this? Does this not look like this? Or is Tehuti going crazy? Tehuti's going crazy. Don't mind me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just seeing things. Here is the same symbol right here, right above the leg where your sperm would come out of, where you're supposed to be clean, the biological imperative, the erection area. Here is the apron in the erection area, shaped in the pyramidion of Ben erection, covering that which impregnates a woman, which should be sobek, which should be clean. And here is the temple of Apti with sperm and an erected circumcised penis with the exact same symbol going through the sperm that, if you look closely, looks like a sperm itself. But here it is, going through the sperm. Why? Why? You know why? Why? Because Mayo Clinic told you why. Mayo Clinic told you why. WebMD told you why. They told you why already. Why you should have a clean sperm. Why your sexual fluids should be clean. Why you should not be passing on impure, and how you could prevent it. If there was a one-stop, cheap way, if there was a cheap, safe, one-dose vaccine that gave your newborn boy significant, lifelong protection against AIDS and other sexually transmitted disease, what would it be? Circumcision. To be pure, right above the leg. To be uab, right above the leg. To be pure. And the pure symbol there going right through the sperm of the ejaculating circumcised penis. Boom. The pure, clean hygiene symbol is also the sperm itself, thus to have a clean conception for all the health benefits of hygiene. Your penis has to be, before entering, it has to be clean before entering the holy place. So the benefits of hygiene, thus to have a clean conception, a clean birth and pregnancy, a clean conception for all the health benefits of hygiene your penis has before entering the holy place, the Kadesh, the woman's body, for the rebirth and birth of a pure child. Oh, by the way, what do they call the birth of Jesus again? It's synonymous with virgin birth. But what's the word for it, everybody? Let me come in the room again. What is that word for? It's blank conception. Whenever they talk about this this holy birth of Jesus, they say the conception. What's that word? Type it in the room, everybody. What is that word? The conception. When you think about the holy birth of Jesus, it's called the something conception. And everybody always says that particular word. What's that word, everybody? Type it in the room. The what conception? What do they call Jesus' conception? The conception. What's the word? Type it in the room, everybody. What's the word of Jesus' birth? There it is. Thank you so much, Darius McNear. Thank you so much, Big Vapes. Thank you so much, Darius McNear. Harassed it for ye culture. Eric G, thank you, Eric G. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Decipher. Thank you, everybody who typed immaculate conception. Why do they always say that word? That's not even a common word that people use in the regular dialogue. Your parents don't come home and say, can you immaculate the house today? Can you have the house immaculate? But when it comes to that conception of that holy child, it's the same word. No matter where you go in America, no matter where you go in Canada, no matter where you go where they're speaking English, always it's a program word, immaculate conception, immaculate conception. And when you think of the immaculate conception, you think of a virgin birth, immaculate conception, virgin birth. But immaculate conception has nothing to do with the virgin birth, unless you think sex is dirty. Unless you're from a culture that teaches that sex is dirty. You may be from a cave, I'm not sure. You may be from an uncivilized culture that knows nothing about hygiene, that knows nothing about circumcision. You may be from a culture that doesn't have any surgeons yet. You may have a club on your on your shoulder, hit a woman over the head and drag her in the cave. You may be from those parts of the world where sex was actually dirty, and you pass it on your cultures and civilization as a concept to us, where we actually believe that watching a dirty movie is a porno. If you watch a movie of people having sex throughout the whole movie, they call it a dirty movie. When you think about having sex with a woman, they say, get your mind out of the gutter. But I don't know anybody who has sex in the gutter. Do you? A gutter is a place that's filthy. You got a dirty mind. You're a pervert. You're kinky. Your mind's polluted. All associating sex with something that's dirty. But yet in KEMET, sobek, to impregnate, was the same word for cleanliness. When you have a child and you don't have sex, yeah, that's the immaculate one. Hey, I have a child too. How'd you have a child, Tehuti? I had sex. You're the dirty one. You're the dirty one. You're the dirty one. How come? Because you had sex. So you're the dirty one. Well, how come Jesus is the immaculate one? Because there's no sex involved. The sex is dirty. So if you don't have sex, that's immaculate. But if you have sex, you're dirty. That's the psyops. Do you like it? It's X-rated. XXX. Cover your children's eyes. That's dirty. The dirt, they're filth. They're filthy-minded. Get your mind out of the gutter. None of those sentences exist in ancient times. Maybe to the Europeans. Virgin birth, everybody, the Immaculate Conception. Immaculate. Free from mental or moral pollution. So having sex is having moral pollution. Because Jesus is the only one. They don't say Abraham came from an Immaculate Conception. Unstained. If you have sex, you're stained, you're spotted, you're blemished. You see? You're pollution, you're not pure. You're pure if you're immaculate. Boom. Just a clean, healthy birth. That's all Immaculate Conception means. All of your children should have come from an Immaculate Conception. But if you're led to subliminally think that your sex is dirty, here comes all the viruses. How many sexually transmitted diseases were there in KEMET? There's a lot of syphilis and gonorrhea floating around. A lot of AIDS floating around. Is that what's going on? But when you're having clean sexual behavior, all of your sex is immaculate. All of it is. Not the virgin one. It's just a clean health. Birth due to complete, wholesome, clean, healthy body and a pure, clean sperm, reducing sexually transmitted diseases and, urinary tract infections, things that can be prevented by circumcision. You know, clean sperm entering a clean temple, the woman's body, making the woman holy het HERU. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. If you are getting this anywhere else, put the name of the video, the person in the room, and we will all go there and send the exact same question. But unfortunately, the new realm of consciousness is just to speak against things. So when you go to these other channels and see the Kemetic priests and see the conscious men, when they're doing a class, it's always, this person is exposing this person is debunking, this person is the lies of these people. What about what your culture actually teaches? Anything? Nothing? No, it's just about proving others wrong? No. So now that you have learned the in-depth, beautiful understanding of circumcision and its correlation to pure, clean life, do the architects of the matrix create a psyops and of course associate its medunetter ma'at meaning with the opposite in your mind? Of course they do. Of course they did. And again, that psyops will only be revealed here for the first time. Here, mark the date, which was actually last week's. Mark this date. And this is this week's one because I didn't get to do this before class ended. But it came out 7/7/23 here at the Tehuti pod class. Mark that date. Here we are in the same psyops Bible. Look at this madness now associated with the beautiful circumcision and its death, because circumcision to us is associated with life. Circumcision to them now is associated with death. Look at this, everybody. Now circumcision in the Bible is associated with death and foot fetishes. What, Tehuti? Circumcision and foot fetishes in the Bible? My pastor, Rabbi Cohen General, doesn't teach that. Exodus 4:24-26. At the lodging place way, the Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint knife and cut off her son's foreskin and touched that foreskin under the feet. And he put on the feet with it. And surely you are the bridegroom of a pure blood to me, she said. So the Lord let him live. The circumcision is associated with killing people here. In KEMET, it wasn't, but this is killing people. Moses was about to kill somebody. And Zipporah took a flint knife and cut off her son's foreskin and touched Moses' feet with it. What is this? Hebrews, Christians, talk to us. Talk to me. Just talk. It's okay. Let me know. So I just broke down the Kemetic scientific hygiene, the meaning of the word, the significance of the Ka, of the Henu, of the Ben, of the resurrection, the symbol of Osar, of the pyramid, of the immortal life, of the pyramid text, the stopping of chlamydia, syphilis, HIV, other sexually transmitted disease, of the word for impregnate, so Beck is also the word for cleanliness. That is all the Kemetic scientific breakdown. That makes sense, right, people? Can you tell me what taking foreskin and touching somebody's foot does? I don't know. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Maybe I should just become of those religions because I'm trying to see what the health benefits are of that. So if you're about to die, make sure, if you have some friends around you that are uncircumcised, make sure you cut, if you have a son, cut his foreskin off right there and take the guy that's about to kill your friend and tell him take his shoe, you gotta take his shoe off and just start rubbing it on his feet, because that's your hygienic principle. That's the hygiene. You cut off the foreskin and just start rubbing it off feet, and that will stop chlamydia and urinary tract infection. Forget about what the committees did. Forget about what science says. Forget about WebMD. Forget about Mayo Clinic. Just make sure, ladies, if you're about to get killed by somebody, make sure you cut off a foreskin. This will stop it. If God is coming, he'll save you. You're going to cut off the skin, take it, rub it on the killer's foot, and make sure you rub it, smudge it in, and then you'll be saved by the Lord. Somebody give me the scientific explanation. I know why the general won't allow you to debate me. Let's go. So we got foot fetishes and we got rubbing cut off foreskin on feet, and that will save your life. It's associated with death. Crazy, right? Welcome to the Matrix. Diametric Orwellian juxtapositioning. So welcome to this Matrix world that you're in now, where they make things the opposite and you never question it. It's diametric Orwellian juxtapositioning, where life symbolism becomes death. What is this image of? Anybody know? Everybody in the podcast, what is this an image of? Get a good look. I want you to get a good look. I'm going to describe it for you, and then you tell me what is this about. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing a bunch of dead men over here, and you're seeing this man. He has a bag. This isn't burritos or potato chips. No, he wants this woman. Everybody see this woman right here? So you know how much this woman costs? This woman cost these men's, this is foreskin. Do you see that on the table? This is a man dumping out foreskin to give to the father, so the father can sell his daughter for these foreskins that they just cut off of these men. That's circumcision. Where's that story from, though? Is it from the same place where you cut off a person's, you circumcise a person and rub it on another man's foot so you can save your life? Yes, it's from the exact same place. Welcome to the Bible. Welcome to the Torah. Welcome to Tehillim. Welcome to the Old Testament. Welcome to King David. Oh, nothing to see here. That's just King David after killing 200 men, then circumcising their dead bodies, then using decaying penis skin to buy a woman. You know, regular day for a woman in the Hebrew Bible. Regular day. How'd you get your man, girl? Ah, man, you wouldn't believe this. Oh, man, he bought me. He bought me with 200 foreskins, girl. He bought me. He bought me. 200 foreskins, what I cost. That's right. 200 foreskins. Here it is. 1 Samuel 18:27. David took his men with him and went out and killed 200 Philistines and brought back their foreskins. He circumcised these men and then counted out the full number to the king so that David may become the king's son-in-law. Then Saul gave him his daughter Michal in marriage. Wow, that's sick, Tehuti. That's why I'm glad I am a Muslim. Allah would never condone anything like that and associate circumcision with death. I'm so glad I chose a astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Rahmatullahi told. Astaghfirullah. I'm glad I became a Muslim because those Hebrew Israelites and crazy Christians are crazy. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. I'm glad I became a Muslim because Islam doesn't have anything like that. Nothing like that at all. Death of a 13-year-old girl sparks calls for the attention of FGM in Somalia. Fartam Hussein Ahmad bled to death after undergoing female genitalia mutilation, a practice that 98% of women in East Africa country undergo. A 13-year-old girl has died after undergoing female genital mutilation, FGM, in Somalia, as activists report a rise of the practice during the pandemic. Foratan Hassan Ahmed, the daughter of nomadic pastoralists, bled to death after being cut earlier this month. in the village of Jury Line in the state of Galmudug. Her mother said activists believe it is the first reported case of FGM fatality in Somalia since the death of 10-year-old Dika Dahir Noor in 2018. This is sick. I'm laughing at you think this is the first, but no, the first since the last death. With one of the highest rates of cutting in the world, East African country has no national law against the practice. We looked for a car to take her to the hospital, but could not reach us in time. We didn't know what to do. Later, we found a car, but she was already dead when it arrived. The Fortune mother, 94 Fortune, she said she stayed with her daughter as she bled from the early morning when she was cut until she died at 4 p.m. Allahu Akbar. That's called female circumcision, by the way. To answer the next part of the question, where does the female circumcision come from? Well, in religion, here begins the religious origin of the unthinkable female circumcision. We can go to the Islamic Sunan Abi Dawood Hadith. Let's go there and see what's happening in the words of Islam. Sunan Abi Dawood Hadith 5229. Mustadrak Hakim, Volume 3, page 525. What does it say there? A woman used to perform circumcision in Medina. The Prophet said to her, do not cut severely. That is better for a woman and more desirable for a husband. Abi Dawud said, it has been transmitted by Abiyad Allah Amir from Abiyad al-Malik to the same effect for the different obtained. So the Prophet, the woman was doing circumcision, and the Prophet said, do not cut severely. No, that is better for a woman and more desirable for a husband. He didn't say stop the circumcision. He said don't cut severely. It's better for a woman and desirable for a husband. Female circumcision permitted and done in Islam until women die, bleed to death. And there are 4 types of this brutality. Type 1, type 2, type 3, and then type 3 closed right there. 4 types of this female circumcision. Type 1, only the prepuce removal or prepuce removal plus partial or total removal of the clitoris. Ladies, your clitoris removed. Also referred to as clitoridectomy. Oh my gosh. Type 2, removal of the clitoris plus portion of all the labia. Minora. Type 3, removal of a portion or all of the labia minora with the labia majora being sewn together, covering the urethral and vaginal and leaving a small opening for urination and menstrual. They're being nice and leaving a little opening, ladies, a little bit of opening so you can urinate and menstruate over a little opening. All other harmful procedures to female genitalia for non-medical purposes, including pricking, piercing, incising, scraping, and cauterizing. Ugh. This is being done in most Islamic practices to cover or even remove the clitoris so that the woman does not enjoy sex. Because, of course, ladies, a woman having sexual pleasure is a sin in the matrix of Islam. You will be disgusted at how prevalent this savage practice is. How many people do you think this is happening to? Let's go to the countries. Let's go to the table 1, female genitalia mutilation in Gambia. How much percentage of the women in Gambia? 56%. Mauritania, 54%. Look at the high percentage levels of women getting all this female circumcision done to them. Table 2, female genitalia mutilation FGM prevalence amongst girls 15 to 49. Somalia, 98% of women this is happening to. Guinea, 97% of women. Egypt, 87%. Sudan, 87%. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. This is the sickness that they've turned our holy circumcision into. Brutality, associating it with rubbing it on a man's foot or you die. Cutting up, using circumcision skin to buy pretty women. Cutting off women's clitoris until they bleed to death. This is what religion has done to Sobek. This is what religion has done. This is what the religion has done to what we were doing to prevent sexually transmitted diseases and keeping us clean. They turned it into death and bleeding to death and cutting into women so that they can't enjoy sex. Orwellian inverse matrix. Diametric Orwellian inverse matrix. The reversal of something that symbolized life into death. Okay, enough of the Matrix horror movie. What the Matrix has done to the Hen and Sobek. Enough of that. What the Matrix does to the Hen and Sobek. Enough of that. Back to Ma'at in the oldest depiction of circumcision in history. Circumcision seen from the tomb of Ankh-Ma-Hor in Saqqara, what they call Egypt, 2500 BC to 3000 BC. Here is the oldest known circumcision images that we have on this planet today to refer to. Again, it is a tomb of Ankh-Ma-Hor, 2500 BC to 3000 BC in Saqqara. Keep in mind, actually, back to the Matrix horror movie. Very quickly, how could I forget how this class started? It started with what type of people we thought of when we thought about circumcision. The Jews, the Hebrews, being ones today that everyone associates with circumcision. How did they reverse the Hen and Sobek circumcision focus on cleanliness? How did they reverse it? Because remember, Sobek and Henan is a circumcised clean penis that you impregnate with, that you stop sexually transmitted diseases. Remember, I told you that Orwellian diametric inverse matrix is to take that which is biological imperative, life, and reverse it, and now have life symbols associate with death symbols to you, like sex is dirty, sex is filthy, sex is gutter, sex is perverted, when it causes life. If you have sex is dirty, if there's no sex is immaculate. Orwellian matrix reversal. So how did the Jews do it? Because we covered the Christians, right? We covered the Bible, we covered Muslim, but what about modern day Jews? Did they reverse it? So that means clean, right? And it prevents sexually transmitted diseases. That's the benefits of circumcision. Hey, what's this? Jewish world. Israel chief Rabbanati says oral suction at circumcision is preferred. Oral suction at circumcision is preferred. The practice of in which blood is sucked orally from the circumcision wound is under scrutiny in Germany due to complaint filed against a Berlin rabbi for allegedly committing bodily harm during a Brit Milah there. Israel's chief rabbinate has weighed on the practice of controversial circumcision rate in Germany, saying, Mitazah. What does it do, though? Circumcision for cleanliness. Remember, the focus in KEMET, the Falls of Ma'at, was to circumcise to be clean and avoid sexually transmitted disease and gonorrhea and chlamydia and urinary tract infection and cervical cancer and penile cancer and penile problems and cleanliness. Remember that? That's the reason for circumcision, as I've just shown you with the Mayo Clinic and WebMD. Well, how does the matrix reverse Sobek? Oral suction circumcision. Where is it from? Transmitted electronic micrograph of herpes simplex virus, which the baby can catch from the physical contact with an affected molehill's mouth. How the interpretation of ancient Hebrew's words metzitza bepeh has changed can be a matter of life and, You know. Welcome to Tutti Pod class again, ladies and gentlemen. If you're being taught this anywhere else, put the link in the room, put the name of the class, the person who's teaching it, and we will visit them. If not, please support what you're seeing here for the first time in your life. Now we'll break the matrix and walk you through the explicit Jewish plagiarism I've made plain many times that the Tamahu Greek changed the letter R in MEDU to L, as seen right here with the word Libya. If you all remember, you can go back to my debate with the good brother Zion Lex. And shout out to the good brother Zion Lex, who I had a debate with. This was the brutal point in the debate where I showed that there was no, I also did it with Commission too, that there was no letter L with letter R. Let me show you how this ties into the circumcision and the theft, the plagiarism you're going to see for the very first time here. Mark the date at the Tutti Pod class. The plagiarism I'm going to show you with oral circumcision suction, not only taking the Sobek concept, making it filthy and associating with sexually transmitted diseases, but also taking it and literally plagiarizing it from something else that I just showed you. The Greek name, the ethnonym Libu, ancient Greek, Latin, named Libya since 1934 for a modern country. Let me scroll all the way down. Libya, here it is. Libya attested since late Bronze Age, inhabiting region, Egyptian Ribu, Ribia. See that? Ribia, Ribu. So what's known as Libya today is from Libu, but originally it was called Ribu. You see the R changing into an L? Libu date, Ramesses, and his successor, Merneptah, pharaohs of the 19th. The name is Ribu. So Ribu, see, Ribu turned into Libu because the Greeks came and turned letter R's into L's. So the circumcision image has been traced to Ankh Mahor. With what I've just taught you, I want you to take the Kemetic name, Mahor, and apply the Tamahu principle of changing the letter R into L. Tell me, student viewers, what would happen to the Kemetic man's name, Mahor, who was the first depiction of circumcision? What would Mahor become? Everybody, go ahead and change it. Use that principle there, and take the concept, the new concept of taking Kemetic letters R and turning into an L. What would Maher be? Maher. What would Maher turn into? Because Maher is the oldest reference to circumcision on the planet. It was a man named Maher. Take the word Maher and add the principle of turning the R into an L. Let me go into the class. So one of the smartest chats ever. Tell me what that word would be, everybody. The oldest circumcision goes back 2500 BC to a man named Moher. Take Moher and turn the R into an L. Type in what that word would be, everybody. What would it be? It would be molehill. Molehill, right? Let me break the matrix for you right here. You're going to see something for the first time in your life. And here it is. If you've seen it before this, put the time and the date of that class, and let me go to it, and let me bring my students there. It is July 14th, 2023, where I will show you for the first time the Kemetic Moher, the first place you ever see circumcision, will get turned into Mohill, right? That's what it would change into. And you are right, everybody who put the word down, Higa Kepara, Mohill. Moher would become Mohill. Hey, what's this over here? What's this? Hey, what's this? Jewish learning. Jewish learning in myjewishlearning.com. What's going on right here? What's going on right here? Fritz Miller. Hey, what's this? What is a mohill? What is a mohel? This man or woman performs Judaism's oldest religious rite. What's that oldest religious rite? What's that, man? What's that? What's that? A mohel, mohel is still trained in the ritual of circumcision, according to the rules prescribed in the classical rabbinic texts and subsequent law codes. The one who is over in charge and is over the circumcision, it's called a mohel. Shout out to Uncle Mahar. Shout out to Uncle Mahar. Shout out to the first recorded circumcision on the planet. Let's get praise and HERU to where it's due. Shout out to you, Mahar, for being the first to have depicted circumcision that brought that to this world. I'm sorry that they took your cleanliness circumcision of Sobek, the cleansly one, the HERU. Sorry that they took the cleanliness. I'm sorry that today there's a group of people that are claiming that they're the first, and they're adding suction oral circumcision, which is causing sexually transmitted disease, which is the opposite reason for doing the circumcision, Orwellian diametric inverse matrix. Sorry for them reversing it and taking your name Moher, and now the person over the circumcision is Mohel. Yeah, man. It's all a coincidence. It's all a coincidence. We're just paranoid at the Tehuti podcast. That's all. This is all just coincidence. Tehuti made this up. Tehuti made the Mohel up. Mohel. Woo! And now look at the article closely, and you can see transmission electron micrograph of herpes simplex virus, which the baby can catch from physical contact with an infected mohel's mouth. Whose mouth? Whose mouth is the sexually transmitted disease passed on to now? The mohel. The mohel. Hey, mohel. Hotep, I'm done. I hope everybody's brain is okay. That is my answer to the question. The origin of boom. One, the origin of circumcision. Where did it come from? What is its ancient purpose? What is its purpose today? How is there male and female circumcision? And how is it altered into the matrix through psyops? Boom, mohair, mohel. I'm done. Peace. Let me check the chat and see all you like the question. And let me bring the team into the room and see. And again, if anything like this is being taught, if you can go into any of these other rooms and just say, circumcision, what's the origin? Is there male and female? And get any information or have got information like this, please give the link to the moderators. Put that in the room. We're going to go check their answer. We're going to see if this is being done all over the internet, all over the books, if this is being, if you heard about the mohel more, if you heard about all of this that I just broke down. And if so, kudos and praise to them. And I will join their class. We will join a unity. If not, please appreciate what you have uniquely here and only here at the Tehuti Pod class, where you can send in one question and get a customized mini, what was this? 1 hour and 28 minutes documentary dedicated to you forever on YouTube with mind-blowing information that you've never heard before. Boom. Let me put the link in the room and invite the team in. And that is my answer. First question on the Tehuti Pod class. First question. Let me check the room and see what you all thought. And let me invite the team in the room so I can take a little break and get to the next question and get to the donations of the great and awesome supporters who support the Tehuti Pod class. For all those who are new, I will be doing this exact same thing in 3 days on the Killah Priest Show. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 3.5 days on the Killah Priest Show, which we'll be talking about during the break. This is what I do. This is the quality. If you appreciate this, if you understand that what you just saw is valuable if what you just saw is unique, if what you just saw has much more information than just circumcisions to keep it clean, if you saw medu breakdowns, if you saw the apron, if you saw all of the things that 1 hour and a half to break down, if you saw all of that, please support the Tehuti pod class. Here is the brother right here. One brother has stepped in. Where is the rest of the team? Honest Abe said, I'm the biggest supporter now. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Honest Abe, and I'll check the cash apps and see your support. Rigo says, let's go. So go ahead, XA, and where's the rest of the team? Where is Manko Ra? Where is it Tef? Where is Ahati's very busy right now. He's not actually going to be here tonight. Where is Scribe? When Scribe comes in, then I can step away and let other people in. But XA, what do you think of that breakdown, my good brother in yellow?
That was a tremendous breakdown. I had no idea that all of that was connected, and it gives a new meaning to the word manhood. It brings it all to life.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There is Annie. What's up, my brother Annie?
Peace. Hotep, great SABA Tehuti.
I know you already knew all that already from your past teachers, but did I do okay at all?
Well, you could, yeah, of course, great SABA Tehuti. Yes, that was fantastic. I love how, of course, you always show the oldest, the origin of whatever attestation is available, and take us through the different religions and how they took it and twisted and incorporated the matrix into what they brought forth, and showing the pyramid and the Ben stone. It was just phenomenal, great SABA Tehuti, and extremely grateful for what you bring forth and continuously teach us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Atef, what's up, my brother?
Tap P. Yeah, that was.
I know you've been busy watching all the other channels. You don't have time to watch the Tehuti pod class, but what do you think?
Unnecessary.
Go ahead, compare to the other ones.
That was, man. Listen, that was excellent. That was excellent to the highest excellent degree. That was excellent. That was phenomenal. I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. That was excellent. Listen. That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. You can well, I don't know if you're circumcised or not, but if you are, you can appreciate it more. All right. Okay. Brother, you're muted. The brother that's in KEMET. When'd you go to KEMET? The brother that's he's listening to Wu-Tang. The Wu-Tang brother in KEMET. Who's that?
Peace, SABA.
Peace.
Menkura, Tua, for that amazing answer. I figured, SABA, since the way you dig, it might be a good idea to get into the oil business, because nobody digs like you. It's a great answer, so thorough. The person that asked that question definitely got more than their money's worth. The highest level of scholarship. Tua to you, SABA, for your dedication. That had to take quite a while to put that together. So Tua to you.
Tua, Nini, up to you. Wonderful. We got Nema saying horror movie. What's this? Horror movie was horrible, though. Tua, for your intelligence and the Nefer origins. Thank you. Tua, for you. We got Robert Ray's putting fire. We got a Henu Saba. Now you all the time you all been saying Henu, right? Now you know that's a circumcised penis. That's the erection. That's why it means praise. That's how beautiful the people were. It means praise because when you say it, you're thinking of a penis erecting. That is the praise. Something that's unfathomable in modern day thought, but that is the praise. All right, so Henu to you. Who is that kid? That name, I'm trying to say it. You need to come to the panel and say that name for my good brother, or is it sister? I don't know because the picture's too small. Primordial Thought. What's up, my brother?
Hey, new to you, Saba.
What's up, my circumcision?
That was a wonderful. That was
I don't know
good.
which one it is.
Sorry, I just barely caught up because I was about maybe 5 minutes behind, and I was like, okay, well, I want to finish it. I don't want to miss nothing, and then we start the live. So I just finished it, and I was like, all right, cool, I can jump on now.
Thank you, my brother.
That was good too, Saba. We appreciate that. Definitely expanded my consciousness on circumcision because that was a great question. That was an excellent question because circumcision was always tied to the Hebrews. So that was good. I thought you were gonna lean more towards like, oh, we don't get circumcised, and I was like, man, dang, like, man, he's about to just blow our minds. And then you was like, no, they got that from us. And then so I thought that was dope.
Good. And mark this date. Maybe after today, you'll see maybe the conscience will spread, and you'll see people talking about, guess where they got the word the molehill from? The molehill. It was an ancient man named Moher. So you guys can check and see that, and I hope it spreads. I'm gonna take a break right now. You guys build. I'll be back. Peace. Support the Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Throw up the cash apps. Where's my thing? I'm gonna scribe. If I put this up, can they wave their phone over it? And let me put that thing up. Where is it? Can they wave their phone over this, and it goes to the cash app? Is that how that works, brother?
Yes, you can just pull your camera out and put your camera to it, and it'll allow you to click the link to take you directly to it.
Okay, wonderful. Well, everybody, put your phone over to it. Whatever Scribe said, do that, and support the Tehuti Pod class. Okay, everybody. Peace. I'll be back. Peace.
Oh, tap. Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to you, brothers. Peace, XA, Primordial, I need. Man, cool. I love the background, brother. You get your background game up. I see you, boy.
Tour, yeah. Like yes.
Nice. That's excellent, bro. Hey, look, I got my little baby net to act. Y'all see? Man, listen. Hey, they finna stop playing with Saba too, man. Cause that is like uncomparable. Like uncomparable. There's no comparison. It is absolutely no comparison to that breakdown. I didn't Primordial. I didn't know where he was going with that too. I didn't think he was gonna go there, but oh man, listen. I know you came from
brother. I thought he was gonna be like
from the other side.
Hey, I thought he was gonna be like, yo, we not supposed to get circumcised. I'm about to be like, bruh, like dang, like he about to hit us with it.
Man, listen, man. Shout out to the best teacher, period. Cause ain't nobody out there doing it like Saba. And listen, I'm definitely looking forward to Saba being back on the that other platform, so we could spread the knowledge and spread my art, because this is what's needed in our community. It's just the truth. That's all we need is my art. We don't need all the unnecessariness and all the foolishness and the arguing and the destroying and the lies and the tearing each other down. We need that. We need to be canoeing everybody, each other, and raising each other up so that we could be the netters that we're supposed to be, because we don't even know what our culture is for real. And week after week, Saba teaches us the truth and allows us to go with ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. It's there. You could go look it up yourself. So it's always been there, but they got us so confused and so tricked that we didn't even know. I had no idea. Listen, that was an excellent breakdown, and I'm blown away. I definitely gotta go back and but all of Saba's lessons are like that, to where it's like you have to you gotta digest them, a few times. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think I'm a slow learner, but man, it's just every single time, it's just groundbreaking, bro. I'm just like, there's no other place where I'd rather be right now. That's why I'm tired. Like, I had a long day at work today, but listen, I'm gonna stay up because this is necessary. This information is necessary for our people, and it's about time. You know what I mean? It's like the time is now, and we have to take advantage of what's in front of us right now. We have to take advantage of the time that we have right now, because we don't know how much time we got. We None of us are promised a second, not a moment. You know what I mean? So it's like we definitely have to maximize our resources and utilize what we have in front of us and support. And we need to support each other, and we need to support our SABA. So shout out to you, HERU, to the brother that asked that question, because that was a beautiful question. And that was a beautiful breakdown that our SABA gave. I'm not gonna be long-winded. It's a few of y'all up there, so I'm gonna let y'all brothers talk. But like, subscribe, and comment. I see y'all in the comments. I see y'all out there sneak learning. You know what I mean? Just give adoration. That's all. You know what I mean? Just give props where props is due. Stop being a hater. You know what I mean? The hate is great. The love is fake. You feel me? So just do what's right. You know what I mean? Just support anonymously. If that's what you want to do, and you want to hide your face, then just support anonymously. But it's no way that you can't appreciate this truth. There's no way. If you're in existence and you're melanated, there's absolutely no way that you can't appreciate this truth, especially if you coming from one of them Judaisms or Christianity or Islam. It's no way that you can't appreciate this truth. So HERU, to you brothers on the panel, I'm gonna let you brothers speak. And man, and listen, the SABA, man, I don't know how many times I gotta say it. They finna stop playing with us too, because we come and teachersofma'at.org. Come join us. Y'all know what it is. Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. You brothers, anybody got something to say? XA, what's going on, brother? Peace, brother. I love that background. That's a real background you got going on over there, brother. That's beautiful back there.
Thank you, Greater Tef. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. And yeah, I just wanna echo those words about how you spoke about the great one, SABA Tehuti, you know, who deserves all of his praise and admiration, because you know, just like what you said, you're not gonna find this anywhere else on the internet. I'll go a little bit further. I said the universe at one point, because I checked, you know, I checked, I scoured, and Tehuti and Hotep Ra is the only one that keeps on popping up when I look for truth. So yeah, I'm on your side, you know, which caused me to bend the knee and then cross over, you know, from my comfort zone, my provenance, over to the real world. So and then I was blessed this morning to have a chance to sit down with the SABA, and every time I do, you know, he elevates my game. So that's why I'm here. You know, that's why I'm here, to constantly rise, to constantly, HERU, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna shut my mic though, because I'm here to listen and learn.
Bro, I'm with you, brother, and that's why we all here, brother. And it's a beautiful thing, and you know, that's why we all here to learn, because SABA is the best, period. He the best, period. And you got all of us up here saying that, you know. SABA did an excellent class on SANDRA. That was a beautiful class too. I have been asking my brothers for that teaching about the affirmation, and I just couldn't locate it. I've been looking for a few months, and I'm glad that he did that, because you know, I love the affirmation just as much as you brothers do. It has a special place in my ib, and I just wanna say to you, SABA, for that excellent breakdown on SANDRA as well. And I'm definitely looking forward to you being back on the podcast. Shout out to the Rocketeers, and shout out to KP, and shout out to everybody that support the truth, period. If you a supporter of the truth, then HERU to you. You know, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my. That's what I stand on. What's going on, good brother? I love that background too. I love it, brother. I love it.
He got the best backgrounds, man. He just got a whole bag full of them, man.
What's going on, brother?
Peace and love to you, great brothers. HERU to every single one of you. Peace and love to you, XA, and sending you special shout outs for your day. So tu'a to you, great brother. And yeah, I mean, for those of you who are new here, whether you're watching this live right here now, or for those who are watching on the playback, make sure you are, if you've never seen this type of information before, and we know you haven't, because we've all searched for it ourselves, So this is where this exists only. Make sure you support our great SABA Tehuti. The links are in the bio, so you can just click that link and show your support. Send in a question, and you see that the SABA just broke down an hour and a half of information on the origin of circumcision. So I don't know where you will get that anywhere else, and actually showing the Kemetic origin and the actual wall relief of where its earliest depiction is. So just phenomenal. Teachingsofma'at.org. Make sure you're there, and I'll show that for everyone to see real quick. Teachingsofma'at.org. That link is also in the bio right below this video. So this is our home website with all of our information, all of our contacts, the Teachings of Ma'at organization, and all the great brothers, the leadership that you see here on the panel. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Peace and love to you, great brother. Look forward to your class this Sunday over on the Teachings of Ma'at organization YouTube channel. The great brother Ahati Ma'at will be teaching, in which what we do every single Sunday. So here's the affirmation that the great brother Tef was just speaking about. You can download this, print it out, get it laminated, and look at this, read this, because these tomes are very powerful. And we, if you're here in the Tehuti podcast and you're in the Teachings of Ma'at Study Guide Sunday, you understand how important sound vibration is, because we consistently speak on that. So use this affirmation. The Teachings of Amina Mope audio recording is very powerful as well. So check that out. Our Discord community. This is where we get a lot of information out quick. Any large announcements that we need to make, we make it here. We host monthly meetings once a month on this Discord community. Our meeting this month will be on the 27th. It's always the last Thursday of the month. So July 27th, we will be having another community meeting where everyone's free to come in and just express your thoughts and any suggestions that you may have. It's free for everyone. So be sure to join us there. Becoming a member. We are consistently growing. This is a movement. We all have roles and positions that we play. Every single person that you see within the movement, the leadership, we have roles. So this is what it takes to start to build a nation, to start to build a community based on Ma'at, which is truth and fact. And the great SABA is teaching us how to be netters and what it means to stand on something. So become a member, reach out to us. We have a chat box over here. You can just ask your question. We can direct you with wherever you need to go. And of course, our mailing list. So this is our newsletter. We send this out once a week, and it's packed full of information, a lot of great links, a summary of our teachings for the previous week, an upcoming look of what we're teaching on the following week. It's packed full of great information. So just put your email address in here and you'll be added to our newsletter list that we send out. And for all the new people, you'll get 10% off your first purchase in the shop section. And when you are a member, you get 10% off for your entire membership. So here's the shop section where you can get the Teachings of Ma'at merchandise, long sleeve, short sleeve hoodies for children and adults. So it's absolutely beautiful. You can get it customized with your tone, your name, your REN on the back, or whatever phrase that you would like. If you want a meta-netta phrase, you want the glyphs, you can get the glyphs on there, or whatever you like. We can make it that way for you. And you get 10% off when you sign up for the newsletter and 10% off when you're a member. And the Great SABA Tehuti's ebooks. This is what basically started the movement here, was this Stepping Out of the Matrix ebook. So we have a complete, when you go to Teachings of Ma'at on YouTube, the very first videos, the first 13 videos, you'll see Stepping Out of the Matrix. And we're going and we're reading that and we're breaking that down. And that really is what initiated this entire thing and allowed us to start to put our foot into what it is that SABA Tehuti has been teaching on, and becoming reflections of him. So make sure you purchase this ebook. It's phenomenal. This is literally one of the first steps to stepping out of the matrix, and he's packed full of with some powerful information. Same thing with Melanin Dark Consciousness. We went and broke this down too. This was the second book that we broke down, and phenomenal. So you can purchase these. As soon as you buy them, you'll get a download link directly to your email, and you can read it as soon as you purchase it. So we have a lot of great information here on this website. We have a lot of teachings on here. We have our affirmations. You can meet the leadership members, the great SABA Tehuti. His Cash App is also attached to this. All you have to do is click his image. The 4 leadership members here, some bios of us if you want to read more about us. It's all here. Ahati Ma'at has his own section. I have my own section. The Discord community, and we're also pushing Rumble too. So we're doing a platform that's similar to YouTube. It's called Rumble, and it's a platform that we're building up because it's a lot less restrictive than YouTube here. You know, we have to be very calculated with what we say, and how the great SABA Tehuti geniusly breaks down and puts in information to override the algorithm that a lot of things get taken down from. So Rumble helps with that. So we're working on building this up. So we put our teachings on here as well. So subscribe to that, and you can also support us on that as well. So teachingsofma'at.org. Take your time to go through here and enjoy. We're bringing forth consistent teachings every single week. So reach out to us and support the great SABA Tehuti and what he's doing, and what he's brought forth with his coup, and bringing forth the teachings of Ma'at. So I'll stop sharing there and just say peace and love. And I'll let the great brother Minku, Rob Mary Ma'at, give some words. Shout out to this great brother. He is organizing our first in-person meetup, and he can speak to y'all about that. And that's coming up real soon. So he can give y'all the details on that. And we'll be going into more depth of that this coming up Sunday. So be sure you're in our class Sunday, because we will be going into more detail about our upcoming in-person meetup for the first one. So shout out to you, great brother Minku, and you can take it over.
Peace to the brothers on the panel. Peace and love to the chat. Want to say congratulations to Big Vapes and Sharika, who participated in our first talent show on Teachings of Ma'at. It was a very good situation as we are building community and finding new creative ways for us to create culture and build our community. We will be having official announcements soon regarding our first in-person celebration. We will be celebrating the 2nd year anniversary of Tehuti's pod class, and we will be celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Teachings of Ma'at. And it's just an opportunity for us to get together in person instead of over this digital realm. It's going to be a beautiful situation, you know, just to be in each other's energy and talk and build and break bread together. And I got some ideas for some different things that we're going to do. People will have a talent show at this event. SABA will be speaking, and it's just going to be a beautiful ceremony, an opportunity for us to get together and meet each other's goddesses, maybe meet each other's children. You know, everybody's invited to bring friends and family. It's going to be a beautiful event. It's going to be, we're looking at October 28th in Los Angeles. It's going to be a great situation. I'm very much looking forward to getting in person, meeting in person with folks in the chat, And yeah, we're not going to give too much away. Just a little preview. More information will be coming. People will be have the opportunity to purchase the booth and sell their products. If you sell T-shirts or candles or whatever, if you're an entrepreneur, a business owner, we will have booths available for you to increase your network. And so we're looking forward to all the wonderful things that are coming up in the near future. Welcome back, SABA.
You're muted, Great Saba.
Oh, peace and love. I'm glad to be welcome back. Beautiful, 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 beautiful question. And I appreciate everything that I've heard you brothers talking about just now. And the new idea of the of people meeting each other in person is beautiful. That's wonderful. Shout out to that. That's going to be a good thing when it happens. And yeah, I'll definitely be there. I may have to camouflage myself. I don't know if I'm going to be doing any. I don't know. I'm going to be there just as a. I'll be there as a fan. I'm a fan. Annie Patel will be speaking, and I'll be.
Yeah, I'm getting my scroll ready. So
it's an echo at Tehuti.
I'm gonna be. I'll just be in the audience, like my teacher used to be in the audience with his leg crossed, like a regular person. You wouldn't even know he's there watching until he looks and say, "Oh my gosh, oh man!" Then the nervousness comes, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna be there. It's gonna be beautiful when I meet people. It's gonna be great. So right now it's already almost 10 o'clock. What we're gonna do is we're gonna I want to tell everybody a little something before we do the donations and before we get into the next question. So I've had an extremely busy, super busy week. I don't even know how I got some of these answers done. I've been very busy. There's been reptile breeding conventions that I had to go to. There's been I can't even remember all the things I had to do. And one of the things I did was I was hired as a gift. I was purchased as a gift for somebody, and that person is in this room. This person's beautiful mate contacted me in clandestine ways. And contact me behind the scenes to create what she called what did she call it? She said she wanted to top a gift or be the top giver of an anniversary that nothing could beat, something to that effect. So she contacted me secretly without this brother's knowledge. So pardon me, brother, for pardon that, but I couldn't tell you. I was sitting and looking at it like XA is gonna love this. I don't like keeping secrets from my fellow love brothers when I'm talking to their other halves. But this was a special thing where I said, okay, this I'll keep a secret with this one. He'll be happy. I wanted to tell you, but I was like, no. So he has it. Go ahead, XA. You gonna say something? Okay, he has an 11th. Let me go ahead and do this. So I'm gonna do this. Let me do this right now. I'm going to change something right now and see if anybody notices it. So I was hired as a gift. I never have done this before, meaning that nobody. It's hard to get any kind of one-on-one with me. It takes sometimes months. It takes weeks. It takes different times. And but this was a very special thing that I only had one day to do. There was only one time that this could be done, so we decided to do it. And this beautiful sister here decided to hire me for, as you can see, let me duck down. Can you see that? That is the 11th anniversary of XA, and his gift was to spend time with Tehuti, because she, who doesn't really much watch the pod class but respects the fact that This brother's life is being completely uplifted in her eyes. As she told me, he gets a lot from me. So she wants to secretly preserve a one-on-one on this exact particular day. And it can only be this day because she can't wait months and weeks because this is the actual day of the one-on-one. So who was trying to? Oh, I see what's happening. So we did this, and so at 9 o'clock in the morning on a pod class day, that is the one day where I don't have time to talk to anybody unless they're sending texts to me. There is no talking to me on a Friday. There's no such thing as that. On Friday is jam-packed day. But because of the love I have for this brother and the love that she has for this brother, I had to do this for him for this one day. So I'm going to go ahead and show you all just what's in the background. Oh, where are you going? Come on, Naga Tiger. Hold on a second. One moment. I'm going to show you something here to break this down. What I did for the brother, because I consider, whoa, what's going on here? I consider the pod class and the followers of Tehuti and the followers of the pod class a family. We are a family, and as a family, I like to do family things. So that's the way you can actually get me if I know that it's a family thing and you have a certain time to do something for a birthday or something. I may oh no, that's not right. Hold on a second. I may put time away to do that. Anniversary XA. 1 second here. What? 1 second. Oh, that's so strange. So strange. Let me go to downloads. Where is it? Anniversary. This is it? This must be it. This is it. There it is. Okay, good. So let me go ahead and break this down for everybody. What I did for the brother is actually a surprise for her too, because I did this without both of them knowing it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen and show what I did for my fellow brother, because this brother was actually, when I was going through a situation several weeks ago, a very damaging situation, this brother was ready to jump on a plane and come down. He thought somebody may have to have been adjusted or something. But he was ready to jump down and do something for me. So here it is, everybody. There is there it is right there that you see in the background. So what I did for the brother, let me come back to the screen that you all are on. Okay, so what you see I did a whole class on this brother's name XA, which I broke down as Ka. I did a whole class on his on this name he had. So the Ka symbol was a symbol that we just broke down with the circumcision, and I had a conversation with him in this about the feeling he would get when he becomes the full netter man. And the full netter man is when you have a female or females behind you completely mentally backing what you do spiritually. At that point, you become a man. I told him that there's brothers in the pod class that are strong. They've had sex with women, they have children, but they have not attained manhood. Excuse me. Somebody on the wrong pipe. Okay. They have not attained manhood and KEMET yet. They don't know what the feeling is like to have get some water. To have a woman completely 100% backing them in culture. And what this sister did is an example of a step towards that. It is a beautiful thing where she took her hard-earned money. She didn't buy him a watch. She didn't buy him a Versace shirt. She bought him something that would advance him spiritually. And so this class here was about circumcision, was actually about becoming a man, and tied in synchronistically. I broke down synchronism to him early this morning, and this class was a synchronicity class because it was about circumcision, and it was about the actual meaning of Ka. The Ka, which is the two hands up, which actually formed the concept of the number 11, because the number 11 is duality. It's two ones, and that's what the word ka is. The word ka is actually the word double, which is two ones or two lines beside each other with the helping hands of the female energy, and that is the ka. So this brother's name is actually Exe, which is ka, and his anniversary falls on the day of the 11th anniversary, which represents the ka symbol that we broke down today. So this brother in a Medunetter class, when I gave a jewel about familyhood and manhood and womanhood, he said that affected him for personal reasons. So what I did is I captured his energy in a screenshot when he actually said that. So this synchronicity in this gift to this brother for his anniversary is actually a combination of things that go all the way back to a screenshot from a Medunetter class from way before this date. So he screenshotted with the look on his face when he was affected in his family manhood. That's the very first picture that you see. His head is down in humbleness, and then I have the ka symbol beside him. And then when it was time for us to close the class, he's the only one that actually put up the ka symbol, not knowing that this ka symbol was going to be the symbol that was going to synchronize with today's class and match his number for the 11th, which is ka, which is going to match the energy that he had of attaining information for his manhood. That this would be the day that his female actually did something that pertained to knowledge of KEMET, which would connect to him becoming more of a male energy, netter, true energy for his 11th ka anniversary. So he didn't even know that he was putting his hands up to take a pose picture for me over a week ago for this day, for me to screenshot it, to put it on the screen for the entire class to see, that he would put his hands up like that I would show it in this class, the class that I broke down circumcision, that broke down the ka. So that whole thing is a part of his anniversary gift. Welcome to the class. And there it is. All right, let me get that down. And
wow, thank you so much, Saba. Thank you so much. You know, much love to you, Saba. I mean, you're gonna live a long time with all of these blessings I'm throwing your way tonight. I'm gonna pray for your well-being. I'm gonna pray for your health. I'm gonna will it into existence that you, sir, live 700 years.
Oh, thank you so much. That was said by somebody that was very, very important to me, the same exact sentence. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is your 11th anniversary gift. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. All right, everybody. So with that, I have special things for people that I feel. I have something special, even for Primordial. I'm going to do some for him in his diet. He wants to do a diet plan. I may set up an actual set up something physical for him to attend. I'm thinking about that. So people that are standouts here in the pod class, I want to do standout things for them, which I'm already doing, but I want to let them know that my goal here is to build a family. This is not a religious organization. This is the Kemetic family, and Kemet things are based on family. Family did not have much to do just with who is your physical heir. As you can see in Kemet, it had to do with people being called sin, sent, senta, sinna, brother and sister. Whether you were their physical brother or not, you were their blood. It bred the word sinef. Sinef is the word for blood, bloodline. And you would call somebody who's not even in your bloodline a brother or a sister, and that subconsciously stayed in our genetics to this day, and which is why melanated people are the only people that you really see greeting each other, whether they're physically related or not. What's up, my brother? What's up, my sister? You never really see Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan talking like that to each other. You never see Putin, what's his name, the Russian guy. You never see George Bush. What's up, my brother? What's up, brother? What's up, sister? Brothers and sisters. You never see that with Europeans. You see that with melanated people, because all the way from Kemet, we considered our brothers and sisters that which were following Ma'at. You didn't have to be bloodline. You have to follow Ma'at. If you're a bloodline, even better. But following of Ma'at was more important than anything. That's why there was such a mess up when they were trying to create dynasties, because they saw that dynasties weren't necessarily bloodline, the bloodline, the bloodline, the bloodline. But that's enough. That was, I did that class already. All right, everybody. So let's go over some donations, a couple, and then I'm going to get into the next question, which is one is, I think, the four sons of Horus. Who are the sons of HERU? And then there's one on there's one. Is the sister that asked about dreams and spiders. Are you here? What is her name? Not Shannon. Sandra. Is it Sandra? I think it's Sandra Shepherd. Sandra Shepherd, are you here today, sister? Because you have a question in too as well. Sandra Shepherd, are you in here? Okay. All right, everybody, we're gonna get into those two questions and whatever I can get into. And I have everybody's question on deck. I still got a question about the Nefer symbol from Scribe. I see all of your questions, and I got set question from Sherika. I got a bunch of them, but let's get into it, everybody. Here's the next donation. Get ready to give some no. Come over here, Naga Tiger. What's going on, man? You're going all over the place. All right. Shout out to Drop the Bomb for the biggest donation that this sister has ever made. She's waited. The time was right. As she always says, it will happen at the she always says it will happen at the exact right time. Something to that effect. It will happen at the right she has to say it. She says it great. I don't even want to mess up her words like Tef's. The hate is real, the love is love, and they say it the best. So she has hers, and let me give a shout out to give this sister some. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. It just Naga just changed the Tiger Naga just changed the donation thing. I gotta fix it on. Okay, there it is. It's in the screen now. Okay, here we go. Sister Shannon Southard has made, okay, I fix it, has made the biggest donation that she has ever done. Much respect. Give her some noise to the Tehuti Pod class. If that's on the screen, I hope. $100, paying it forward with ease. Shannon Southard, give her some noise, please. Give her some noise. Oh! Just here. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Yo, let's go.
Let's go. Biggest donation the sister has made. She waited a certain time and she achieved it. If she's in the room, oh, there she is. She's in the room. She's so happy. She's so happy. I knew that she was going to do something when she could, like she said, at the right time, when the time is right, because I know where her heart is, and I know that she's everybody goes through things in life and they just can't give what they want at the time. But to me, it's about whatever you are able to. So whatever she was giving was whatever she was able to. And then there came a time where she was able to do more. Shout out to you, beautiful Little Wings. Shout out to you. They love you for the people in the pod class love the donation. Look, Nema is like, beautiful donation. Henu Shannon, Heka Kepara. Nanya sent mirrors dropping bombs. Shannon is saying love you all. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. And wait till there's I hope the reconnection is beautiful at the Killah pre-show as it was, because there's going to be double the amount of people here looking for the truth that are going to come from there. And like I first went there, the subscribers went up, the vibe was beautiful, everything was good. So I'm gonna rebuild that again. Shout out to you, Shannon Souther. Let's go to next. The next is who's this? Who's this? Rem Atef. Oh, this is from Men on Monday. Oh wait. Oh, you know what? Okay, I know what happened. Let me mark it on red. Let me scroll up. I'm in the Men on Monday section. Okay, let me go to this. Who's this? Oh, hey, Naga, what are you doing, man? Tiger, hold on, man. Where are you going? You don't even know where you're going. You're just moving and grooving. Okay, let me fix this here. The next one is from Marcus Unread. Who's this? They're supposed to be isn't it Stranger? Oh, they're Stranger. Okay, the next is from the brother Nook Punuk. I think this is him. Let me see. Yes, here it is. Nook Nook Poo. Let me see if this is a question or donation support. And this is from Nook Poo, and let me put a 4 from July 14th, right? July 14th. And I'll put it on the screen. Here it is. Shout out to Nook Poo. Where are you? Nook Poo. Here you are. And boom, and there you are. Shout out to Nook Poo 999. And he it says for SABA. Is this a question? For SABA snake break down spirit clouds, cloud ship, and GMO clouds. And GMO clouds. Oh, okay. Spirit clouds, cloud ships, and GMO clouds. Okay, my brother. Okay, Nook Poo. I'll definitely put this on deck. If you have my email me and clarify something for me. Spirit clouds and cloud ships. If you could just tell me, email me for clarity on this one. Spirit clouds and cloud ships. I think I have an idea what you're speaking of, but I want to be fully clear before I get into just breaking it down. You know, I want to be precise with helping you all with all this. All right, next on the donation is Stranger, who named the moderators. I got to put them in the room. Stranger Sandoval, $27. Give him some big noise. What does it say? It says peace to oh my goodness. Peace to SABA and justice. Peace to SABA and justice. Shout out to you, my good brother. Stranger, thank you very much. Good brother. One of the best consistent supporters forever. Ever since he came in. Shout out to you. Speaking of consistent supporters, Nito Campbell, give him some noise. He donates before the pod class starts. Every pod class. Give him a little noise, give him some clap. He donates. Nito Campbell, thank you, my good brother Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. Stephen Escalar. Hey, Stephen Escalar pre-sent from Metanetter and sent what is this? Oh, nice, beautiful. Thank you, Steve. If you're in the room, Stephen E. Everybody's basically a consistent big time supporter now. All the main people are big time consistent supporters every single week, sometimes twice every Metanetter class. Give this man some nice noise, please. For your love of your people. For your love of your people and standing on Ma'at. Thank you so much, Stephen. You are beautiful. That reminds me of this show I just did on Sonetta. People didn't know how to attack me, or they didn't know how to challenge me. So people were typing ridiculous things in the room, like the Comentians didn't have a word for stand. It was there's no Metanetter word. I said the Ma'at thing is a stand. They didn't have a word for stand. I was so strange, but it's so fun. I really love it. I love
SABA.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you earlier, man, and new to you on that Sonetta show. It's almost like a martial arts movie. Watching your sensei, being a student, watching your sensei perform in another dojo. And
yes.
The way you executed my art, that was really good. That was definitely one of the main reasons why I chose to just learn under you. And I just want to say, regardless of how people may conduct themselves, thank you for shedding that pride away from us to be able to honor another brother. And it's just good to see that when you're in this family, in this Ma'at family, I haven't been back to Sonetta ever since, like I told you about the Zion Lex thing, but going back there and realizing, like, reading some of the chats, and we're like, man, none of these people are even focused. They're not even listening to the teaching. They're just like joking around, and then all the trash talking, and then with the other brother that tried to promote a book instead of just hailing you for the wonderful teaching that you did. It definitely shows that we're in the right place, because it was kind of hard sitting through that, watching all of that ISFET go on, but you just kept your cool, Saba, and Hindu to you for that, man. That was really good.
Thank you so much.
But they'll salute LeBron playing catch for the Tomahawk, though. They'll salute him all day playing catch for the Tomahawk, but they won't salute and give props and credit where credit is due to our excellent teacher. I echo that sentiment, Saba.
Only if the way they treat people when they read a book, only if they could treat, Saba like that when he's actually breaking it live for you. So for them to promote a book and to be like, hey, you should follow this guy, or you should follow this teacher, or whatever, they can't seem to do that live, though. It's because that when they're reading a book and they're getting their quote unquote understanding, there's no teacher to correct them. But when Saba kind of break things down that expand your consciousness, it's hard for them to turn around and say, hey, brother, thank you. So to me, that shows that maybe somewhere in the past, he was probably saying unpleasant utterances about Saba, and he has to live in those utterances now. He can't just renew himself and be like, hey, brother, thank you. So that's kind of how I looked at it. But hey, Saba, you the man. You the man.
Love is fake, the hate is real. He tried.
Thank you. That's actually true. Okay, we got it. Thank you, brothers. Yes, we got give this man some huge noise. Anu, support and appreciation from Anu and Antu. Anu, some big noise. Thank you, everybody. Yo, let's go. Oh, and then there's two more against the next question. And the next one here is from Anthony Drain. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Oh, is that on the screen? No. What?
Yes.
Hold on. What is this? My dog Anthony Drain, shout out. Look what it says, everybody. Look what it says.
Shout out to the four sons of HERU.
That's the next question. That's a question I'm answering. He doesn't know that though. This is just a donation. He sends this before. He sends this like before the class starts.
Synchronicity.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, my good brother. Call this 9 Sync. Thank you. This energy is beautiful. Nobody's gonna stop this. Thank you. He's for the four sons of HERU. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll do we got all right, everybody in the pod class. Everybody who's watching the Tehuti pod class right now, let me take a look and see. Let me go ahead and put the I don't think they know the donation thing. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Hey XA, I got your message, thank you. For all those who are watching, 67 to 70 something people watching the Tehuti pod class. The support for the information that you're watching and the questions that you can send in to Cash App TT Amun, and you can support at Rocky SV at PayPal. I know it is difficult. I understand that it is difficult to associate the appreciation of knowledge with what you work for, and that has been done purposely to disassociate your culture from biological imperative, meaning that your culture to your culture, this culture, to us, to your wives, your husbands, is not respected, associated with your income. Things that you associate your income with are things that you actually respect. And that is why there is an issue with new people supporting. So I'm seeing them. I scrolled up. I saw all the names that are on the panel right now. I saw the names of the people that are the regulars, but the new people, the 70 and 84 people that are watching, support the Tehuti pod class if you respect this. I know there's there's Doritos to buy, and there's the new Adidas and all the things, the football game, and Netflix is coming up, and Juneteenth and barbecuing and all, bacon's coming up. But if you could respect the waiter that walked and gave you some food that you paid for, and you give him a tip because you associated with biological imperative. You don't know why you tip the waiter. You actually don't know why, because you don't tip anyone else that services you really, and you don't even tip the chef. But you're psychologically programmed to tip the person who brought you food. It ties into survival. If you could support the channel, support the information that you're getting, I highly appreciate it. I have to say that because when I scrolled up, all the donations I'm getting are from the people on the panel and the people the regulars, but nobody there's no new names. So shout out to the new people watching. Send in a question. What's that answer worth to you? I appreciate all of you. Let me get back to the donations, but that is the support right there. If people don't see it, if you have a phone or something, this was created here that you can actually swipe, and you can put the Cash App is on one side and the PayPal is on one side. This is technology days now. You can just take your phone and actually swipe it, so there's no need for people to say, I didn't type in the Cash App properly. How do you type that? Is the TT capitalized? Just take your phone and swipe it right there on the screen. Okay. All right, everybody, we're going to get back to the donation. I'm going to do one more. I got a huge one up from Nema coming up, and I got one other one, and then I'm going to get into the answer to the question. Here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. So there's the donation at the bottom, and let me go ahead and get into the next two donations, and then the questions are coming up. I appreciate all those who support me and appreciate me, what it is that I'm doing here. So here we go. We got big donators, supporters. We have Owen Hythe, the man who donates every single time. He once gave the biggest donations at one time. Owen Hythe, High Priest Tehuti, and great crew. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen if it's not. Put this on the screen right here. Here we go. Give this man some big noise. Here we go. Windows. Ooh, my eyes. Here we go. Okay. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise for the good brother. Thank you very much, Owen Hythe, High Priest Tehuti, and great crew, Hotep. Thank you. And now for the last donation I'm going to do for this section of the pod class. Get ready. I want you to bring out the Red October. Let me drink some water. Bring out the Red October. I want you to bring out Wolverine. Bring out every creature. Bring out any noise maker. Everything you got in the artillery. Bring out the guns, the muskets from the 1800s. Right now, I don't know if it's on the screen yet, but right now, for the hugest donation, as usual, per usual, Nema with $200. I don't know what job she got, but every week is a huge donation. Shout out to Nema. Horus outside. Goodness, they should be dead by now. Still shooting?
Ani's like a kid on the elevator hitting all the buttons.
Hey, they don't know who's shooting though. You see how the nets work?
Give them the whole clip.
Oh my gosh, unlimited. What did my guy say with we say then I reload with the bullets that came at him? They keep reloading. This is crazy, man. Thank you for what do you say, Nanny? Yeah, all the buttons and we're going to every floor in the elevator. Okay, shout out to Nema if she's in the room. I can't see the chat right now, but if you're in the room, peace and love. Nema, thank you for what you're doing and what you're doing that people can't see. Shout out to you and the love and everything. And my netters send great energy to you for what you've done for them and the energy that you give to them on a regular basis. So shout out to you. This is one big beautiful family. I appreciate all of you. Let me go ahead and put this here. And now we can get into look at that, it falls on 11. Oh my goodness. Falls at 11. Okay, everybody, we are ready to this. How many people are there? 72. Let's get ready. What did the guys say on the Sunnetter? You know, when people try to debate me in these topics I teach on, they're actually giving me these big compliments. I don't know if I see it like that. That's why I'm always smiling and happy, because they think they're attacking me and they're actually giving me the biggest compliment. They're saying you arbitrarily put those numbers. I'm saying to my goddess, I'm looking around. I got on mute. I'm looking around. I'm saying, did they actually think that I made the Geometria website and I put the numbers together? Oh, well, these people, they worship me. They think this is the biggest compliments you made, that you put the Menneter word like that. You actually think that I wrote the Budge dictionary and I wrote the Geometria. I'm the one that put the letters there. That is awesome. Thank you, Cedric, and all the people that all the people that come after me, they're actually giving me the biggest credit because it must be the information is so good and perfect that they must think I'm making it up. It has to be made up because it's too perfect. How in the world could Vatican just write perfectly mean 70? And I let him talk. I didn't even give my, if it was a debate, I would have drilled him with the whole class on the number 70. I just let it be. It's Vatican 70. It'll leave it right there. I'm not gonna. I could do a whole nother class on all the other things that Catholics do that the number 70. But shout out to Cedric and all the atheists and everybody who think that the snake is dead and that I made up the gematria. Shout out to all of you and thank you so much. And when I'm working out, I want to also shout out to all those brothers that try to argue with me, all the apostles and everybody, because when I'm working out, you are my motivation. You are my motivation of workout because you are the man I don't want to look like. So you're the mind I don't want to be. So it helps me to stay. I must stay as Tehuti. I must stay strong. I must have low body fat. I must have this mind. And all the people that are attacking me actually are pushing me to make sure that I never become that. So you all give me the extra rep in my workouts. You all give me the extra half an hour I put into a podcast question so that I can never be you. Thank you so much. Shuna ma'at to all of you atheists and everybody. You really all helped me. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody. We're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti pod class. Is the brother who asked about the four sons of HERU, are you in the building? Are you in the building? The brother that asked about the four sons of HERU, are you in the building? The brother's name is Nahum. He's also Golden Eye thing. Are you in the building, Nahum? Let me go to the questions because the next question here is, there's two next questions actually. Sons of HERU, let me look at this. And then I think I'll do the Sons of HERU and the one where, yeah, the one where I'm gonna divulge the voodoo thing. Okay, let's go ahead and do the Sons of HERU, and then we're gonna do Sandra's question of the dreams and why things come as red and black spiders and such. We're gonna get into all that. But let me go ahead and do this because that dream one should be the finale. There's some magic demonstrations of synchronicity at the end of that dream one. So here we go, everybody. What we got? We got XA giving claps. We got Nema saying what's this? Greetings, Nani Setmer, Nani Uktua, and Henu to you, beautiful one. XA put 72. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get to the question. Let me put it on the screen so you guys can give the noise for this one. This is going to be, let me go ahead and as I'm doing this, setting this up, let me go ahead and ask around in the panel right now. We got 4 brothers on the panel. I thought it was 5. Somebody missing?
XA kicked himself out, he said, on accident.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, no problem. So we got 4 brothers on the panel. Really quick, the Sons of HERU. Give me 3 sentences. Scribe, Sons of HERU. Tell me anything about Sons of HERU. Then we'll go to Atef, and then Primordial, and then Menkora. Sons of HERU. Just give me 3 sentences. What's that? What's Sons of HERU? 4 Sons of HERU. What is that?
So this is beautiful because in my God body class, I touched on this with the 4 Sons of HERU being the 4 protectors of the 4 corners of the earth, the MESSU. So I'll say that.
Okay. And okay, we'll go to who's next? Is it Atef next? I can't see the screen. Atef or Menkora?
Me.
That's it, my brother.
I do not know.
Perfect. That's no problem. That's absolutely not a problem. No problem. No problem. We'll go to who's next? Primordial. Primordial. You've been studying. You've been under the greats, the Metanetter greats. What do they say about the four sons of HERU, my brother? Give me 3 sentences.
Hey, I was gonna tell you, hey, the only time I heard about it was when Ani did his God body. That was the only time I ran into it. Because at first I was like, I didn't know HERU had 4 sons.
Okay, no problem. All right, Meku Ara. You look like you're behind. You look like you're in front of the temple that teaches about the 4 sons of HERU. What do you got for us?
I honestly have no knowledge of the 4 sons of HERU.
Okay, no problem. Here we go, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me. Welcome to the pod class. I'm going to come off for just a quick second.
Support our great SABA, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. I know this breakdown is going to be phenomenal. There's so many wonderful, as we always know, each topic he goes into and that the ancient ones brought forth are so beautiful and a cyclical knowledge base. So the 4 sons of HERU is going to be very powerful, and I'm excited for this. Because that's definitely one of the goals that I want to bring forth, is to bring something forward and to have someone ask the question so SABA Tehuti can completely knock it out the park and teach that what isn't being taught from all of our channels that we go to learn any type of Kemetic knowledge or information. The actual real teachings that the KEMET brought forth and the real teachings of Ma'at are not being taught anywhere but where you're at right now. So shout out to the great SABA Tehuti. Be sure you are supporting. The links are in the description box. Support, because when this is over, you won't be able to find it nowhere else. So, you're in a moment where something completely unique and fresh is being brought forth, and we support everything else that is harmful to us every single day. So support our great SABA and the healing energy that he brings forth, the matrix breaking knowledge, and ask your questions. As you see, there's so many different varieties of questions. So ask your questions, bring them forth, and allow our great SABA Tehuti to break them down for us. So peace and love.
You're on mute, SABA. You're on mute. I just want to say something real quick as well. What's so rich and powerful about this culture and this history, as what I'm learning, as it's endless. It's so, you talk about abundance. It just is always so much more to learn. And that's great because I love having something to look forward to. Today I learned a little bit about the first month of the calendar of the Kemetians, and then I was just super excited because it was knowledge that I was not aware of. And so this is another thing to see the example of how much history that we don't know about Kemet and Ma'at.
Nice. Thank you, brother. Here we go, everybody. So press the 9 if you can hear and see me clearly. I'm going to put this timer on. Can you hear me and see me clearly? Press a 9. Go ahead and give this brother some noise right here. This is not, oh, no, that's not. Right, hold on. No, not that. Okay, present and share. And where did Nahum go? Nahum, here it is. Shout out to Nahum. Give this man some noise right here. Here is this question: who are the MESSU of HERU? This sounds like a Big Ed Leisure question. He has one coming up too about the collar. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He says, who are the MESSU of HERU, sons of HERU? Who are the MESSU of HERU? Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you for the support. $27. Who are the MESSU of HERU? I feel good tonight. I'm going to answer this one. Then we got the Sandra's dream question coming up. Who are the sons of HERU? And look who, this is the brother who gave the donation, who was in sync. This is the brother here. The four sons of HERU. Get ready for some vintage wisdom. He's the one that gave the donation that said, the four sons of HERU. I don't even think knowing that was going to be a question. I'm not sure because he donates before the class starts or early in the class. So shout out to you, Zep Teppy Slim. Peace to you. Okay, everybody, here we go. You ready? Here we go. There's Mad Daughter of Ray. Shout out to you, Mad Daughter of Ray. Doing a late night shift. Late night shifting it up. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're going to do share screen. Oh, peace, brothers. Yes, jump back in the room. Thank you, brothers. Peace and love. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Welcome to Tutti Pod class. The question is about the four sons of HERU. Who are they? What is that? What is it? Let's get into it. Are you ready? You can all hear and see me. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is. The quote-unquote sons of HERU. Who are they? What do they represent? What ancient artifact attests to them? And importantly, what did they mean to the followers of Ma'at? That'd be the most important thing, right? Oh, hold on, stop, reset, start. So the quote-unquote, notice I have it on quote-unquote sons of HERU. Who are they? What do they represent? What ancient artifact attests to them? And importantly, what do they mean to the followers of Ma'at? And what can they stimulate in your subconscious mind and Ka today? Find out here on the Tutti Pod class, where a single question of your personal choice becomes, with a good amount of reciprocity, your own customized mini documentary. Here we go. Okay, so as soon as you ask your common conscious teacher, and you can try it, who are the sons of Horus? They will immediately start talking to you about the four canoptic jars. How many people have heard of this? Whenever you bring in the four sons of Horus, as soon as you ask them, as soon as you ask your common conscious teacher, you can try it. Who are the sons of Horus? They will immediately start talking to you about quote unquote four canopic jars. Okay? How many people in the room here has heard of the four canopic jars? So yes, in the British Museum, exhibition number 63, we will see four jars with names Kepsenuf, Imseti, Hapi, and Duamuatef. All right, four sons of HERU. And here is what everybody shows you whenever you ask about the four sons of HERU. This is what they show you. They show you four jars almost every time. Four jars. That's what they show you. Okay. These were protective vases which physically and symbolically preserved vital aspects of the Khat, of you, who is a Sar. Let's take a look at these parts they would store. And I want the audience to tell me what they all have in common. What do all these parts have in common? Here are their names again, and the mednetters above. So what they found when they looked inside of these jars, they found intestines, stomach, lungs, and liver. Let me go to the room and ask, what do these four things have in common, everybody? Intestines, stomach, lungs, and liver. What do those four things have in common? What do they have in common? Intestines, stomach, heart, liver. Aerial Production says I was wrong. Intestines, stomach, heart. What do those four things have in common? What are they? What is it about them? What is it about them? You know what it is about them? Try to remove them and see what happens. You see? You could have hand, leg, even penis, HERU, nose, mouth, ear, intestines, stomach, and all. When you remove these things, what happens? What do these things do? Oh, peace to Ashley the Great. Peace to you. I don't know if Ashley the Great is also Ashley Too Crafty, but whichever Ashley it is, shout out to you. Okay, filters. Okay, vital orgy. KEMET put cleaning. Major organs. That's right. That's right. Okay, organs. Organs. Good. 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 They're all life-giving. Here we go. Here we go. Good. 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 Organs. Cleanse blood. Nice. 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 Essential for life. Here we go. Welcome to Tutsi Pod Class. I want the audience to think, because some of these things, they're so simple that they're right in front of you. The complications and the high technology is when you start getting into the microcosms and the duality symbolisms and the intricate mathematical codes. But some of the things that the Kemetians do are right in front of you. It's very, very simple. Intestines, stomach, lungs, liver. Yes, they're biological imperative. All aspects which represent the digestive cycle within the body in order for your body to go through what's called kepara in the physical form. For you to evolve and grow, the body needs to consume, assimilate, and dissipate. That triad right there. Consume, assimilate, and dissipate. The trinity of the cycle of kepara that keeps you alive. So all of these things take in and then give out what you need. They take in, assimilate, and give out. Intestine, stomach, take in, digest, assimilate, give out, or you die. If you stop the function of these things or just take in, you die. It's all a cycle of consumption, assimilation, and dissipation. If you breathe in, you take in, you must breathe out, or else what happens? You die. You assimilate oxygen, assimilate it, consume it, assimilate it, and then it comes out as carbon dioxide, which you would never breathe in, but the plants need it, but you don't. So it's all consumption, assimilation, dissipation, and of course the liver, which is a very unique organ because it actually dies and resurrects each meal. Which is why some people have liver problems, because they actually eat before it resurrects, but that's a whole nother class. All right, so they are consumption, assimilation, and dissipation. Now, outside of the sons, the quote-unquote sons of Horus being canopic jars, is usually where the conscious teacher stops. No reference to what the ancient people of Ma'at said they are. No papyrus, no references, it just stops. Well, obviously, HERU didn't father jars and raise up jars as children. So who were they, according to the writings of the indigenous people? Why were they associated with HERU? Were they just sons? Were they just sons, and were they just sons of HERU? Let me take you to the tomb of Nefertari, what they call QV66, which is Valley of the Queens, as the Europeans call it. What we call it actually helps reveal who it is tied into the sons of, how it is tied into the sons of Horus. So the actual name of what they're hiding, they're calling it Valley of the Queens, Valley of the Kings. That is not what it translates to. These are evil people that take the name of something, forget about that. They don't translate it. They give it a whole another name, like they have some superiority. The name of it was called Ta Saket Ma'at. Ta Saket Ma'at does not translate to Valley of the Kings. None of those words mean valley. None of those words mean of, and none of those words mean king. It is the land of the field of the power of memory consciousness. That's what Ta Seket Ma'at is, the land of the field of the power of memory consciousness of truth or observation examination. So Ta is the land, Seket is the power of memory, which I've broken down many times, and it's the field of memory. It's the power of memory and it's the mental field. And Ma'at is the observation or the truth. So that is what that actual arrow is called. And here we see them not as jars, but as netters. So we go to the temple, we go to the tomb of Nefertari, KV66 in the Ta Seket Ma'at. Here's how we see them. We see them as Neteru. And we see the words here. If you can see them, we see M, Set. We see happy. Happy. We see Tua. There's the star Tua. There's Mut. There's the T, and there's the Atef. Tua, Mut, Tef. And then we see the Kebsenef, which is the water of purification or cooling coming down, and the Senef, which is the brother, or the, we'll say brother for now. I don't want to get too deep. His brother. So there is Mset, Happy, Tua, Mut, F, and Kebsenef. And you see them as netter, not as jars. What they have taught you is the quote-unquote value of the kings was to take away what it really was, which was a mountain made into a resurrection area where one was prepared to regain their conscious memory in order to quote-unquote rise through the power of the female Naturt goddess of consciousness rebirth, Seket. Let me take you to the chapter, let me take you to chapter 26 of the first book of the afterlife consciousness on this earth of 1250 BC. Here's the very first book that taught ever about afterlife consciousness. The Papyrus of Ani. May he open my ma'ah. There's ma'ah, the examination, my two eyes, blinded. May he make stretch out my feet, which are fastened together. May he make strong Anpu, my legs. Okay, rise up for myself, maketh to me to rise. Who's rising up? Who's making to rise? You're rising up for yourself. Who's making you to rise? There it is right there, Seket. Seket is the same name as this area here. Ta, Seket, Ma'at. Who is Seket? Seket is the one that rises you. The goddess. May I be in the heavens. That's where you're rising to. Ari, consciously being done what I command, and Het Patah Ka. I know. Okay. So now, boom. So you see the name where the deceased were buried is the same name as the goddess that births and rises you, Seket. Now let me take you to the world's first introduction that there was to an afterlife, the Ara app. The Ara app is what they're calling the pyramid of Saqqara, or the step pyramid, to see who else is associated with the rise of your consciousness. Now we're going to go to utterance 413 and line 734. 413, line 734, we're in what they call the pyramid text. Say, rise. Here's the rising again, the resurrection. Rise thyself up. Isn't that what it was said over here? Rise up for myself. Seket's doing that. And over here in the pyramid text, 2400 BC, rise up myself, O king. Thy water belongs to thee. Thine abundance belongs to thee. Thy milk belongs to thee, which is in the breast of his mother Aset. The children of Heru, the MESSU, rise thee up. The children of him who is in the Deb Wet P, which is the area that they call Butu. So here we are as the children of Heru are associated with the energy of resurrecting the dead. Rising. Notice here that the pharaoh who is Unas, Aset is being called his mother. The breast of thy mother, Aset. The children of Heru. I just want you to let know that when you're talking about the words like children and mother, it's not direct bloodline children or direct bloodline mothers in the afterlife story, in your journey. And they are connected to resurrection. Why? Because who was killed and resurrected in consciousness? Asar, which you are aspiring to be like, the conscious aspect, who was the heir, echo child of Asar, who avenged his death that every pharaoh models himself after, Heru. Who is the child, quote unquote child, that walks you to the Father, the risen one, as seen in plate 4 of the Purim Heru. Who is that child? Heru, walking you to where? Walking you to the Father. He was called Iasa, if that sounds familiar to anybody. Iasa, the everlasting path. Heru, okay? Does this sound familiar at all? Who is the son that walks you to the Father of the resurrected one? Who is the heir, the echo child? Does this sound familiar? Well, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father but by me. John 14:6. In the Purim Heru, no man, here's the man, can get to the Father, Osiris here, but by Heru holding his hand and walking him down the path to the Father for resurrection. That's the Son's job. So they made Jesus the Son as the job that leads you to resurrection and rises you if you are Christ-like, just like the Son. Sons are associated with resurrection. Back to the pyramid text, what does it say? The children, sons or daughters, children of Heru, rise thee up. Children of him that goes into the Butu. The children are associated with helping with the resurrection, which is what Jesus did in the story, and that's what Heru does as the child of Asar. Let this all come together now, and here we go. Welcome to the Tutsi Power class. Thank you for this question. Once again, if this question has been asked to anyone else on the internet, in a book you've read, anything where you see any breakdown as elaborate, walking you through what the actual KEMET say themselves, put their name in the room, put their link in the room, and we will go and talk to them and hopefully bind with them and form an alliance. If not, please support the Tutsi Power class. Let me see if the donation is at the bottom. If you appreciate, yes, it is. If you appreciate what it is that you're seeing. And thus, as the child, quote unquote, child of Asar, protects Asar, avenges Asar, while simultaneously leading to the rise of consciousness, resurrection, and reclaiming his father's legacy and throne, as your quote unquote children should do, your children should do the same. Thus, we read from the words of the ancient indigenous creators of the civilization, the ancient creators of civilization, we read, what did the children do? Here it is, pyramid text. This is pyramid text utterance 541, line 1333a. Say, children of Heru, happy, duamut f, imps t, kebensen wef. Protect life for your father, Osiris, who is Unas, the pharaoh. The pharaoh, his goal is to be like Osiris. When you see an N there, that's where the pharaoh's name goes. So protect the life of the pharaoh as the son protects for you. That's what Heru did from the time that he is given his endurance, or that he endures amongst the netter, smite set, protect this Asar, who is the pharaoh. That's what the children of Heru do. They're the protectors from him before the earth is brightened. Heru is powerful. He himself will avenge his father, Osar. The father has caused that you honor him. So happy duamuatef, Imseti Kepsanuf. What are their jobs and energy-wise? What are they serving? They're protecting. They're associating with Heru, who's the Avenger, smiting Set, because Set was who the son, the original son, had to fight to avenge for his father. And now we're in utterance 542 to say, it is Heru, he who has come to reclaim his father. So it's about reclaiming the legacy and the throne. That's what a son does. And to show that these are not just quote unquote sons or children of Heru, but represent the energies that play the protective, avenging role as Heru did for his father, being that you are also manifested in the afterlife. And the pharaohs were Heru. That's your job. That's what you're aspiring to be. You are the resurrected Asar. Who else would they be? Who else would they be the children of? Would this energy be also the children of you, who people are thinking are just the sons of Heru? Are they also the sons of you, the children of you? Because you play the role of Asar when it says here, protect this Asar, which is the Pharaoh Unas. Avenge his father Unas, avenge his father Osiris. Protect life your father Osiris Unas. And protect this Asar. You see? So let me go on over here. Here we are. Pyramid text, utterance 545. Say, Osar Unas, he who killed thee is brought to thee. Cut him up. Perform his execution. Children of Heru, Hapi, Dua Muatef, Imseti Kepsanuf. Carry your father, this Asar. I think I read it over here. I thought I read it over there, but it's over here. Carry your father, this Asar. Lead him. Who? Who's leading him? Hapi, Dua Muatef, Imseti Kepsanuf. Carry your father. Who's their father? Who's their father? You. You are the father. You are the resurrected Asar. They carry out and help you as Heru did, thus playing the role of the avenging son, thus playing the role of the protective son. So they're called the children of Heru. Why? Because they're emulating what Heru did as the child of Asar. But they're all the children of Asar, which are the children of you in the afterlife. That's why it says, carry your father, this Asar. Right there. What does it say? Boom. For the first time, you are now hearing that they are the children of you. They are your children in the afterlife, meaning they represent the protective, avenging energy in that realm, dimension that helps fight for you in your rebirth, just as your child here on earth should, he or she is literally your rebirth and should honor your legacy and fight for you. That's the role of the child, to protect their parent. This is the beauty of Ma'at, is that everything echoes through microcosmic. Thus, you can live your life here practicing the principles that exist in the other realms of the Netzerkert. You're living your life here, literally practicing just by living the life of Ma'at, practicing the energy forces that's going to happen on that side, playing the role on that side in the afterlife, because they become your children. Meaning that when you get over to that realm, there is no heaven that you're going to go to where lions are going to be doing the running man with lambs. And no, when you go over to the next realm, there are beings over there that want to attack, fight. Everything is over there too. Remember, when we talk about going into the afterlife and existing in that realm of consciousness, when we pass away or when we meditate or when we have an out of body, going into that realm, where do the serial killers go? Where do the rapists go? They're over there too. Everything is over there too. Some wake up over there, some keep sleeping. But it is a double realm of over here. So over on that side, you need protective energy forces to work you, to protect you in the fight that you'll be on that side too. Those protective forces are symbolically called your sons. They protect you and preserve you. Sons, just like HERU was the son. Thus, all of the deceased were buried with the protection of the concept of biological imperative and the concept of them being HERU and Asar, all having protective children as seen in the tomb of Mehi-Pray. Here's the tomb of Mehi-Pray. This is what I brought in the debate with Mighty Hebrew. This brother right here, the tomb of Mehi-Pray. And what do we see in the tomb of Mehi-Pray? Mehi-Pray's quote-unquote canoptic chest at the top of is a shrine shaped in the runners with the Kevito coordinates lid, butamin coated and decorated with the gilt text fans and funerary deities, 52 centimeters square. And here they found the swaddled in linen with only faces exposed. Inside inscriptions are filled with blue paste, and there are the sons. And these ones don't look like the other ones, do they? They represent the protective energy of what a son would be like, as the son HERU was to Asar. So all the protective energy that are going to protect you like Asar, like HERU protected him, they are the sons. Thus it is your organs that go inside of those jars to be protective, just as the sun would protect you. So they're your sons, not just the sons of HERU, as stated by the ancestors. Where is this found? KV, we're back to Kings Valley, 36, aka Valley of the Kings, Tomb 36. But remember I told you the real name is Ta-Saket? The real name is Ta-Saket. It's Ta-Saket Ma'at. Okay? I told you this was designed for the rebirth of the Seket conscious memory. What is Seket's symbol of rebirthing? Here is Seket right here, that everybody just calls Sekhmet. But Seket's symbol of rebirthing is this right here. Do you see it right here? I did a class on Medinator Mondays. Come to Medinator Mondays and broke this down. Because Scribe said, what is this? I think Scribe asked him a question. What is this? Somebody asked me, what is this thing? And I was like, yeah, I was looking into that too. And I had to go ask and find out. And here it is. Here it is, the lotus staff. That symbol right there, it is the lotus. The Shen, the Shesh, right there. That is what this is. That's what it looks like in real life, not a drawing. But there it is right there. It is a lotus staff. It is the Seket. This is the staff of memory, rebirthing, the lotus rebirthing. In the Purim HERU, guess where we see the children of HERU in the Purim HERU? Where do we see them first? Boom, right there, where HERU takes you to Asar. And when you get to them, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. And what are they coming out of? The Seket symbol, right over here. Seket that rises you, and the children of HERU that protect and rise you. The Seket symbol, the lotus symbol, the Shesh right there, the resurrection symbol, and there they are coming out of it as he who is the light and the life walks you to Osar. And you see the 4 sons of HERU, the 4 children of HERU, right there in front of Osar. Boom, appearing out of the Seket symbol. And I'm not done. I'm not even nowhere near done. They're the 4 sons of Horus. Now we'll take you directly to the coffin text. Spell number 397. And we will see something interesting from the words of the indigenous followers of Ma'at themselves, which it seems like all the other teachers are ashamed of. How many people here are learning from their Kemetic teachers directly from the pyramid text, reading pyramid text and then breaking it down, the coffin text, and not explaining it academically, but actually discussing what is spiritually meant to the Kemetians from their own words? Any Kemetic teachers talk about the coffin text? Only the priests, right? Here we go. So spell 397, spell for bringing a ferry boat in the realm of the dead. Oh, ferryman, bring me this. Bring HERU to me, for his eye Bring Set to me for his testicles. There leaps up the eye of Heru, which fell in the eastern side of the sky, so that it may protect itself from Set. O Mehef, awaken Aken for me, as you are endowed with life. See, I have come. Why should I awaken Aken for you? So that he may bring me this boat, which Khnum put together. From out of the lake of the Shanks, she has been taken to pieces and placed in the dockyards. Take her starboard side and fix it to her bow. Take the larboard side and fix it to her stern. But she has no reeds. She has no fanials. She has no hesfu. She has no oar loops. Her finials are the tuft which is on this tail of Set. Her reeds are the slaver which is on the mouth of Babi. Her son Hasef is the sweat which is on the ribs of Babi. Her oar loops are on the hands of the magic image of Heru who made her. It is the eye of Heru which will guide her to me. O Mehef, awaken Aken. Here we go again. O Mehef, awaken Aken for me, as you are endowed with life. I see I have come. Who will guard this boat for us? Fetch the tail. The Simnity animal, put it on her stern. It will guard her. O Mehef, awaken Aken. Why does he keep saying this? O Mehef, awaken Aken for me, as you are endowed with life. See, I have come. What's going on here? Let's see. What is this speaking of? Aken being awakened to get a boat. Let me take you to page 95 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary to show you how deep the followers of Ma'at who built Kemet were. Here's page 95. And look at Aken, everybody. Here's Aken. Aken, and this is Aken, Akenti, Akent. It is a door. The doorkeeper of the seventh pylon. Aken Tua Kehe Keru, the doorkeeper of the sixth Arit. Notice Aken is associated with opening a quote-unquote door. Even though the number of the door changes, the word Aken is still the word associated with it. Then note Aken is the doorkeeper of Arit. What is Arit, everybody? What is Arit? What have I taught you Arit is? Arit is to create something consciously. Arit, creator of the gods, adore ye him, and the presence beautiful, and the rising in the Atet boat shall worship thee, the beings of the height shall worship thee. Shabaka stone, Arit. There it is right there, the word Arit. And it is he is the maker. Arit is to create something consciously, though, and that's why it shows an eye and not the hands. Ari, conscious visual creation. Rising, when one's conscious perception is quote-unquote awakened, then you control this boat. Let me take you to the Purim Heru plate 19. Guess what the word for boat is? It's the word for boat. The word for boat on plate 19. Let's go to see what the ancestors say. Plate 19, his rising, Temu, Harakuti, adored art thou, when thy beauties are in my ma'at, and are thy shining rays upon my body. Thou goes forth in peace in the Seket boat. Heart is gratified by the winds in the Atet boat. Its heart glad, thou strides over heaven in peace, and Hetepu, overthrowing the enemies. Boom. There's Seket again. There's Seket again. And Seket, same word, conscious memory. The boat is that you're moving on is also the same name as the goddess, which is also the same name as the whole area that people are being buried in, which is also the same name as the field of reeds, the Seket. This is the conscious memory that you're floating and moving across. The Sektet again, conscious memory. And what is the other word there for boat? What's the other word there? It is antit. Antit, the boat in which Ra sailed from dawn to midday. From Ant, which is light. Interesting. It says boat, then quote unquote light. What type of light was our ancestors speaking of? When I show you their beautiful mind, let me show you their beautiful mind. What were they speaking of? Page 128 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. So remember, the boat that you're moving across, because remember, they needed to awaken Aken, so that you can move across with this boat. The boat word there is the power of memory, and then the other one there is Atet. What is this? What is this Antet or Atet? What is this? Ant, the boat, and what is it talking about? What kind of light is it talking about? Look on page 128, boat, it means knowledge, perception, consciousness, to perceive, to know something. So one word for the boat that you're moving in the afterlife, in the bioenergetic double realm, in the real time zone realm, in the out of body, one is called a memory consciousness, and the other one is called to know, perception. That's what this boat is. Boom, and that is the awakened doorway. Awakened perception, consciousness to travel smoothly as the boat on the Nile through the conscious portal doorways. You see that? This is very, very clear as to what's happening here. Very, very clear, very beautiful too. I may add that our ancestors put this together for us. The Aken, awaken Aken, so we can build this boat and we can put this boat together. Awaken Aken, and the Aken is the door, the keeper of the seventh pylon, Akenti, and the other one is the keeper of the sixth Arit, and it's also doorkeeper. Some type of doorway or doorkeeper is the Aken. Okay, now that we know on that, let me take you to page 360 for you. And the same coffin text, guess who brings the boat? Who brings the boat? Who shall bring her to me? Bring her to me with the best of the netter, namely, Imseti, Hapi, Duamuatef, and Kebsanuf. He will command her. The Tetiui, being placed in her, Bo, he shall steer her to the place where you are. What is she? She is the wings of Tetui. That's what the boat is. It's the wings. It's the thing that causes you to rise. Oh, rise. Rise me, Sektet, as the golden Heru, the wings flying out of body. That's why the Ba is drawn as a bird with wings. This is the conscious flight of memory consciousness on the field of the Sektet, memory conscious plane that you're traveling on. You can perceive, and that's why the boat is called perception and memory. And who is rising? The four sons of Heru, the children of Heru. Who is getting the boat? Oh, Mseti, Happy, Duamotef, Kebsanuf. That's who's commanding the boat so that you can Tetiyu. What is Tetiyu? What is she? She's the wings of the Tetiyu, the thing that causes you to fly out of the body. Four children again for the awakened, resurrected consciousness. Notice it said she is the wings of Tetiyu. Well, look at the image of the boat, which is memory consciousness and its association with the skies. There's the boat right there. And look at the boat heading towards the stars, the skies. Your consciousness heading towards this realm, which is symbolic of skies. What does it say here on line 40 of the prayer Heru? Thou shalt come forth onto the heavens, which is the skies. Thou shalt pass over the skies. Thou shalt be associated with the stars. Does that look like this? Does that boat look like it's going to the skies, the stars? Is it the boat that's moving, sailing across the heavens? The stars may thee praise in the boat. Thou shalt be hymned in the Atet boat, your consciousness. Thou shalt see Ra within the shrine, his shrine. You see that, everybody? Associated with the stars and traveling smoothly in this realm. And what is the Tetiyu word? Remember the word Tetiyu says, what is she? She, the Tetiyu. She is the wings of the Tetiyu. Something causing you to fly or ascend. a boat flying and ascending to the heavens, the skies, the stars, symbolic of raising to higher planes. What is TTU? TTU is the name of a constellation. Again, the boat associated with the stars, constellation flying up, something going upwards. But why? Are you actually going to just fly to the sky when you have an out-of-body experience? Are you actually going up to the stars? What is actually happening? In the HERU, the ancients taught that we are reborn on the thigh of the mother. The word for thigh is kapesh, the thighs. We're reborn on the thighs. Rebirth. Tehuti, what does this have to do with the constellation? Well, there are sets of stars in the north that don't appear to move, thus they are considered immortal stars. The Aku points to them. The northern stars, the shafts of the Aku points to them. Here we go right here. The northern stars. There's the Great Pyramid, as they call it, the Aku, the Aket, and it's pointing to the Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, and the northern stars, the Thuban, and the stars that don't appear to move. Remember, the thigh in the Metanetter, remember that, the thigh? The HERU says you're born upon the thigh. The HERU, the book of the earth shows, and the HERU shows the boat going into the stars. Here's the stars. Here it is right here. And then there's the Kopesh. What is this Kopesh though? What is it? Now look closely at the northern star Dipper constellation the Aku shaft points to. Boom. You see it, everybody? Ursa Minor, the Little Dipper, the Big Dipper, the North Stars, or North Star, Ursa Minor. Guess what the pyramid texts say about those immortal stars? Look at that, and look at the Kopesh. You see that? The Kopesh, which is the same shape as the Ursa Minor, which they found the shape of something that looks like a star constellation, but it also looks like the thighs that you're born in between. That's why it says you're born on the thighs of the mother. In between the thighs is the vagina, and you're born, but that Kopesh just happens to look just like where it's pointing to, the Ursa Minor, because those are the stars that don't move. Your immortality. Guess what the pyramid texts say about those immortal stars that the pyramid is pointing to, the shadows are pointing to? Here it is, pyramid text. Hey, look at this. It says, Mseti, happy, Dua Muatef, Kepsanuf. It is these who are behind the constellation of the thigh in the northern sky. Boom, the four children again, helping your rebirth into immortality, because it is not that you're actually going to those particular stars, but you're pointing towards them because the stars symbolize something that is immortal. They seem to be always there. That is where you want your consciousness to go, to an immortal state of light. The stars symbolize the light realm that you go to, where you never move. You are immortal. You're in a realm of light. Remember what I said about the photons? Photons, as soon as they come into existence, they reach their destinations. They're traveling at the speed. They're not acknowledging time. As soon as they come into existence, they're at their ending. They seeming to be immortal. They've defeated time. These stars are in a position where they don't move. Thus, the boat, the consciousness that you're pointing to, is a boat that is pointing to the stars, the TTU, the ability to fly or ascend, coming out of the body to a realm that is pointing to stars that don't seem to move. Your consciousness to become immortal, continuous memory, continuous consciousness, helped by the aid of your spiritual children that are on that other side, helping you fight so that you are not destroyed over there as well. The sons of HERU bringing you the boat. Oh, wake up, I can't go, wake up, I can't wake up, I can't. Oh, that's the doorway. The sons of HERU bringing to the quote-unquote boat. Let me show you that boat again. Take a look at the boat, everybody. Look at the boat. You see Ra on the boat, you see a serpent around him. I will show you now for the first time that these are all words and glyphs. That do not only match the scene, but tell the story of the science of the words hidden in the mundane eye of the pictures. They're hidden to the mundane eye. as pictures. So when you look at this, you think you're just looking at pictures. Hey, here's a man with a bird's head, and here is a serpent around him. These are actual words. These are a part of the Medu-Neter. These are words too. This is a part of the story. That thing that's around is a shrine. The other one is a boat. These are the words. The sectet, the anti, the boat. The boat is a word itself. It means consciousness and memory. The overlapping right there that the snake is doing, overlapping, is a word. It is the shrine. It is the thing that overlaps and protects you. Notice that on the conscious boat, you and Ra are always domed over by a serpent. Looks like it forms over you like a door, doesn't it? Get a look. It looks like you're in a doorway. Look at that. It looks like you're in a door. And there's the serpent around you, and it looks like you're in a door. You're in a shrine, you're in a door, you're in something that is encasing you to go to another dimension. And there's always a serpent around. Guess what that serpent is called? Back to page 95 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Guess what that serpent is called? Uh-oh. The Aken. Same word. Boom. The awakening. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. If you appreciate any of this, please support. If you're just watching this for entertainment, don't worry. We won't kick you out. Just type in the chat. I am just watching this for entertainment. If this does anything for your soul, for your energy, for your ka, for your ba, for your journey, for your knowledge of things that you're not learning from other teachers that are supposed to be teaching on what the Kemetians taught about, please support what it is to keep this going here. The serpent that surrounds you is also the Aken. The name of the serpent. Where have we seen that Aken before? Oh, the door. Akentua. HERU. The doorkeeper. Over here, the name of the serpent. The Aken, the door. Over here, we have you traveling on your conscious boat of memory and consciousness, and it looks like you're in a door, and over that door is the serpent over here, and it forms over you as a doorway or a shrine over here. And you're always inside of this thing that looks like a doorway or a vortex or some type of opening. There's always a serpent, because that serpent is also the Aken, and the Aken is the awakening. That's the doorway that you travel to after you are awakened. That's why we get back to spell 397, spell for bringing the ferry boat in the realm of the dead. O ferry, sky, so that you may protect itself from Set. O Mehef, awaken Aken for me, as you are endowed with life. See, I have come. Why should I awaken Aken for you? So that he may bring me this boat, which Khnum put together. Whom shall bring her to me? Who shall bring her and me to you? Bring her to me with the best of the netter. Who's that? Imseti, happy, Duamotef Kebsanuf, children of Heru, and he will command her, the Tetiyu, being placed in her, bow, and he shall steer her to the place where you are. What is she? She's the wings of the Tetiyu, the same word that is a constellation. This is a connective, protective energy that you can travel on. That's why it's a boat with a serpent on it. It's called by the Mayans the serpent rope. The serpent rope. And here's a depiction, the serpent rope, wormhole, and the codes, vendaboneses, and there is a serpent rope that travels things from time to time or area to area. And it's just symbolic of a wormhole or something you travel through, a vortex that looks like a rope. It is any long, energetic, connective energy, in this case, to the followers of Ma'at. It is the serpent-type doorway that protects you on the boat consciousness, aided by the children of Heru, giving you the ability, as it says in the text, to ascend, rise, fly, resurrect, as we teach for the bioenergetic template called the Ka to make a dual copy echo of itself to leave the body connected by this ethereal rope to travel as smooth as a boat with the help of the protective energy of your children. Like the Tetu, an animal of flight, from Tata. Tetu from Tata or Tut, which means guess what? What does Tetu mean? What is Tata? What is Tut? What is this Tut? What is this? Someone or something to resemble like. A copy of something, an image, a likeness, a copy. To travel, but the way that you travel, something is being made copies of. Boom, to be a copy. And guess what else? Kenti Tata, rope of a boat. See how beautiful this is? I know that people hate this, you know? I understand. Let me tell the people really quick. I understand. It's okay. I comprehend. Let me fix the screen. I had to come back. I'm going to fix the screen. My blurriness in a moment. Boom, take it off. Boom. Full HD. Boom. And I should be back clear right about now. Boom. I understand. I understand. It's too much. It's too much to debate and to challenge this, challenge Tehuti. It's too much. It's like it's already down packed. Nobody studies the stories, and nobody studies this to even have a pre-organized challenge for it. That's why when they come and I do a lecture on Sonetta or somewhere, they come and they don't know, it never turns into chaos because they don't have any, this isn't what they've heard before. Nobody's getting into the Tetu and the boat and the Aken and the coffin text spell this, and nobody cares about that. They've never heard it before. So when they hear it, they're like, oh, that Tehuti, he's pseudo, he's making it up. But I'm like, okay, what's your teaching on the Tetu before this date? What's your teaching on this, on the Aken? What's your teaching on this before today, before you heard me say about it? What were you talking? What were you educating the people on it? To be against what it is that I'm teaching, you must have give me your story of the sons of HERU. Where's yours, sir? Where's your another canopic jars? Can you give me some more? But the fact is, when I do this, I take everybody into a world that's undebatable because nobody studies the coffin text to have a pre-debate disposition on it. So when they hear it, they can say, that's not what the coffin text says. The real teachings are the Tetu and Aken is they never heard of it before because nobody cares about the writings of the indigenous people. Let me tell you that clearly. I'm going to say it slowly. Nobody cares about the writings of the indigenous people, which is why you never hear the other so-called teachers teaching this deeply on it and applying it to their family and their students. All they're teaching about is, I'm going to debunk this person. Horus is from Jesus. The Hebrews are trash. The Christians are this. Look at this. And the pedophile, you're going to court. And I'm the mod and I'm forever. And you're this. And I'm... Teach us about the coffin text, sir. No, you can't because you don't care. It's too confusing. It takes a lot of time to indulge. You have to put your life into this to teach on it. So when Brother Amir Smash Rockwell came into the thing, he's like, he's using the wrong word for pet. And I'm like, pet, inundation and water, and pet also means the sky. Why? It's simple. Because that's the direction you look in when there's a big thunder and lightning explosion and the inundation and water comes down. It's coming from the sky. So thus pet can mean the sky and it can mean where water falls. Quite understandable. But you want to argue because you don't have a teaching prior to today about pet and getting there. You don't believe in it. You don't believe in pet. You don't channel yourself to get there. You're not teaching your children, here's what we have to practice to get to the pet. It's just academics. So you'll always want to debate what you've never heard of before because I have the story too down packed. It's too down packed. It's like, dang, man, we got to study all this to debate him because It's too good. It's too clear. It's too much. We don't care about this. We want to let him get away with it. So here is Kenti Tata, the rope of the boat. So now that I've taught you all of this, the meanings of their names and each connection to the immortality, biological imperative family will make sense. Now it makes sense now. Now it makes sense. They're not just the sons of HERU. It all makes sense now. It's all about a biological imperative. It's all about the protection energy. Here it is again. Kepsanuf, Duamutef, happy. And now that you know, you understand each name. Now you can understand the relevance of the biological imperative aspect. Kepsanuf, he who purifies his brother with cooling water. Now it's understandable. I just did a breakdown on brother and sister, on Senef and the blood and the connective energy. You don't have to actually be brothers, but we're all brothers and sisters in Ma'at. In order to get to the afterlife area with consciousness and shedding the negativity, you have to have Shu. You have to have the feather of Ma'at. In other words, you have to be as light as a feather to be like Shu, as the wind, as air, very light. So you have to be calm and collected through most of the times. Of course, you get angry sometimes, maybe 4% of your life. Okay, that's going to happen. Maybe 10% of your life, but overall, you are a cool, calm person. So the Kepsanuf is the cooling water that cools his brother. That's the only way to be calm, the cooling water. In Kemet, some of the days start off at 110 degrees. Dua Muatef, he who praises the mother, because you're born upon the thigh. Aset is the mother, you're born upon the thigh. Sektet is the mother, which is also the conscious energy that resurrects you. So Tua Muatef, that's the praise of the mother. It all makes sense now. Happy, what is happy that I broke down in the Specious Time class? It's the slow moving, consistent mover, but it's moving slow. It's Specious Time, the river of consciousness that your boat travels for slow eternity. Eternity seems very slow moving because you never get to the end of it. It's going on forever. So there's something that goes on forever would be very slow moving because you're never in the middle of it. You're never in the beginning of eternity and you're never at the end of it. It's just a slow moving path down the spiritual Nile River, the state of consciousness on that boat in the afterlife. Moving in Specious Time as happy, the slow, the one that slinks along, like the summer solstice, the long day, the old man called the SUN, the sun, the old man that walks with the cane, who's wise and moving slow. The world is moving slowly. You're appreciating everything around you, nice and calmly. It's not fast, Michael. Give me that. Answer me now. What do you got to do? Where you been last night? Not that. It's the calmness. Imseti, the word for liver. Imist is the word for liver. It's the same as imseti, which absorbs and processes nutrients for life's transformation. It's the only part of your body that dies and resurrects over 2 times a day. It is the resurrection organ. It is the death resurrection organ. Please go and look up the liver and how it dies and resurrects. And it dies and resurrects. And it dies and has to be rebuilt. And you need milk thistle and things to rebuild it faster so that it can absorb, consume, assimilate, and dissipate. But every time it goes through that cycle of Kepara, it has to die for you first and then resurrect for you to live. Then it dies for you again. Then it resurrects for you to live. That's Imseti. That's the liver. Now you understand all of this, and no one has ever told you why these are called canopic jars. Why are these called canopic jars? You've all heard of canopic jars. Well, let me end all of this with a special Tehuti jewel. Brace yourself, grab your seatbelts, please support, because now I'm going to tie it all in to the plagiarism and why they call it canopic jars. Are you ready, everybody? What is the only thing that remains of the stories of the resurrected God, Jesus, from the grave that is left for us to read in order to go to God? We all know it's stolen from Serapis. We all know that by now. We're past that. So, again, look at the key words. What is the only thing that remains of the stories of the resurrected God, Jesus, who went to the grave and resurrected? What's left for us to read about him so that we can go to God? Let me go into the chat and see. Tell me, what's left from the resurrected, raised God? What remains left for us to read so that we can be resurrected as Christ? What's left, everybody? The 4 Gospels. That's all that remains. All that's left of all the Jesus walking the earth for 33 years, going all over Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Egypt, all over the place. 5,000 resurrected, 500 see him in the air lifting up. He's healing the sick, he's resurrecting the dead, he's feeding the hungry, he's getting crucified, he's the Son of God, he's the prophesied Son that's been prophesied for 4,000 years. And guess what we got? 4 books. I think there's more books on Jeffrey Dahmer. What did you say? I don't know. Is there more books on Jeffrey Dahmer though? That can't be. There can't be. There's no way. No. Is there more books on Nipsey Hussle? No. Is there more books about Ronald McDonald? All that remains of Jesus Christ, who went to the grave for us in order for us to go to God, all that remains are 1, 2, 3, 4 Gospels, everybody. Interesting, the 4 Gospels. Let me take you to the pyramid text, utterance 553. Are you ready? Here we go. Pyramid text, utterance 553. What does that say? It's a little small, but I'm going to read it for you. Resurrection meal, ascension of the deceased. You see that? The meal, biological imperative, consumption, digestion, assimilation. Chapter of the resurrection meal. I wonder who's going to be in this chapter of the resurrection meal. To say, Jeb has raised thee up. This thy spirit has been guarded for thee. The minas jar remains. The minas jar cause to remain. Thou art more exalted than Shu and Tefnut in the house of Hemenu, the destroyer. Unas, for thou art verily the spirit was nursed by Nebtet with her left breast. Osar has given to thee the spirits, take the eye of Heru to those. These thy 4 ways, which are before the grave of Heru. Those who are in goes and is going to the God. The 4 jars. Kepsanuf, Duamotef, happy, in Imseti. The 4 that remains to get you to God. These are the 4 for the resurrection meal. You know, the Last Supper, you got to eat. You got to eat. You have to eat. You have to eat. You know, it's necessary for them to have a Last Supper, of course, right? It was very important to put Jesus eating with his disciples as a Last Supper right before the crucifixion. But here it is, the 4 ways, the minas jars. That's what remains. The 4 ways, which are there before the grave of Horus. Keb Sunaf, Duimotef Happy, and Mseti. Boom. And what do your teachers tell you these were called, these jars? What are they called? Canopic jars. This story is a story stolen to create a Jesus from Asar Apis, the great bull of resurrection, the Asar. And they keep calling these canopic jars, right? But why, everybody? Why did they call it canopic jars? What's the date today? July 14th, 2023. If you've heard this before, put the link in the chat. Let's look up canopic jars pertaining to Canopus, the town in ancient Lower Egypt, famous for his temple of Serapis. Hence, canopic jar. These made their lids from human heads, which often had the entrails of embalmed bodies. A town, Canopus, ancient Egypt, famous for his temple of Serapis. Canopic jars. Boom. Canopic, i.e., temple of Serapis. No, your teacher has never shown you that. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Boom. Let me check the chat and see what's going on. I'm going to take a break. Let the brothers come in. And here we go. 1 second. Let me come out the room. Put the link in the room. And here we go. All right. Link in the room. Jump in, brothers. Let me check the room. Let me go ahead and see what the room is saying. What do you guys think of the answer? Team, jump in the room, and I'm going to take my break, and I'm going to come back, do some donations, and answer the last question of the night. It's already almost 12. But let me go ahead and see what the room is saying, and let's see if I did as good of a job as the rest of the teachers on YouTube. Maybe a little bit better. I don't know, but if you appreciate it, please support the Tehuti Pod class. Support what this is that you see. I know there's 70 people watching, and please support. Follow my AI moderator. Please support with Cash App, TT, and Moon. For those of you who see the great people in the room, that have wrenches on, they're called the moderators to some moderators. You see them with the wrenches on. We're a little different. A brother named Stranger created a new name from actually where the word moderator comes from. And the name that he created is actually what they are, which are the moderators. Let me take the AI moderator off the screen. And these are the moderators. And the moderators are who? None other than Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. These are the moderators named so by Stranger, keeping the room calm, informing the room of updates, and just vibing with the room, because in reality, our room always stays calm. Those are the moderators. Hey, Primordial Thought, how you doing, my good brother?
Peace, SABA. It just seems like Bible took everything. Completely everything. Completely. Even down to the four gospels, the way you tied that into it, man. That's insane.
From the Temple of Serapis.
Good old Serapis. Shouts out to Serapis.
Okay, let's see who's this is a beautiful class indeed, Sab. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Katazi says, oh wow. Rigo says this is incredible. Sandra Shepard still up with us, says mind blowing. Your mind's about to be blown after this, Sandra. XA said mind blowing answers again and again. That's from Nania Setmer. Good morning from Europe. I got people everywhere. Great honor and prosper. Rigo says, dang. Let's see what else you all thought of the class. Shannon puts fire, fire, fire. Shannon, you're going to be in the next answer too. Hey, KV Kev the Poet. I haven't seen him since the original pod classes. Shout out to KV Kev the Poet. It says, really excited to see him back on the Killer Priest show. That's awesome. We got a lot of Killer Priest people in here today. Hybrid Cypher presses a 1. Higa Kepara says, you're going in, Saba, to a HERU. Rigo says, Matrix shattered. Instead of Matrix broken. Hybrid Cypher put a explosion. Anama's still up and awake. She put 2 at Tehuti. Hybrid Cypher put a 9. Boss Fee's in here. Boss Fee is here. Shout out to Black Alucard, who puts his mind being blown. XA says that was fire. Oh, my little brother, Bijan Farrow. My little brothers are Bijan Farrow and Jay Kirkland. Those are like my little brothers. I don't know what it is about them, but this reminds me of a family, real actual family. Shout out to Bijan Farrow, excellent breakdown, Saba. Shout out to you, Angela Gates, putting fire. Isn't it beautiful, Angela? Angela, and if Fatef is listening, that you weren't even really into this, into like KEMET or this type of information, but then as you stay around in the pod class, it's such beautiful. It's so beautiful. There's people here that are just here for maybe a question I was asked or interest in some kind of knowledge. And you all are now getting seriously now the deepest meta breakdowns of all the internet. And even on your new level, you understand how beautiful it is. This should have been going on since the 60s. This should have been going on since the 60s. Even, and what you're learning now is way above the people that are on the other channels that have been on for 30 years. Go ask them about Awaken Aken. I dare anybody go into the channel and say, what's Awaken Aken? What's the Atet boat? You're learning on the highest level, and it's so understandable that you don't have to be in for 20 years to know what I'm saying, even though I'm teaching from the coffin text, which takes people 25 years to get to. How long have you been studying KEMET primordial knowledge of self? How long?
Saba's been almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years, and the brother never even heard about the sons of HERU until somebody who Scribe. How long have you been studying under me? Since the Killer Priest?
Yes, since Killer Priest.
How long were you teaching about the sons of HERU? How many?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. It's so beautiful that it doesn't matter when you come in. It's like you jump to you could be 2 years in, you could be Angela Gates, you could be anybody from Europe, and then boom, you're learning about the coffin text here. And nobody's talking about the coffin text. Find me another YouTube channel where brothers are teaching from the coffin text and believe what's in it. It's not just saying in the attestation, they're not that. You're teaching it and you actually believe in what it says. Nowhere. This is a beautiful thing. Matt, daughter of Ray, says, fire once again. An entire complete lecture, says XA. Hybrid put up symbols. BJ and Vera put up Pharaoh. Sandra Shepard put it's always enlightening. There's too many. You all love this one. 3 is back. Hey, 3. 3 says, you continue to connect to me, to my origin, and break traps of the mind. Thank you. Hey, 3, nice to see you back again. GMO Gomez, this new name. Shout out to you, GMO Gomez. Tehuti #1 Saba. GMO Gomez, shout out to you, brother. And Shannon says, I knew you were working on something. Love it. Yep. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna step out for a moment. You all talk amongst yourselves, and Scribe has the ability to let people in. That was exactly one hour, I think, in 7 minutes. I'll be back for the next breakdown. Peace for a moment. Support the podcast. Scribe, put up the MetaNetter, put up the Cash App, PayPal overlay, and the MetaNetter one, and promote.
All right. Yes, exactly. As the great SABA Tehuti, just instructed, I'll put the Cash App and PayPal up because if you appreciate this information, we know that you never got that concerning the sons of HERU. A lot of people haven't heard of that prior to now or prior to the teachings of Ma'at. And when you get that, as he says, when he says, take these questions to other platforms, to your other teachers. If you ask any other teacher that you can go ask about the MESSU, the sons of HERU, they'll tell you about the canopic jars, because that's what'll pop up when you just do your quick little Google search. That'll just pop up. But what he just illustrated is something you will not find. No one will give you that. That's just, if there is someone who's doing that, as he says, bring that person forward so we can also build. Because as he stated, this should have been being disseminated at least somewhat in this type of fashion for a while now, because it's not like this information is new. This is actually the oldest information on the planet. So if you support, if you appreciate what he brings forth, here is the Cash App and here is the PayPal. You can scan this with your camera on your phone. It'll take you directly to the links. If you're on your phone, you can hit the link that's directly in the bio and send in some support. There is no set amount. You send in what you feel you appreciate from this, what you gain from this. It's an hour and a half of just straight Kemetic knowledge and teaching. And you just will not get it on this level. Even when you come to studying from other people, it's just on an academic level. And for anyone who studies this information, you can definitely recognize the difference between those who just teach it based on what's considered the academic side of it, without actually understanding and believing the way that the ones who brought it forth believe to bring it forth. Is completely different. When you study the language just from those kinds of people, there's many different groups I'm in, studying the language, the syntax of it, the morphology of the language, just the actual language itself, without inserting the spiritual understanding of it. It's just a baseline level of what's understood, of just what's being said, but not actually what the KEMET actually brought forth from their consciousness to tie these things together, to have these words mean what they mean, to have Ma'at mean truth and have it be a foundation, and then also be an eye to see, to have the sight to see the truth, to stand on a foundation. Ankh, where everybody knows the word Ankh means life, but who knows that the word Ankh also means ears? There's so many different correlations to this beautiful language. And the great SABA Tehuti, because he literally lives the Medu Netter, as he taught us, the Medu Netter literally means to echo the Netter. It isn't just a language, it's a lifestyle, it's a consciousness that you imbue yourselves with, so you're able to actually Ma'at, see what is being brought forth. So what he does is something that is not being done nowhere else, and only will be done from those of who become his students and learn up under him and watch him through that same eye to see the truth. to be able to take that and become also the Medu Neter, to echo that. And this is the only place where it will exist, and it will have to spread out from here. And so support the Great Saba, because this is not just a clock in, clock out type of thing. This is a consistent every second lifestyle and living to bring forth what he does. And it's just absolutely phenomenal. So shout out to the Great Saba Tehuti, and for what he has just his entire existence being here and what he's had to go through to bring us to this information right now. As he said, for 30 years, he wasn't doing this for anything. He was just doing it just because that's where his Ebe directed him to. So now it's time for us to support all that time that he's invested to become who he is, so that he can unlock us and wake us up to the realities that we exist in, to these false matrices, to all these religions, to the language of the English language, the Masonic language that keeps us hypnotized in a sleep state because we don't understand what we're saying. We're just talking, speaking tones, not understanding how important sound vibration is, how it creates your reality, how it creates your consciousness, what you pay attention to, and we're surrounded by it. So we need someone like the Great Saba Tehuti to showcase this and wake you up out of it, so you're able to sit back for a second and recognize what's going on around you. And that deserves, there's no price you can put on that. So you just support with what you can in whatever way you can, right? There's so many different ways. So great brother, Primordial Thought. And it's, everybody has their own timing, right? You know, when it's your time to come forth, that's exactly when it's supposed to be. And sometimes we have to, because there's so much isfet, because there's so much confusion, you have to take your time. And that's the beautiful thing about Ma'at, is it means to examine. So when you're in Ma'at, it teaches you to examine, not to just jump into something without examining what it means first, to not dig into it, to get to the root of where that comes from. You know, it teaches you how to dispel the lies, dispel the isfet. And everyone has their time in which they are brought forth. And the great brother was sitting back for some time and taking his time to delve in, to study, to examine himself as well. And now he has brought himself forth and has been consistent every single week and shows his support and asks wonderful questions that we all benefit from. And he's an example of what it means to show support to that which benefits you. You know, so that brother leads with his left, and that is what Ma'at teaches us to do, to lead with our Ebe. And it's something that today we cannot put a price tag on. So because the finances is what we got to use to live today, in ancient times it would be something else, and another time it would be something else. It's that which is valuable to you, right? You know, it's that you offer which that is valuable to you. So we can continue this, because we don't want it to stop with us. We want to be able to pass this down to the children, so they can continue to take it and grow it and spread it and create their own community that we're building the foundation for, so that they don't have to deal and go through what we've had to go through and be taken up out of this matrix. They're already being brought and raised up in the consciousness of Ma'at, which is so beautiful. So I'll let you speak, great brother Primordial Thought 9. Get some of your wonderful tones in, great brother. So peace and love to you and everyone in the chat and everyone who supports. Cash App TT Moon, Rocky SV. Show support. Like the video if you haven't liked it yet. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, change it to all instead of personalized. So that way, every single time he's live, you get that notification, and share this to your platforms. So great brother Primordial Thought 9, love to hear from you.
Hello to you, brother Annie, man. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity, good brother. Your words are always kind. I appreciate that, brother. One thing that you are completely right about, most definitely, is that I realize that, speaking personally for myself, when I lead with my left, I can slowly feel the isfet, falling off of me. All the things that I think about that causes fear or whatever that may be. It makes me look forward to showing up every Friday, being there on Sundays, doing my part, and just continue to, like Saba said earlier, whatever you put your focus on, that's what you value. So I try to at least, because we all got bills and we all got things we have to take care of in our lives. I try to always set, things that I would, pretty much buy things in that pretty much has no meaning to it. I try to direct my consciousness to be like, all right, let me put this particular dollar amount for SABA just for the class, just because I know what I'm about to get on Friday. I know what he's going to bring to the table. So at least if he's spending hours a day helping us out for something that he definitely does not have to do, I can at least put some portion of my reciprocity, to the side, and just have that prepped in the Cash App, have that prepped in the PayPal, just so I can be able to say, hey, he's bringing forth his energy to the table. Let me at least bring forth mine. And so far, I can see myself gradually growing, gradually shedding off the fear, gradually shedding off the worries, the doubts, all those things, and just saying, hey, Saba, pretty much, hey, shape and mold this, man. And like I said, there's so many people out there that's looking for, trying to advance their consciousness and everything of that nature. But like Saba said, there'd be like only 70 people here watching. So that means that out of the 70 people, out of so many people who are watching so many spiritual channels, we are honestly, this is where our Eve has led us to have something so divine that that we typically don't really realize, where we stand, like where we at right now. So to you, Sab, I see that you back, and I appreciate all the love and everything that you do. So to y'all, man. Peace and love.
Thank you, good brother. Okay, good. Thank you, Scribe. Thank you, Primordial. We're gonna do a couple donations and then get into the final one. It's 12:10, so let's do a couple more, and then although there's more than just a couple, but no new donations came in since okay, so there is I refreshed it. There is some, okay, it was locked. Okay, that was strange.
Okay,
it was locked.
Yeah, he had me over here and he like, huh?
Okay, so we got the brother Neto the Greatest sent this question in here. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. July 14th. Netter, July 14th, Netter. Okay, so Netter the Greatest sent in this question here, and I'll go ahead and I'll put it on the screen for everybody to see. And the question is, let's see. Okay, can you read that, Scribe? Well, the next one.
Yes, it's loading right now. Okay, it says from Netter the Greatest, Ankuja Seneb or Saba. How did the followers of Ma'at distinguish time? Today, we use the Gregorian calendar, which is also centered around the life and death of their Lord. Uh-oh, disappeared.
Oh, did it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Did it change to the donation?
Yes, it changed to the donation. And I'll give noise.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay, shout out to $25 from Netter Hotep, which is Netter the Greatest, for Uncle Jasaneb email in question. And I'll go ahead and put the email question back on the screen. Let me get this back. Let me get this off. And no. Email question, here we go. And the email is share screen. Windows. Where'd the question go? Okay. Question has done what? Okay, I have to do it manually again. Okay, what's the question? $25 question. Netter the Greatest. Here it is. Okay, here it is. Question here. And Scribe, when you see it, read it again, please.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if here it is. Okay, there it is. Should be there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. You see it yet?
Yes, it just popped up. Okay. Shout out to Netter the Greatest. He says, Uncle Jasaneb SABA, which or means great SABA. How did the followers of Ma'at distinguish time? Today, we use the Gregorian calendar, which is also centered around the life and death of their Lord. So we should say today is July 14th, 2023. How did our ancestors acknowledge time?
Thank you, brother. Good question. I'll get to it as soon as I have time. Thank you. Okay, shout out to this is anonymous question. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Anonymous question. I have to check. I have to check with this person who sent this to see if you want the question or not. Send me a message tomorrow. When you say anonymous question, you want yourself to be anonymous, or you're doing this and I answer you privately anonymously? Yes. We'll figure this one out. Thank you, though. Appreciate that. Okay, and on to the next donator, who is this? Eric G. That's it. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to Eric G. That's it. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Eric G. That's it. Okay, next one is hey. Friday night, and Sarah Jean. I don't know if she got paid, but here we go. Okay. Support for the greatest. Shout out to, if you're in the room still, Harassed for You Culture. Give her some noise. Give her a little bit of noise, please. She's donated, I think it's her second one. Support for the greatest. Thank you, Sarah Jean. Thank you. Harassed for Ye Culture. You are the greatest also. We're all here to make each other the greatest of whatever it is that you are meant to be. That you mean yourself to be, not meant to be. You mean yourself to be. Okay, here we go. Shout out to one of the best donators, supporters ever. Is that shown on the screen? Give this man some big noise. Big noise. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go. And then we got Sal Vega, XA, who was on the screen, who he's giving for his 5th one-on-one. He said he's putting them all in a storage bank for when he's actually ready. They'll just be there for him to get them. But he's paid five or four in advance. He's doing it every week. Give this man some big noise, please. Big noise, big noise. Wow. He's, man. Oh, and then he comes back to back with this thing he made up called Tua Ishin. Give him some noise for Tua Ishin, the same brother. This is also, for ladies and gentlemen, this is a brother who had the anniversary today for his marriage. Shout out to you. Much respect. Boom. And the next person, Salvega. Oh, for Medinator Monday. Medinator Monday. I'll take that for Medinator Monday. Oh my gosh. Beged Leisure is back in effect. He's been down for a little bit, but he's back. Beged Leisure, also called Maharu. I don't know if he's in the room still. He's back as the monster donator. He was one of the biggest to start monster donations, and he is back. Had a little financial hit. I told him, don't worry about it. Do what you can. And he is back now. Is this on the screen?
Yes.
Give him some big noise. Beged Leisure says, $75 donation, SABA. You always rise. It's the stake, lower frequency. Listen to the whispers of the netter. Thank you to you, good brother. That's a great brother right there. Primordial Thought has given Primordial Thought, give him some noise, given an extra tip for the circumcision. I always give some noise for the tips. Give some noise. And what did he say? He said, circumcision question to a SABA. Thank you, Primordial Thought. Thank you. Who's next? Edward. Oh, this is Big Vapes. Big Vapes for Big Vapes for the 12th Metanator class. That's put it up on the screen. Scribe the Metanator Mondays. This is for people who can donate to get the past ones. Metanator class is on its 12th one.
Okay.
Well, Meta. What's on the screen right now? Let me come to the screen. Big Vapes is showing?
Yes. I'm going to share the Metanator class now.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go ahead and get into the answer.
There we go.
Metanator Mondays. You can contact mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, 1:30 p.m. Now, this time, for all those who are just making it now, you have missed the bonus times. I was giving bonus time. I was starting from 1:30 and ending at like 4 something. That can no longer be because if I'm going to be going to Killah Priest on Monday, it's going to be from 1:30 until 3, and your bonus you're going to get is you're going to see me on Killah Priest 2.5 hours later. It is Metanator Monday. Shout out to all of you. Am I frozen? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your video is a little delayed, but we can hear you.
Okay. This Metanator Mondays. Okay, thank you, Scribe.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna do one more donation, then we're gonna get into the actual question. And I see Sincere. I see who's this? 666 man. I see Sandra Shepard again. Hey. Okay. I see a tap. Sandra Shepard, whose question I'm about to answer now. She is awesome. She gave me a tip in advance. That I've never seen before. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. So shout out to all those who hear the answer that I give and then give a tip on top of it. Sandra sent in a question. I haven't even answered it yet. I haven't addressed it yet, and she gave me a tip already in advance. Oh, Sandra's great. Is that on the screen at all?
No, the screen's not sharing.
No?
Oh, it's down at the bottom here. I'll pull it up. Okay, it's up now.
Okay, thank you. Give her some noise, please. All right, Sandra. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into the next question. So I see a Tef, I see Black Alucard, I see Primordial Thought, I see Hikkepa Ra, and Sincere. We're going to get you all after this answer. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. We are about to get into the next question. Stay on there, gentlemen, so that you can do the noise. Let me go ahead and do this. It's 12:23 by here. I have to answer this by 1. I gotta shut this down. I must sleep.
Said I must sleep and then froze.
Shout out. Okay.
SABA went to bed.
What's that?
As soon as you said I must sleep, you froze. Okay, you're back now.
Okay, we got GMO says, been following since Killah Priest, love Killah Priest, but haven't even watched since Tehuti left. That's like the theme. That's I think that's everybody's theme. Okay, so here we go. Once I'm gonna go take off camera for.
Okay. All right, everyone. Peace and love. Once again, shout out to all the great supporters. You are what allow this to continue to keep going the way that it is. So peace and love to all of you.
Thank you. You're one of them. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go into the next realm and grab you. I'm
ready.
Grab you like 5 Naturts and just throw them at you. You build your empire. You deserve it, brother. You are one of the deities that keep this thing running here. You're one of the biggest donators from the very, very beginning, consistently. So thank you. I'm thanking you because you don't thank yourself because you're thanking others. So I'm going to thank you as you're one of the big supporters too. You deserve a tribe of caregivers and protectors.
You are welcome, Great Saba. To for that. I appreciate you.
Yes. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. And that's Sons of HERU. Wait a minute. Must be getting tired. Hold on. The Sons of HERU. Let me fix this. July. Sandra Dream. Sandra question has to go in 2 because it's so big. I have to put in 2 links. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Sandra went on a typing spree for this one. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna close this. Who's this? Hail, great Tehuti. Close that. Okay, we're almost ready, everybody. We're about to get into the last question of the Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Is Sandra here? I'd like her to be here to hear some of this, to hear this answer. Oh my God. And tell me, Primordial Scribe, if you see Sandra here in the room at all.
Okay.
Okay.
She says,
here.
yes, she is here.
She is here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. And Sandra, I'm going to tell you from right now, although I am very busy, you may want to jump on the list of one-on-ones with me for this, for the rest of this, because you want to decipher the energies that are in that realm if you continue to go there. So I'm going to answer this question by, and Sandra, type in the room, either in years or months, how long have you been learning from me? I want to see something. How many months or how many years are you new? Have you been learning from me? And I'm going to queue up this answer and get into it. Okay, good. Sandra's here. Nice. That's too bright. Yeah. I'm gonna put in another background to lighten it up. Let me lighten up this background. And here we go, everybody. We're getting ready to get to the next question of the Tehuti pod class. I want it a little brighter. I'm gonna put in this background, which is brighter. Much better. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, since Killah Priest, wow. Wow. You know what's interesting, the Scribe and Primordial? That the different platforms draw different people. Press 1 if you were here from Sonetta show. Something about the Killah Priest show is everybody, a lot of people here are from there. They're getting the answers that they wanted, that they went there to get. I don't have a lot or anybody really from Sonetta that are participating. It's a different kind of energy, but I do have big donators that pop in from that channel, but they're not participating. It's interesting what I gather from each platform. Shout out to everybody though, but Killah Priest platform is definitely the one that garnished the people that are actually participating, donating, and doing everything. That channel is definitely a gem, and I'm glad to go back there. Okay, everybody, here we go. Ready? Ready. Here we go. All right. So the question from Sandra on the screen is, Sandra Shepard, give us some noise, Scribe. Thank you. Nice. $23.72. Hail the great SABA Tehuti. I finally sifted through all of my questions and found the first. I have multiple dreams that when speaking, our mouths are not moving. I have spoke with a melanated person that came from underground and changed into a large cobra and told me to follow it. And recently, I spoke with a large red and black spider that dropped down from the bathroom ceiling and showed itself as my late great aunt and said that I passed. So, and then it continues here. Is that next screen showing? No. So, okay, here. So could these be netters, and why do they show up as animals? Am I being guided? Now I want everybody to look at the question really closely. And I want to ask Shannon, the one in the bathroom, was that still the dream, or was that while you're awake? The spider coming down from the bathroom, that was a dream? I said I recently, like another event started. I recently spoke with a large red and black spider that dropped down from the bathroom ceiling. Is that also the dream? Another dream? Tell me what she says, Scribe, because I can't see the screen.
Okay.
So that the black spider one, was that another dream or was that while you were awake?
She says they are all dreams.
Okay, good. Okay, everybody. So the question is, could those be the netters? Why do they show up as animals? And the spider dropped down as the aunt and says that I passed. And also, I'm not sure you passed, but okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go into the answer to this. Are they the netters? What are they? This is something that I'm going to answer. First, I'm going to, of course, break down the dreams and the lucid dream and the Opesh. For those who haven't heard it before, I don't know what Sandra has heard, but I'm going to break it all down so we can get a base. We can get into it. Here we go. Let me go ahead and do a screen sharing it up. Okay, good. Okay, brothers, I'm going to get you jump back in the room. I'll call you hopefully in about 40 minutes when this is done.
All right, Great Saba. Looking forward to the wonderful class.
All right.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love. Okay, can everybody see me clear? Everybody can hear me clear, see me clear? Press a 9 if you can see me clear and hear me clear. Press a 9 if you can see me clear and hear me clear. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Present. Entire screen. And here we go, everybody. All right, so what does the word dream mean? It is an experience, usually during REM, where the subconscious is revealed, usually within a theme story-based memory, or when the subconscious memories are sewn together. It is also a realm where the subconscious mind can reveal inner answers that can only be revealed when the senses are relaxed or inhibited. Past memories and deeds can flash back into memory. Thus, when you awake, you can reflect on your actions. But look at what the Tamahu has turned the word dream into. This is very important, the concept of dreams into. So when you look at the word dreams here becomes mutated, and dreams, where you see my arrow pointed to, dream right here, you see it's deception illusion. Deception illusion is what they turn dream into, a deception and illusion. Okay? So in actuality, dreaming to us was the time of awareness where we could constantly probe and heal, examine our thoughts. What if I were to show you that this ability is now classified as a medical term to doctors clinically? It's actually a medical condition. Okay? So now when we look up lucid dreams, and lucid dreams is what I'm going to eventually get everybody to, and Sandra, when you request a one-on-one, I'll actually teach you how to do that, so you can actually ask questions while you're in the dream. So lucid dreams are when you know that you're dreaming while you're asleep. You're aware that these events flashing through your brain aren't really happening, but dreams feel vivid and are real. You even are able to control how the action unfolds, as if you were directing a movie in your sleep. Studies have suggested that about half the people may have had at least one lucid dream, but they probably don't happen often, usually a handful of times per year. So this is in WebMD under lucid dreaming. Okay, but we as people in Ma'at along the Nile, did we already know this in Kemet? Yes. What was our word for dream? So our word for dream, which I've broken on before, is actually the word res. Res, and what is res? The eye is opened, if you notice. You'll notice in the word res, the eye is open, and when we scroll down, we see that it means to wake up, actually. So this is on page 342 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and it means to keep watch, to wake up. But the word for dream is this exact same word. It is res, which is to dream, but it also means to wake up, which is very interesting because that means that we taught that while we were dreaming in the res mode, we were also actually still conscious. So boom, it means to awake. More precisely, it means to wake up. It is at that time, at that point, when you dream, you actually wake up. Think about that. When you actually go to sleep and dream, that's when you wake up out of this false reality. This reality is actually a falsehood, and the dream realm is the realm where you're inside of your own subconscious brain, and that is where you wake up into your own self, and you can actually question yourself. And I teach people how to do it. You can question things that are in the dream and get answers from things that are in the dream. Some of these things aren't even dreams; they're actually out of bodies. Okay, so here's the word resi, and look, boom, resi is to dream, vision, page 432. So res means to wake up, but res also means to dream. You see, res is to wake up and res is to dream, because when you're actually dreaming is when you are alert, when your brain shifts from the beta wavelength. Let me come to the screen a second. When your brain shifts from the beta wavelength to the delta and theta wavelength, it protects you. The reason why it protects you is because in the beta wavelength, you would actually move to every reaction. In the theta and delta wavelength, when you're actually in REM sleep, you go into a state of sleep paralysis where you go to move your body and move your mouth, and nothing's actually happening. That's a form of protection that the Ka has so that you don't act out the dream. But you can actually awaken in the dream in a state where you're still relaxed by practicing a critical thinking practice that I give people that do one-on-ones with me. I actually just gave it to XA today. All right, here we go. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. So our understanding of a dream was to have a vision and notice the open eye. It is at this point you become conscious when you res. Now your mind will be blown. Does res sound like any word you've heard before that correlates with sleep? Let's examine this common English word that we use that they say is the origin. The origin is lost. Let's look at this closely. And what's the English word over here? The English word is rise. So when you look at the word rise, it means to rise from sleep. Rise from sleep, from resin, to go up. To rise, to flow. And then they say, rise and shine, get up out of bed. The meaning, come into existence, originate, result from, by mid-13th century, early 14th century, behavior of like fluid. And then they go to say they don't know what the root of it is, but they say rise and shine. And the Perm Heru plate 1, that is a direct quote from the Perm Heru, which is the word Ubin that I broke down is the pyramidion pointing upwards, which means to erect like the penis head or the pyramid, and it is Ubin, and that means to rise. And the same word Ubin is the same word that means shine down here. See Ubin, shine, and Ubin, rise. They're getting that directly from Rise and Shine because this was the book about rising and shining as a conscious light in the afterlife while your physical body has its forever sleep. And you can practice it each night in Ubin, rise and shine, because when you're sleeping, that's when you res, which is to erect, which is to raise, which is to rise, which is to open your eye, your conscious eye, and know exactly what's going on, because your beta wavelength hasn't fully taken over to wake you up. Okay, so note it said rise and shine and Kemet. Dreaming was a state of analyzing all that is gathered within the subconscious that is used for judgment, meaning that your light body, your ku, retains information as light, which all the beings on the other side can see and judge you by, thus leading into the other Kemetic definition of the word for dream. And now I will show you how important it is to live in Ma'at with its function with DMT. So you look at the other word for dream, page 160, 163. And what do we see? We see the common word that I've taught everyone that follows my teachings is up, upesh, and it means to open something. This is when your consciousness is actually opened. So something is opening something, and when your consciousness is opened, you can go into that realm and you can judge good from evil. So thus it means judgment, law, something is opening. And when you go into the into upesh, once again, it means to give light, illuminate. You're becoming conscious. And over here, it is sleep, dream, but you're becoming conscious. You're becoming conscious, and you have the eye of judgment and discernment, and that's why this is the practice for the afterlife. The dream world is a practice for the afterlife, because in the afterlife, when you have your final sleep, you are judged in Ma'at, the feather. So that's in the dream state, there's an opening where you become conscious and you step into that realm, that subatomic conscious realm, and there's the Ma'at feather. You're still going into a state of judgment in that state. You still have discernment because you're actually still awake. You're supposed to be still awake while your body is resting. Your consciousness doesn't actually have to rest because your consciousness actually never rests. Understand that. Your consciousness never ever needs to sleep. Only your physical body needs to sleep. So that is the understanding of what the dream is, which is res and upesh, that you have the consciousness to actually be awake so that you can start questioning things in that dream state. Now that we understand that, now we can get into when you see these things that appear in the dreams, and we're communicating with what appear to be our ancestors as animals in the dream state. Now that we understand that there are two realities that people call dreams. One is being in the upesh realm, where you are res, still conscious. We need to know that both are heavily influenced by the mental interference and can change at the whim of our mental perception. One is an out of body, and one is actually the upesh realm. And they can change at the whim of our mental perception because they are both influenced by mental interference. Those that exist in the realm can do it better. Those who are from that realm, that means they don't have to go to sleep to get there. They actually dwell there. They can do it better than the visiting dreamer, which is you. So Sandra, you're the visiting dreamer, and then you go into a realm where there's beings there. They're not actually dreaming. They live there, so they can change frequency easier. They know what they're doing more. So they shape. Okay. The shape in which one exists can be altered by their ku frequency. This is called, in today's understanding, superpositioning, which I explained earlier is being experimented with by Dr. Lanza. And I showed this in a prior class. Dr. Lanza, who says the answer that activates the subconscious level are the quantum superpositioning, meaning all possibilities simultaneously coexist in this realm. But the moment their results pop into consciousness, awareness, and perceptible choice, a choice is made. Then the reality exists. This is the key because, as explained in the new book, Grand Biocentric Design, there are always many possible chains of brain activities. But when the conscious hangs up on one of them, subjectively perceived as awareness of the definite outcome, this can now be mathematically described as a collapse of the wave function. So it becomes one thing that you see, but in the dream world, it's actually superpositioning. That means that your subconscious is constantly changing. There's no fixed state to it, and you can actually change it. Thus, as taught by our ancestors, they and us can take multiple forms in the mental second realm of upesh based on consciously affecting the superpositioning and the Kepera transformation into different animal forms in the in and out of body or Upesh state by mentally visualizing ourselves as animals which had capabilities millions of years before we existed here. So let me go into this. In that realm state, the dream state and the state of out of body are the mental echoes of what's happening right here and the creativity that's happening within the mental plane that animals and us share. Now, who has been dreaming longer on the planet? Humans are animals. We're animals too. Evolutionary animals that we consider animals have been here for millions of years, dreaming in the Upesh state, way before we got here. They existed on the planet way before we got here. That's why ancient cultures always depict themselves as animals, because it represents the primordial aspects of what they can do way before we were here dreaming about it. So way before there were people having dreams and having out of body, birds were flying, snakes were shedding their skin, animals were dreaming. So that consciousness in the mental plane and the primordial aspect of it existed on the mental plane way before we started dreaming. Things were shape-shifting into different animal forms because all that existed on the planet were those animal forms. So they shape-shifted into that, and it was more relatable than a person's ability, which is mainly just mental. A person's ability isn't really his physical body. There's not much that a person can do with their physical body that an animal can do. The mental aspect is what mainly separates us from, say, a monkey. They can actually do way more things with their physical. We can't climb better. We can't run better. We can't run as fast as a horse or a monkey or even a Komodo dragon. We can't swim as good as a lizard. There's nothing physically superior about us. We are the physically weakest. So if something in that realm is going to shapeshift into a primordial consciousness to represent something, there's more animal frequency memory in the Saket to tap into than human memory to shapeshift into a person who's going to be at a desk working or driving a Ferrari. We're new here. So they're going to shapeshift into the primordial consciousness that represented things millions of years before we even had the laws of Ma'at, before we even had any religion, before we had language. There was animals communicating first. So they will shapeshift and use animal archetype images in all the different cultures, more than they'll use people as archetypes. All right, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti podcast. Here we go. And we're going to get into something personal that answered the question for you that I had to go through personally to answer this question for you in 2006. So here we go. Welcome to Tuti podcast. Here we go. All right, so thus, as taught by our ancestors, they and us can take multiple forms in the mental second realm based on consciously affecting superpositioning and Kepera into different animal forms in the out of body or the Upesh state by mentally visualizing ourselves as these animals which had capabilities millions of years before we existed here. So when we get into the HERU, what do we have? The transformation in that realm, the dream state and the out of body state and the afterlife state, page 150, plate 25, the beginning of the chapters of making transformation, Kepera, making, and understand the word for making, there's the word arit, which is conscious making, not making with the hands, making with your conscious mind before you can do things with your hands. That's why I chose the eye. The eye of consciousness is the word making. So you're in a realm where your mental capabilities are changing your shape. Mentally, arit, transforming, making transformation into a swallow. Saith Osiris Ani, I am a swallow. So in the HERU in the afterlife, the beings are trained to transform into primordial animals which had capabilities way before we had our capabilities. Thus they represented things way before we came into existence. So it's going back into the original meaning of things, the original state of things that was permeating here for millions of years. Here's transformation into a seta, into a snake. Saith Osar Ani triumphant, I am Seta. Extended of years, I lay down and born every day. Always transformation in that realm into different animals. Okay. I am Seta, dweller in the limits of earth. I lay down, I'm born every day. I renew myself. I become young every day. Chapter of transforming into a crocodile, into the Sebek. Arit, Keperu, M. Sebek. Tet Anisar Ani. Chapter of the actual, it's not even chapter of, it is consciously making and transforming into a crocodile. And that goes all throughout the pyramid text, the Perm Heru. The beings were transforming themselves in that realm into animal forms, which were able to do better capabilities than staying as a person. And here's the imagery of it, transforming into a snake, the bob being represented as a bird, always mentally shape-shifting or visualizing yourself in an animal form, which was better than the form that you were in to go into that realm. Okay, so how is it possible? The Ku broadcasts its own image of body through self-awareness energetically. This energetic broadcast is received by others in the Neterkur, the Upesh realm, the dream realm, as a fixed image. So let me read that again. The Ku, your consciousness, it broadcasts its own image of body through self-awareness energetically. This energetic broadcast is received by the dreamer or by others in the Neterkur, the dream realm, as a fixed image. It's the image of what the conscious Ku is broadcasting in that realm. Thus, it appears to shapeshift. You, on the other end of the entity, are receiving the energetic broadcast. This energetic reception is translated into bioelectrical signals, as with your physical sight, where they automatically convert into a visual image in the receiver's mind's eye. If the natural energetic broadcast image of the dreamer, traveler, and the Neterkur is deliberately altered, then the resulting image is changed, as the projected double does, not having functioning eyes, but whose sight is also based on conscious interaction. If you want to rewatch that part in the video over and over again, as you keep listening to that, you'll understand more what that actually said. Okay, skeptics and atheists, the Kallah's beings, they may say, Tehuti, this is spooky. You are talking about reshaping a reality based on thought and perception. What do you mean when you say, as with our physical sight, they are automatically converted into a visual image in the receiver's mind's eye? What do you mean, Tehuti, converted? Isn't what we see just there as it exists? And my answer is, well, actually, no. The physical world is also a converted realm that you believe is a fixed state due to electron interference. That realm of the Upesh or dream realm, or the real time zone, the outer body, that is set biological, bioenergetic projectable, double existent, is electronless. Thus, it lacks the subatomic particle, the electron, to hold reality in the apparent fixed position, thus superpositioning. It doesn't have the electron to appear to hold it and rebel off another physical item. So what you actually see is converted into the reality based on your mental perception. Okay? The reality you exist in, even in the physical, is based on your concepts, on your conscious perception. And as I explained many times, here's how it works. The brain is a holographic computer. The eyes, the eyes serve as laser beams. Electromagnetic energy serves as holographic laser light. UV rays serve as sensory beams. Optic nerves serve as sensory receptors. The visual light spectrum serves as available colors to create the hologram on the canvas. So that's when you appear to see with your eyes. You're actually seeing in the back of your head with the canvas after it creates the reality. You don't see with your eyes. What's in front of you may not be what's in front of the next person. It has to digest, assimilate, and create way back here to create your reality, which could be your matrix. So imagine a realm that is not even limited by fixed form. Things would appear to shapeshift when this broadcast is expanded. Your perception and the being's shape changes with it. So when the broadcast is expanded from the being putting out the mental broadcast, your perception and the being's shapeshift changes with the perception of the broadcast, especially you being a young dreamer. This is what your ancestors taught for thousands of years. So thus, yes, the ancestors can come in any form that they please. They can shapeshift in that realm and come in any form, usually as primordial animals. And by the way, the person that was speaking on Bob Lanza was speaking on superpositioning. Just to get his stats, he's the medical doctor, chief scientific officer, head of Astellas Global Regenerative Medicine. The first to generate stem cells using somatic cell nuclear transfer. So he knows a little bit about what he's talking about. Page 26, plate 6. They can change any shape. If be known this book of earth into the writings upon the coffin, my mouth it is shall come forth by day in forms of existence, all which pleasing shall go into this place, shall not be repulsed. So you come forth in any form, Kepara, any form of existence, because now understanding all of this, what type of animal did her ancestor did she say she saw in the description? What animal? Anybody remember now in the question? In the question, what was the animal that her ancestor, her aunt, came back as? I'm going to go ahead and check the room. What was the animal? How was it depicted? Shannon's putting up fire. What was the animal? Anybody remember? What did she see that her aunt came back? Red spider. Red and what spider? A spider. Let me go ahead and put it back. I'm going to show what she saw. So what did her aunt come back as? Sandra Shepherd. Hail, great SABA Tehuti. I finally sifted through all my questions and found the first. I have multiple dreams that when speaking, our mouth is not moving. I have spoke with a melanated person that came from underground and changed into a large cobra and told me to follow it. And recently I spoke with a large red and black spider that dropped down from the bathroom ceiling and showed itself as my late great aunt and said that I pass. So could this be the netters, and why do they show up as animals? And am I being guided? A red and black spider. I'm going to tell everybody right now that unless someone has had this experience and has dabbled with this type of energy, there's no one else that Sandra Shepherd could ask this question to. This is not something you can Google. This is not something in an encyclopedia. This is not something on Wikipedia. This is not something on YouTube. This answer of the ancestor coming back, choosing to come back in the form of a red and black spider, is only answered by me as a magician who actually practiced interacting with these kind of beings. Let's go. Here we go. So what beings come back as red and black looking spiders? As a magician, I will tell you from first-hand account, then divulge a page from a magical book that I will not say the title due to it not being in my experience, due to it being in my experience only for masters. And I don't want anyone getting hurt. If you seek it out on your own and want to dabble in it, that is on you. I'm not promoting it. So the reason why I know the answer to Sandra's question of ancestors coming back as red and black spiders is an experience from what I've delved in. and I'm going to divulge a piece from a magical book, a ritual book that is extremely strong, that I do not suggest anybody read or get into at all. I would not suggest it, but as a SABA and a teacher, giving unbiased truth and reality, being that you create the question. Your question is what I have to answer. So thus, if I come across a question of red and black spiders showing up as ancestors, I'm going to answer it. Okay, but I do not suggest anybody get this book, and I didn't put the title either. So okay, as one heavily into magic, I practice what is called time breaks, moving forward and backwards through time consciousness through a ritual where you literally have to visualize stepping on breaks to stop where you want. In doing this, I had to interact with ancestors called the Loa, who made it clear that if I was able to open that door, it would show themselves as spiders. I shared this with another brother, and he started the same ritual. Here I will divulge a page from the ritual book showing the experience one is to receive, not the ritual itself. Again, this is something I did as a magician, not something I promote. Let me come to the screen. Let me come to the screen again. This is something that I have to go through as who I am. This is not something I promote for anybody to get into. You could lose yourself. So that's why I don't put the name of the book. If you want to go try to research and find somehow the name of the book and you want to jump into it, that is your choice, and I do not take responsibility. But as the being that I had to become to do what it is that this is happening, I had to delve into lots of pickup, lots of magic, lots of dabble with different types of ancestors. Some that did not call themselves an HERU, because they're from a different part of what they call Africa. They have their own name for themselves based on their language. And I had to contact and interact with all of that. So I actually was a lot of these religions that I am actually breaking down. I actually was a Hebrew, I actually was a Muslim, I actually was into the Voodoo, all of that, so that I can teach from being a being that was within it, because it's better to have an emotional connection to the things that you're teaching about and against, so that you can relate to the people. And also, I want to see what magic is true, what magic is false, what is dangerous, because one day somebody's going to ask me something about red and black spiders, and somebody's asked me something about something that's going to lead into Voodoo, and I'm going to have to answer it. So thus, an experience that I had to go through in 2006, a time break experiment, which was just for myself, led to me giving an answer that I'm about to give right now. So let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Ready? Hope Sandra's still here. Let's go. This is the difference between myself and the so-called debaters. I'm not a debater. I'm not a debater. I'm not a rapper. I'm not any of those things. But if I'm interested in something, I can learn to excel to the best from interest purposes. But I'm not any of those things. So, again, okay, as one heavily into magic, I practice what was called time breaks, moving forward and backwards through time consciousness through a ritual where you literally had to visualize stepping on breaks to stop where you want. In doing this, I had to interact with ancestors called the Loa, who made it clear that if I was able to open that door, they would show themselves as spiders. I shared this with another brother, and he started the same ritual. Here I will divulge a page from the ritual book showing the experience one is to receive after the ritual, not the ritual itself. Again, this is something I did as a magician, not something I promote. Here's a section of the book right here. Here's a section of it. Therefore, you will Therefore, he will be able to move with the direction of the particular spirit to another great time, region of time. The other spirits will act as control, either moving you back, as when, for example, northeast will move north back, and northeast is more ancient, or when north will move northwest before or back when northwest will move and control the before time sequence of west. And this is done by means of the magical powers of the spiders and the death loa. Or when you desire to go forward in time, will summon the power via symbolic machines of those ahead. Thus, southeast will move anyone ahead except the time traveler in the east position. West will act as a brake for the speed of southwest, but will speed up northwest as you move more and more towards the east and south. You speed up as you move more and more towards the west and north. You will slow down in going forward and will go back in time. Thus, even southeast can make east move a little back in time. Using this exciting method of time travel is the basic Voodoo science for coming and going through different dimensions and spaces. For each time, we'll have a different dimensional objectivity. How does the voodooist stay with the past and present and future of the planet Earth and not go out into another world of the universe in case you know only one language of everyday communications? I will not explain that, but that is the you get what you get out of that. Okay, within a few days of doing these practices, my house started filling up with these different forms of red and black spiders. Some a little different, some look the same, but the closest thing was red and black spiders started, and I was told that if I do make this contact, the ancestors will show up. These particular ancestors of West Africa will show up in their form of red and black spiders. And my house started filling up. The garage, behind, I opened the door, there'd be 5 of them, 6 of them over here, webs everywhere, and they're all the same, all only looking like this. Red and black spiders, black and red spiders. The other brother woke up a few days later with a spider on his nose, and that no matter how many times he swatted it off, it never moved. He was swatting it and swatting and swatting it, and it never moved. Like as if his hand wasn't touching it. He kept swatting it, nothing happened. And he said, it's like I'm hitting my own face. I'm swatting it hard. I'm hitting my own nose and nothing's happening. He's still sitting there. He swatted it off, nothing happened. It never moved. Here's another page of the book that discusses the ancestors as these spiders. And they were described as coming back as red and black spiders. The Loa forms families of distinct types, which are very special for their own magical operation and purposes. Thus, there is the spider family, which we have already met. This family is very different from the liturgical family, which is concerned with initiation temples. Of the rather simple system, because he would know from experience how to adjust the inflow of energies, which are the fuels for his projections. These fuels for projections are very simply the Killahs and Saktis and the Ojas and sexual radioactivities, which powers all of our machines. The Ojas are the God energies, and sexual radioactivities are especially sought after by vampiristic deities. Also, and for this reason, the magician must look carefully into the nature of the magical images used to power the symbols with their own magical force field by using less than who needs the uwajas of the Mandela instruments to sustain themselves. These vampires must be carefully distinguished from the positive vampires of the time and space consciousness travel, who assist the magician to move into other regions and who manifests as the were spiders and the zombie Loa. Both guard the temple of sciences as well as provide certain esoteric energies, which, while matching other energies in the magician, who also produce the Cartesian vortices through the voltigeurs of the esoteric physicians, make contact with the points of other worlds. Thus, we can see the need to know the nature of energies used both behind symbolics of voodoo mechanics. Once you have set up your temple space, you begin to realize that it is the field very simply constructed of magical power. Each symbolic point and the symbols are your own always, serves as a door which admits by means of an astral tayu or conduit. The special forces represented by the placement of the symbols and your intention in that which you wish these placements to be. Immediately the forces begin to come in the form of the other side of the veil of manifestations. You will make contact with them by means of will, mind, and imagination, so that these forces come into the mandalum, a perfect armed spider system and form. This is the most ideal machine for the time and space consciousness travel, and really all of the other systems seen to be built of this system. You now become truly a magical spider, a were spider, who will appear to sit in the midst of your web when viewed by both the Golden Dawn and Tantric clairvoyance. This is the way that you appear on the astral plane or plane of the universe, the making contact with the astral plane or status. You are now ready to go where you want to control your departure. In this sense, this lesson is the most complete exposition of time and space consciousness. Thus, because it is the first of the new series of esoteric voodoo sciences, and yet you have to learn all of these relatively advanced techniques, because you will not be spending much time on Earth in the next lessons, only in earthly graveyards, I might add. So now that you are a spider magician, spider sorcerer, spider magician, you may be any of these, as they are entirely suitable. You have woven your web by meeting with your own magical force at each of the 8 sources of cosmic energy. Thus, cosmic energy is met by God energy. So, to answer the second part of the question, only here the Tutti Pawn class was, recently I spoke with the large red and black spider that dropped down from the bathroom ceiling and showed itself as my late great aunt and said I passed. So could these be netters? And why do they show up as animals? And am I being guided? There are many reasons and many animals that ancestors show up as through personal experience and what the writings say. I will tell you, but first, what does this image look like at the bottom of the most popular red and black spider? What does the image look like on the bottom of it? Everybody tell me. That image right there in the red, what does that look like to you? And I'm going to go ahead and go into the room. And you can just type in Sandra, anybody, this image right here, what does that look like to you? The spider is black, but the part of it that's red has a design that looks familiar to us, or at least we designed something that was familiar to it, because of course this this symbol existed before people could design anything. The spider existed for millions of years before we could design anything, but something manifests as this shape on this spider. Let me go into the room. What does it look like, everybody? Go ahead and type it. Boom, an hourglass. Boom, an hourglass. Boom, an hourglass. Woo-wee, Kev says arachnophobia. An hourglass, an hourglass, an hourglass. Darius McNair says an X. So everybody's seeing the hourglass. Do you see that, everybody? Do you see the hourglass? Sometimes things in magic become it's an interesting world. Let's go on. I'm not even gonna get into that because so an hourglass, right? An hourglass associated with time. Remember the ritual and the writing that manifested all the red and black spider ancestors? Let me show you the other part. Let me show you the other part. Here we go. Here we go. The Kuda Loa are the normal barons, as the hierarchy of the Loa comes from the French thinking. Baron is assigned the northeast and to the sign of Leo because he is the most deadly aspect of the Grand Lion. You now will have before you a complete temple of magical potencies for inducting the pure forces to be fed into your will and imagination. As you place yourself in the midst of the mandala, you will truthfully see the lines of power crossing the 8 different directions in the 4 main points of the points between the points. This is the beginning of your magical and voodoo machine for travel in time and space for wherever you wish to go. In your occult selfhood, the power is now coming from your voodoo spaceship will take you there. You will ask one of the spirits to be your guide. Assign them special projects like travel to the past, north, northeast, past, present, west, southwest, present, future, south, southwest, and future east, southeast. Hourglass, time, shaped as an 8. The 8 legs of the spider, the 8 directions of time travel. Remember, it said over here, I'll see if it's over here, that they come in the perfect form. The mandalum, a perfect 8-armed spider system is formed. They're coming in a perfect form that represents the time travel associated with this number 8. And they come in an animal that is a walking embodiment of 8. And the red and black has an image that people today associate with time. And what is the traveling in this break ritual, this time break ritual that represents the directions? North, northeast, west, southwest, south, southwest, east, east-west. North, northeast, west, southwest, south, southwest, east, east, north, southeast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 directions used by the spider law to represent going in all periods of time with no delay. 8 different directions manifesting as an animal that looks like it has an hourglass time on its back, which is really its belly. It's actually walking upside down. It's a beautiful illusion. It's shaped like the figure 8, 8 legs of the spider and 8 directions of time travel. Also, the great webbing mother that goes back to Neith. So for the answer why they come back as this particular animal, that's what this particular animal represents and manifests in the physical form as a being that is walking around with 8 as a number and the 8 as a number is what actually causes it to move because you move with your legs. Their 8 in their dimensional realm is the directions of their time travel, manifesting as a being that moves in directions with 8 legs that has an hourglass figure and comes as a red and black spider. And also to the lower, there's the great mother energies, also into the other alternative universe. For this reason, we are able to make use of various magical projections because they express the exact powers and the exact nature of will manifested as matrices, as female energy. There exists in the remote part of the magical universe a place from which emanates the magical web work of the transcendental id. This realm is entirely within the body of the mother spider and hence derived from the internal interactions of the katas in our own magical anatomy. Within this sphere of magic, as there are so many magical forms, the monodic and auric egg resting, rise ale of the several powers of the divine fire of chaos, from which is born the androgyne and the Ouija's rays from which move constantly through every level and dimension of space. It is this level of being which holds the magical powers of the deepest secrets of the id, and which makes all of the space and type of the womb. At another deep level, the elements of Ojas, as they find themselves within the auric egg of cosmic space, manifest themselves as in so many magical stances as monodic essences, seeking to move outward and create their own, each one seeking his own universe. This never-ending matrix is built up out of countless magical forms. Notice that when I went on Sonetter, last time, when I go other places, they keep calling me Baron. They keep saying, "Hey Baron, what's up, Baron?" Like as if they know me. "What's up, Baron? What's up, Baron?" And I go down to the beaches and things. They say, "Hey, Baron Semity," and they're cracking jokes about this Baron. But Baron was actually one of the Loa in the actual practice. That actually is the Baron, who's actually one of the Loa, and that's why when you go over here inside of inside of the book, it talks about the Kuda Loa are Norman Barons, the hierarchy of the Loa as the greatest grand lion of them all, the Baron. And it's funny when I went on there, it was just funny that I went on there and they said Baron, and I know what that was from the practice that I did with the break time travel practice. But Baron was actually one of the Loa. I wonder if they know that. At any rate, Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. Oh, by the way, there's Baron. there's Baron Semity of the Loa. Okay, there we are. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm not done. No. I am not done. I am not done, ladies and gentlemen. I almost forgot. Actually, as I was answering this question, I literally almost forgot. And I was reminded. I almost forgot. Let me end it like this. One of my wonderful students, Shannon Southern, was focusing on a protection ritual for me in the Medunetter for something that really happened bad on my side. She did not even know the details of what happened to me. And interestingly enough, what I was going through tied into the Loa topic. The thing I was going through a few weeks ago tied into the Loa topic. And she started doing a ritual through Medunetter. She turned to the exact page that had the ritual to do the magic, and here's what she saw. On the page, the little spider on the exact same page as the ritual that she was doing for me in a situation that I was in that actually tied into directly tied into the Loa, where an actual Loa was actually mentioned in that situation that I was going through, that ailment and thing that I was going through. An actual Loa was mentioned. And while she was putting this together for me, she turned to the page and she sent me a picture. She said, look what's on the actual page of the protection ritual that I'm doing for you. And it was a little spider. Boom. Now I'm done. Welcome to the magical podcast family. And now I'm done. And for those who don't know, the large thing on my hat, that is spider. That is the Neath energy. Let me see. We're on the other side. Hotep, I am done. Hope you all appreciated it. And that is my answer for now. Now, was I screen sharing? Was I screen sharing? Oh, not sharing. Oh my. This is strange. That is so strange. Here we go. So she was doing this ritual for me that someone happened to me that directly tied into a Loa, where a Loa's name was mentioned in the situation I was going through. An actual Loa's name was mentioned, and she did the ritual for me. And boom, right there on the page that she's opening up to do the exact reading for me, the little spider pops up on the page for the ritual she was doing for me, not even knowing that because I never told anybody. To this day, nobody knows what happened. Why I had to end that, why I couldn't do that pod class, and what I was going through. It was something that greatly affected me. And then in the midst of it all, Aloha was mentioned, and she did a ritual, and boom, there's a little spider right there. I hope I am sharing. So boom, now I'm done. Welcome to the Tehuti Magical Podcast family. Was I screen sharing when I showed Baron? Let me look in the room. Was I screen sharing when I was talking about Baron Semity? Was I screen sharing that? Did I show Baron Semity? I don't even know if y'all can hear me. The lag is amazing. Okay, good. All right, boom, I am done. That is my answer for now. That is my experience, that the beings that actually come back as the red and black spiders have come back to me, and they came from out of the realm of a dream realm, out of that realm, and manifested and foretold that that's what would happen, and they came back as that, and it was explained why the spider, and that they would be red and black. And they will come back as ancestors, not just as regular beings. So your aunt coming back to you in a dream as a red and black spider, that is something that I could only answer due to an actual magical experience, ritual practice from beings that actually communicated that they will come back as that exact looking entity. Boom, that is my answer. Let me put the link in the room for the brothers to come in. Let me check the chat. And that is the magical world that I live in. And so it doesn't sound strange to me. People on other channels will probably laugh Sandra right off of the chat, but not me. And they would laugh at the Kemetians too. And let me see what Sandra thought. We have Sandra says, I will definitely be getting the one-on-one. Only you could have answered this, right? That is actually, yes, me and yes. The other person that I let read that book, he is an actual lunatic on YouTube right now. He's actually one of a YouTube guy that does Voodoo and magic on YouTube and reading and things like that, and he's actually he's gone. I've let no one else see that book, no one else read nothing. I put the book aside, and plus it got to a point where to continue on with that, agreements had to be made that I was not willing to sign a contract on. So because I wasn't looking for wealth, so there was a proposition agreement to gain a large amount of wealth here, and the Loa would bring that. The Loa would bring that, and I would gain a large amount of wealth, and they would work for me on behalf to bring that energy, to bring that money energy. But the agreement was, when I pass, it has to be in reverse. So on that side, I'll have to be a worker for them in the afterlife. And luckily, I'm not driven by money and wealth and riches and such. So I use other magical means to survive without having to make any kind of agreement. As such, I probably wouldn't even be here right now if I made that agreement, because I would be, I'd be like others that started off seemingly into knowledge and now seem to be just into money and living it up. No more knowledge seems to be coming from certain individuals, just the money talk. So I didn't make that agreement. I let the others make that agreement, and they're all now the most popular guys and whoever they are. But I didn't need that, and so praise to the ancestors and all their agreements and all their forms. I chose the ancestors that structure a better moral value. Just because something's from Africa doesn't mean anything about good or bad. There are lions in Africa. Lions are African, just so you know. Lions are African. So if something being African doesn't mean that it's good for you. So a hippopotamus is more African than you. I'd rather just be around a Labrador Retriever. So I went to the ancestors that had an ancient way that started a civilization based on not having to trade your powers for your mortality, and actually is the opposite, which actually is about everlasting mortality, and those were the Natiru. But shout out to the Orisha, shout out to the Loa, and all the beings that have the ability to do these abilities and powers and exist in those other realms. But I decided that my frequency was netter. As far as my soul is concerned, I will not interact with other beings as far as my cause is concerned, but I will talk to other beings for information, because most of our and your Black ancestors associate more with West Africa than they do Kemet. So if you actually trace your slave trade down as an American Negro, as they have it, that the actual people that were captured were coming from people that were into the Loa and the Orisha. So more of that was actually brought over here and more identifiable. So when the Loa come to contact what is over here, they're more familiar with the West African way of life, which is why you hear way more about voodoo than you hear about anybody doing any magic with Ma'at. So shout out to Shango and all the rest, but I'm gonna stick with Tehuti. So that is my answer. Boom. I hope you appreciated that and you set it up with me. Oh yeah, brothers, what did you think? What'd you hear?
The depth, Saba, the depth of your experience in life. When you started breaking down that particular, pages from a certain book, I was like, man, he's he's definitely took a journey, and I think it's pretty cool that it does spark curiosity, but at the same time, I do trust your warning when you say, like, look, I'll say don't go down that road. And then I was thinking like, okay, like, so I was like, yo, be careful messing with that. So I believe you, but I do want to master the dream realm though, Saba.
Yes.
And I'm curious to know what your dreams are like on a date, on a, you know, every time you go to bed.
I'll tell you, and I'll tell you this too. And I want brothers to listen to me, because brothers are more testosterone driven. If I give you access to 2 females or 3 females that will do everything for you, spiritually, sexually, everything for you, and there's one that's not a part of that 3, and she looks even better than the other 3. Once you're in the room with all of them, it will be very hard for you to resist the one. And that's what that magical realm is like. That's what the magical realm is like. When you're in that realm and you're experiencing the benefits of other things, when something else is offered, it's very difficult to say no, because you're already enjoying the other things. But that one other thing may be a contract to lose yourself. And that's why the people that are in the industry and the so-called sellouts, that's why they can't stop. They can't stop, and that's why it seems like, wow, how come all these rich blacks have all this money and they're not? Imagine a Tef, Primordial Thought, Annie, and we double the screen and we put 3 more people. So we have a Tef, Primordial Thought, and Annie, and on this side we got Jay-Z, Drake, and Lil Wayne. Where would this movement be? But they're all like you. Where would this movement be right now? And that's why they can't. What's that?
Worldwide.
Right. They can't stop. It can't. Once you touch something, you can't stop. When you're indulging, when you're at the buffet and you're eating and you're enjoying, or you're with your woman and you're having sex or something, you're indulging, and she says everything is good on my body, but my the side of my left breast has a little virus. You don't care. Once you're indulging anything, you're not caring about the side of the left breast, because you're so into it. So I had to be disciplined, very, very disciplined, to be here, to not go full route and just say that's enough of the communication, and we're just gonna stop it right here. Because once you make the other choice with any set of deities you're dealing with, and they make an agreement, the agreement is with your ka. It doesn't matter what your physical body. You could scratch the walls. I want to get out of this. I'll rip the paper. Whatever you want to do, the agreement was with the ka. Like when they let the vampire in. It doesn't matter what the innocent woman does after that. Once she let the vampire in, she is his. She let him in. It doesn't matter. She says, "Get out." That's not, the vampire movie doesn't end there. So I've been tempted by the best of things, and that's why these debates and things don't get to me, because these are physical people debating and studying who don't believe in anything. So it doesn't have an effect on me. These are just academic. These are dark-skinned Caucasian men that are just studying, and they're battling someone who is a magician. I'm not in their world with them. That's why they will ever beat me in a debate. They have to keep me hidden, because you're debating about magic when you debate me. That's why, look at the topics I debate. They're only about ancestry and magic and the ancestors. I'm not debating about Biden. I'm not debating about the Ghanaian government. I'm only debating about the ancestors, so it's unfair. But that's cool. So I didn't go that route, and so I'm here with all of you, and I will not go that route, even if much money is offered to me. It doesn't matter because I could die tomorrow after the agreement. So that's the bad thing about it. You can make the agreement, and if you die tomorrow, they can't say you broke the agreement. It's just when you die, you're there. So you can live for 2 days after that. You could be rich for 3 days. It's horrible. It's crazy. And that you anyway, let me stop there. So it's on 1:30, but 1:42. Thank you, everybody. The real Ma'at forever. Ma'at forever. Yes. The real one. That's right. The real Ma'at forever, which is the ancestors. Not the blaspheming version of that. Thank you, Sandra. Okay. Okay, everybody, we're going to do these shout-out the donations. What did you brothers think of the answer on Scribe? I didn't get what you thought. Well, I'm going to pull up the donations.
Yes. Yeah, this what you're able to bring forth based on your experience is something that you just will not find. You can't find that. You know, because of who you are and because of what you have allowed yourself to become, this journey seems to have been set in place long before it was necessary at that specific time. And I'm able to see that and recognize that in many different ways. And I just truly appreciate you and what you've allowed yourself to experience for today, to be able to bring that forth and help and assist those who have the questions that wouldn't make no sense to someone else, that someone would just have to just you know, make something else up or go into some dream book and say, oh, spider means, you know, whatever people do when it comes to dream interpretation. But to be able to bring that forth from real life experience, and it's just so valuable. So I'm just extremely grateful you dropped some very potent gems in there, and to be able to teach about lucid dreaming and outer body experience, and that's so very important. And today it's, you know, it's shunned upon, and you know, and then when I came to this side of the internet, you know, I didn't realize that this wasn't a thing that was looked at like crazy or anything like that. It kind of disturbed me. I'm like, wow, like, people really are sleeping and really just asleep. And so I'm just grateful for you to be able to exist in that realm while simultaneously bringing forth ancestral artifacts over religious opinion and facts, and going to the root and dealing with actual verification of what you're being said, while still existing in a realm of belief and realm of that can't necessarily be shown to you directly. So you merge both, and that's so beautiful and powerful for those who are really on a path of getting to the truth of why we're here in this existence, of being able to raise our consciousness to exit out of where we've been. So Tua, and thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Great wording. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tef, what do you think of that answer, bro? Was that what?
It was
that was a different one.
It was excellent, Saba. That's why, you remember I told you I'm a baby, and I have to start at the beginning, because I have not that much experience with that, but I was wise enough to know that I needed to start at step one, and I needed to choose my steps wisely. We definitely have to choose our steps wisely because there's definitely a lot of traps and a lot of trickery and stuff that's out there, and there's a lot of temptation. And I was able to recognize that early. When I, like Primordial pointed out, when it was like watching you in those debates, or not even just in the debates, but how you'll see somebody will come on a panel and just start disrespecting you in the excellent way you handle yourself. I immediately recognized like it was something different. And when I started watching your debates and then I had to go back, I was like, wow, like it's not the book. It's not there. Like they're using the books. I'm like, he's getting the information a different way. He's obtaining the information a different way. I knew that. I just didn't know how, and I didn't really understand it. But yeah, it was an excellent breakdown. And if you remember when we did our one-on-one, I was like, I have to start at step one. Like I'm a baby. Like I know that I need to start at step one and progress from that point, where people just want to jump out the window and like they just want the riches and everything. And I too chose to that I wanted the knowledge as opposed to the riches. I had some experience with that temptation, and you know how the world sprinkle a little bit on you to entice you. Yeah. And you know, and then you get to a point where you have to make choices, and you have to make definitive choices. And those choices have to be made wisely, or else, you know, and the choice is yours to choose to like you said, either accept those contracts or not. So, you know, they make it seem all weird, and they make it confusion on purpose to try to trick us up. And then they'll flash the shiny thing in front of us, you know. And I'm just so grateful for your knowledge and for who you are, what you are, the energy that you bring forth, because it's beautiful. And that's the thing about Ma'at, is it's beautiful. And if we keep our heart focused on that, then I haven't made well, I'm not gonna say I haven't made, but I've been making the right decisions since my foundation has become Ma'at consciously. And I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, we definitely have to be wise in our decision making and the choices that we make and the contracts that we adhere to, that we sign up for, because I knew, well, it's like just dabbling in it, just dabbling in it. It was like, it was things that I would say or do, and it would happen like instantly. Like it was instant, to the point where it became scary for me, and I just fell back on making certain requests on certain things, because I didn't know how those things were being fulfilled. You know, so I was, you know what, let me take a step back and let me get wiser before I start making certain decisions. So Tua, always for your great wisdom and your awesome breakdowns, Saba. Yeah, Tua.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. We're gonna get into the donations. Got a couple donations, and I gotta go to the Netzer curve. I got to go rest. And wake up. The weekend is animal week. It's hard to tempt me with things, because all I want is the goddesses around me and my animals. That's why it's hard to get me to sell out. You know, unless somebody comes with like, I'll give you 5 giraffes, you know, but it's hard to tempt me to break away from this. So thank you, brothers. I'm gonna go ahead and do the donations, and then Then I have to step away for a quick second. I'll let Primordial say something, then we're gonna close it down because I gotta. It's 2 o'clock almost here, so I'm gonna. Let's do this. Let's go into the donations. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. Boom. Shout out to the brother who just spoke, Atef Rem Kim Ma'at. Atef Rem Kim Ma'at for support. Appreciate you, my good brother, and get ready to give him some noise right now because he went back to $77 for support. And get ready to give him some noise right now because he never just gives one donation, never. So here it is again. Give him some noise for this. In the show, yeah, that. Tef Rem Kim Ma'at. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And let's go into the
Nini SABA.
Yes, sir. Next one is Black Alucard coming in with a monster drop. The monster drop. Black Alucard is a man with few words. Hey, what's going on here? 23, right? No, cancel. Black Alucard is a man with few words. Few words, but he's a serious man. And he comes in. Oh wait. Sorry, everybody. I think I doubled something. Yes, I did. Delete. That's supposed to be Black Alucard. Cancel. Black Alucard, where are you? There you are. Black Alucard, quiet, serious man who is very focused. And let me know if that's showing on the screen, okay?
Not yet, SABA.
Not yet, okay. Make sure to fix that. Boom. Boom. Oh, well. 7 hours, yep. Yep. Black Alucard, he says, thank you for the super knowledge. Give him some big noise. And he's a super knowledge. Primordial Thought get kicked out? Let up. Okay. Is Primordial Thought in?
Yes, he's here. He's at the bottom.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Sab.
Okay, good. Okay. All right. Welcome back, Primordial Thought. Speaking of which, the next donation is from Primordial Thought, who gave a tip for what is this? Oh, Sons of HERU question. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
And now, Brother Higa Keparad is wonderful. I think he just gave 75 earlier. Yeah, that was him. He's not done, though. He's coming in with a big 25. Is that right? For an extra tip for the 4 Sons of HERU. Thank you. Higa Keparad, give this man from noise. We got the good brother. This time he's under custom made tees, but I think he's in the room as. I can't say that name right now. I have to read it. Shout out to Custom Made Tees, $6.66. I acknowledge the truth, accept the truth, and appreciate the truth. Thank you, Tehuti Tua. Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much, my good brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, we're down in the stretch. I think there's 2 more to go. And of course, Bijan Pharaoh is Bijan Pharaoh's been coming in serious lately. I remember when Bijan Pharaoh never even donated. He promised, and I'm working my way up. I'm working up. Bijan Pharaoh with the monster. Give this man some Red October, some bombs, if that's on the screen. He says, Bijan Pharaoh says, for support, my king, all hail SABA Tehuti. Monster donation. Thank you, Bijan Pharaoh. Actually, let me correct that and put you. In the okay. Thank you, Bijan Pharaoh. Appreciate you. We're down to a couple more. Oh, it's Kadzani again. Thank you, brother Kadzani, with the double back-to-backs. Kadzani says, from I am Kadzani, thank you so much for the enlightenment. Thank you, Kadzani. Is that shown on the screen yet?
Yes, Shaba.
Thank you, Kadzani. Appreciate you. Thank you. And we're down to a couple more. Oh, Primordial Thought again. Must be a tip. Yep. Primordial Thought coming in with the tips. Thank you, Primordial Thought. It says, the 2 Spider Upesh question. He get an extra tip for that. Thank you for the extra tip. Give him some noise. Thank you. And the last one is Annie Pata Attend Tehuti. Give him some noise. The Tua Great SABA Tehuti, and it looks like some mental symbol. Okay, and I believe that is it. Oh, I thought that was it. I came back, and I think Bijan Pharaoh is giving a little X. He says, Here's a little extra. Okay, thank you, Bijan Pharaoh. I didn't expect that. Give Bijan Pharaoh some noise. I think he's up to like $70 or so more. Thank you, Bijan Pharaoh. Okay, what I'm gonna do, brothers? I'm gonna step. Oh, there he is, Bijan Pharaoh. He's still up, huh? And it's later where you are than I am. He's still up, and he's a night working person. That's right. Shout out to Sandra. Shout out to GMO Gomez. Been all over the chat. Shout out to you. I'm gonna step away for just a moment, gentlemen. You can close them out, and I'll be right back to do the final closeout. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. About 3 minutes.
I know you want to close out, good brother.
Sure. Excellent podcast. Once again, the great SABA Tehuti always brings just phenomenal information and knowledge, and does it in such a beautiful way. The presentation and what it actually takes to bring that forth is unless you do it, it's hard to understand what it really takes to bring that forth. So peace and love to all the great supporters who really appreciate and appreciate our great Saba and what he does and what he does for us. So I always love to give my adoration to those who give their support, who give their attention to this information and this knowledge, because as we just got through speaking about with, you know, the distractions that surround us, it's very easy to get steer off the path because it just surrounds you, right? We're in this false matrix here. But with Ma'at, which is the original matrix, I have faith that there's many great brothers and sisters who are in that process of rising up and uplifting your consciousness to be able to see and recognize and lead by example and lead with that left to bring forth the most beautiful teachings that our great ancestors left for us, so we can pass that on down to our children. So peace and love to everyone in the chat, all the great brothers and sisters, all the great supporters. Be sure to join us this Sunday at Teachings of Ma'at on YouTube. The great brother Ahati Ma'at will be presenting, and he always brings that fire. So make sure you're in the chat, make sure you're supporting, and we look forward to seeing you all. Metanetter Monday as well, right before. So we get a double dose this Monday with the Metanetter Monday class. And then a few hours after that, we get to see the great Saba Tehuti make his return back to the Killah Priest Podcraft. And it's going to be phenomenal to see that again. For a second there, thought maybe that was done for. But there was some type of frequency or energy that brought the good brother Killah Priest into the Tehuti pod class to allow that to be brought forth again. So shout out to Killah Priest for having Saba Tehuti back on your platform to bring Ma'at to a large mass of people. So we're opening the door and allowing those who want the truth to walk through it. As the great Saba always says,
all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
And with that, Hotel Ma'at, peace and love. And
come join us. teachersofma'at.org.
Peace.
Hotel. Hey, Primordial, we got our shout out to the brother AD. We got our own technician over here. You know what I mean? I used to watch the show, brother, and like, brother, I'm a fan, brother. Like, I love the knowledge, and it's just an honor to be in the presence of this beautiful energy. That is all of you brothers and sisters, everyone in the chat, especially to stand next to you brothers and to be able to sit at Saba's feet and to learn. It's excellent. It is absolutely beautiful, and it is my pleasure and it is my honor to be here. It is my honor to support, because I support the truth, and we need to support the truth. We support the lie. We supported the foolishness. Now it's time to support the truth, right? If you haven't been exposed to the truth, like this, because this was new for me, but I got here just following my heart. Like, I wasn't looking for my art. I didn't know what my art was. I didn't know what none of this was. I knew Africa. I knew what they told us. You know what I mean? They told us what to think, not how to think. And Saba is the breaker of the matrix, and he is breaking us out of this matrix. And it's an honor. It's like what was I think it was the brother Nipsey Hussle. He had the Proud to Pay campaign. It's an honor to be able to support my teacher. It's an honor to pay, and it's a beautiful thing, Saba. So Tua for everything that you bring week after week. I'm definitely looking forward to you being back on that of the platform. Is it gonna be like it was before? It's gonna be every Monday, or is that haven't been discussed or what? But Saba, is it gonna be weekly like it was before?
Oh, please, brother, on mute. Nothing has been arranged. Nothing has been organized, other than I'm coming there this Monday. So
Okay.
Once I get there, the magic starts happening. Killer Priest is very, very excited, and he's anything could happen. So once he sees me back compared to what he has, I'm sure he'll want me to be regular like before. But we shall see. That would be good for this podcast. That would be good in the long run. Then I have to see how my body could take that. You know, I'm much busier now than when I was on Killer Priest before. So maybe once every 2 weeks. We'll see.
Yeah, tour Saba.
Yeah. It's needed. I need to be on there as much as possible, and well, I hope so. There's literally nobody on there anymore that I've seen. I think he's just on there mainly with his son now, and somebody named a Crumb or some Crumb person. So yeah, they need it. Okay. Thank you for asking. Were you done closing out at Tev? I just said that.
Yes, I was done, Saba.
Okay, good. Primordial, did you get a chance to say anything yet? I know I was away.
Oh no, not yet. Once again, Tua Saba, appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you do, all the energy that you put forth. Definitely in helping all of us. Can't wait for that meal plan. I'm excited. I'm excited for that wisdom, most definitely. But for the most part, just gratitude, peace and love to everybody. May everybody be in synchronicity with their family on the foundations of Ma'at. May Ra grant everybody peace and prosperity, health and prosperity. And may everybody just continue to thrive and focus on Ma'at, continue to study and put forth and lead with your Eve. And Makaru over a Pep and the impotent fiends and all Isfat. And I just speak life to everybody, man. So peace and love, and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Yes, Makaru over a Pep. Yes, sir. Thank you, Primordial. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everyone, we're gonna I'm gonna close it out now. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all the people that were here participating. Bijan Farrow, shout out to you. Shannon, of course, Higa Kepara. Peace and love. Shannon says this was a very deep class. Yes, Shannon, I know you I know it's right up your alley. I know you that magic and all everything was what you love, those type of things. So I was thinking about you as I was putting the class together, and that's actually how you got in the class. So wonderful. Shout out to everybody here. Shout out to, where's the Gomez brother? Gomez, GMO Gomez, all over the chat. Shout out to you, GMO Gomez. Has Tehuti flowed since Killer Priest? I don't think so. On a beat, no, not put out any music, not been any collab or anything recorded. No. So you thought right. All right, shout out to Angela Gates, straight out the gates. Shout out to the wonderful Sandra Shepard, who asked a question that led to this deepness. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Nahum, who asked the question. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Kev the Poet, who I haven't seen in a while. A lot of people came from Kill the Priest, Sandra Shepard, and Shannon Southard, even rhymes. and the S is the sound of the West name. That's interesting too. That's very interesting. Both their names are SS and SS. That's interesting. Sandra Shepard and Shannon Southard. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go big screen and close it out. Shout out to your brothers, peace and love, and I'll see you. I'll see you Sunday. Who's Sunday? Who did last Sunday? Who did last Sunday class?
Menku Ara did last Sunday's class. Yes, and it was a phenomenal. He did a great job.
Okay.
This week is the great brother Ahati Ma'at.
Okay, good. Okay, I knew it was Menkura too because every time when I clicked on it twice, it was a video of me. And I was like, man, every Menkura class is a video of me. So I was like, who's teaching? I said, another pod class going on? So I said, must be Menkura. I didn't see Menkura though, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Menkura, the video man. Okay. Yes. All right, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go big screen and close out. 7 hours and 31 minutes. I think put about 50 hours into this podcast, so I'm gonna put on a big screen and close it out.
Okay, peace and love. Yes, I'll read it for you.
Eyes are gone.
Yes. Okay. From I Am Kutzani, he says, "Thanks for connecting the dots. There was a reason I didn't carry on with that book. I'd rather be light as a feather."
Okay. Okay. The book that I just taught about, you have it too. Okay. Okay, you recognize the book? That's interesting. Okay, good. There's a lot of good in the book too. It's just a lot of choices you got to make. But yeah, okay. Shout out to you. Shout out to Gomez, who says Primordial. Could you read that for me? Or is it too small? It's on your phone? Oh wait.
You're muted, Primordial.
It says, "Saba, your vision is so exquisite. Show your scrolls. Sorry, small print. Scrolls.
Show your scrolls." I don't know if he's asking me to put the books that I have on the screen. Well, if he is, here's one of them. Consciousness. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure what he's saying.
That's the numerology book right there, Saba.
What's that? Oh yeah. That's yeah. And Stepping Out the Matrix. Those are them. And you can order them through. Should I put my put the MetaNetter one more time before we close in the email?
Okay.
If anybody wants to contact for MetaNetter Mondays, contact what Scribe is going to show on the board.
Right, there it is. MetaNetter Mondays, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time every Monday. Email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. If you can't be there live, you can also get the recording. Each class is recorded. I think we're up to 42 or 43. So there's early 40s. MetaNetter, just phenomenal. Count the hours on that. So yeah, be a part of it and catch up.
Thank you, Scribe. For Sandra Shepard, look at the email. That's how you contact me. And Sandra Shepard, if you have Facebook, you can contact me on Tehuti Brown at Facebook. You can send me a direct message, or you can email that email that's right there. Those are the two best ways to contact me. Tehuti Brown on Facebook and Mystical Television right there. All right. Okay, everybody, I'm about to go big screen. My eyes are blurry, and I got to go to sleep now. I'm glad you all came. Peace and love to the brothers, and I'll see you all. I'll try to glimpse and watch you all on Sunday, and then we'll see you at Killah Priest.
Tua, Saba.
Tua,
peace and
and
love, Saba.
Tua, Primordial, contact me on the weekend, and sometime this weekend I'll have your diet ready to send out to you.
To it, Saba. Appreciate you.
Nini Uk. Okay. A shout out to Sobek the Elder. Okay, peace and love, everyone. I'm to go big screen here. The S is a cobra. Yep. Okay, here we go. About to go big screen, everybody. And it's harassed for your culture. You're still up, young lady. You're still. She said it took so long for Friday to get here. Oh my gosh! Shout out to you. Shout out to you, harassed for your culture. Hope you're doing good and strong out there without the little one, and stay strong and awesome as always. Peace to what does it say? It's Kiki. That's a new name, I think. It's Kiki. Peace, Grand Rising Tehuti. Okay, wherever it's Kiki is, she's just waking up and we're just closing down. Those who want to contact me, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com or Tehuti Brown on Facebook. I'm gonna go ahead and put the big screen. Nema, you're still up too? You all are troopers. Well, you know what? I was getting sleepy earlier and I was thinking, everybody's still up for the class. And I thought, you know what? People party till this time, don't they? Only they just come back from the club. They're driving back from the club at 2, right? Or just heading to the next club or the bar after the club. People are up on a Friday night at 2. They're just partying. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
5 a.m. where I'm at, Saba. It is 5 a.m. 5:20, 5:18.
Make sure you go to sleep, Mr. Henus. Go to sleep. What's going on, man? Oh, man. Go to sleep. Recover. Rest.
I might be able to. I wasn't able to catch the second break, so I may be able to.
Okay, good.
Let's see.
Okay, good. All right, shout out to Shannon. I know you love this one. This is the best way to spend Friday night. That's right, Shannon, and the safest.
Absolutely, yeah.
All you sisters and our brothers and sisters, stay out of the streets, stay out of the chaos. This is the best place to be, is right in the safety of your own house, receiving knowledge. Okay, I'm gonna go big screen at Tef and close this down. Okay, my brother, peace and love. Oh, affirmation. Yes. That's right. Go ahead and say the affirmation, and then I'll go big screen. We're gonna close out everybody with a beautiful affirmation. At Tef is going to say the affirmation, and I'm going to get that thing from that banner from the bottom of the screen. And go ahead, Tef, and say it out, please, for us.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Monkey in my eye. Un in S. Nintet or set in my eye. Min have a pet in my eye. Her in Hugh Kiwi. Her Ikut. I live for my aunt. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of my aunt. Every day I advance towards my aunt. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. That is the affirmation. Now I'm going to go big screen. Yeah, the Ankh is always up at the end. Yes, Mr. Tef, the Ankh is up. I'm going to go big screen and close it out, my good brother. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace, everyone. Thank you again for coming and observing another, once again, Tehuti pod class. This is, where is she? This is Nia Ka on the side. I think she's there. And this is Naga Tiger, all the way from India. Say peace to them, Naga Tiger. Say peace to them. You're one of the reasons why they think I'm... There you go. Interesting how the screen is. You're not really green, but you're coming up as see-through. There you go. Say peace to the screen. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you all for coming to yet another beautiful, excellent Tehuti pod class. We're about to close out. Peace and love to everyone that supports this behind the scenes, everyone whose family is affected by this beautiful teaching. I love you all. Please keep this going. We only have a short time here to keep knowledge flowing. There's no time for fighting, fussing, and arguing and chaos. Just time for learning, because the next thing you know, you will be an old, decrepit person, angry and bitter. For those who want to support, the PayPal is at RockySB. You can scan that on your phone, and Cash App, TT Amoon. Peace and love, everyone.